You're about to step back into the golden age, an era when entertainment wasn't mindless or shallow, but crafted to ignite your imagination. In the theater of the mind, every story came alive, and every moment was packed with suspense, drama, and excitement. Unlike today's monotonous, predictable programming, what you hear will stimulate your brain and keep you on the edge of your seat. Get ready for thrilling adventures, chilling mysteries, and unforgettable characters. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where entertainment is as good as it gets.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X.
I'm very sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Thurston. Would you care to give me your order now?
No, later. Right now, you can bring me a dry martini with an onion.
Very good, Mr. Thurston. I shall be right. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Think nothing of it, my good woman?
Bygone, no.
Oh, hello, Mr. Thurston. I thought you were in South Africa.
I just got back. Well, you must have dug up a new tailor.
The suit? Oh, well, it's really... Feel the material.
Oh. How'd you do it? Bank robbery?
Mr. X, I'm going to become a millionaire.
Congratulations. How?
Very simple. Roulette.
Huh?
Sure, a friend of mine from Europe. He says that all you have to do is to... Mr. X, that man coming over here,
What about him?
he's after me.
Didn't you pay for the suit?
But this is no time for jokes. You gotta do something.
Well, he looks pretty mad. All right, Bygone, grab yourself a taxi out there. I'll slow him down.
Mr. Thurston, if I get out of this, I swear by the father of my father.
Just a minute there.
Pardon me, please. I'm in a hurry.
Evidently. Since you didn't take the time to pay your check,
I intend to pay it when I come back. Now, if you don't mind.
maybe we'd better call the manager. I think he'll be interested in your intentions.
I do not wish to... too late. He's driving away.
You trying to catch somebody?
Unquestionably, your interference was intentional. I saw Zellschmidt talking with you a moment ago.
So?
Fortunately, I think I know where he can be found.
Good.
But you, monsieur, you may discover that you have made a very bad enemy. Very bad indeed. Good day.
Several years back when he showed up in Washington. I don't know whether you remember him or not, Ken.
Dr. Wagner, sure, Chief, the French scientist.
That's right. Specialist in nuclear physics. He'd got out of France just one jump ahead of the Nazis.
Claimed he'd solved the nuclear reaction of hydrogen and helium, unlimited power without the need for uranium. Yeah, I remember him. That was early in 41, when John Public thought nuclear energy was scientific fiction. What happened to him?
Why, he died, Ken.
Oh?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago in French Guiana. A newspaper clipping came in yesterday.
What about his process? Did he leave any papers or notes?
According to this item, they were holding the stuff pending a claim by next of kin.
That's a pretty important secret to be kicking around for just anybody to get hold of.
Well, that's how it looked to me, Ken, so I cabled the authorities in French Guiana yesterday. Got an answer this morning. Said Dr. Wagner's papers had already been picked up, and by an operator from this bureau.
What?
Yes, Ken. And hang on to your hat. According to the cablegram, the name of the operator was Zellschmidt.
Bygone. Good Lord.
Yes, he's in plenty deep this time.
All right, Chief. I'm on my way. I'll be in touch with you.
Well, better phone me as soon as you get to French Guiana.
French Guiana. Chief, I'm going to Monte Carlo.
Ken, what in Sam Hill are you talking about?
So long, Chief.
The betting is closed. Sorry, monsieur. No more bets. Perhaps next time. And the winning number is 23, red dot. Unfortunately, not covered. Faites vos jours, mesdames et messieurs.
You don't seem to be interested in roulette, monsieur.
Huh? Oh, I'm just a kibitzer met myself.
I probably shouldn't start a conversation with a complete stranger, but, well, here in Monte Carlo, we tend to become very informal.
A good system. I like it. You don't live here.
Oh, no, not here. Down the coast at Nice.
Oh.
My name is Jeanette Quayle, monsieur.
My name's Ken Thurston. How are you, Miss Quinn?
Place your bet, ladies and gentlemen. Quickly, please. Bet for you.
I've noticed you watching the little man with the beard at the next table.
Oh?
Is he a friend of yours by any chance?
No. Strange-looking fellow. You don't happen to know him?
No, Monsieur Thurston. Oh, pardon me, Mum. On number 13, croupier.
Oui, mademoiselle.
Your lucky number, Miss Quayle?
Why not? What might be unlucky for one could easily be very fortunate for another. Just a hunch.
The betting is closed. No more bets, please.
Yeah, I had a hunch myself a little while ago.
Oh? Did you play it?
Oh, no, not that kind. I had a hunch you were going to speak to me.
But why?
Well, I noticed you yesterday, sitting 3 tables away in a New York restaurant.
And the winning number is 7. Red and dot, not covered.
Too bad, Miss Quayle.
Oh, well, you can't win all the time. You're a very observant man, Monsieur Thurston. Perhaps we should have a long talk sometime. Au revoir.
Yeah. Au revoir, Jeanette. Well, now's as good a time as any for a showdown. I beg your pardon.
Huh? I don't know you, monsieur.
It's that beard of yours. I've been wanting to pull on it for the last 20 minutes.
I don't understand, monsieur.
You crooked, double-crossing little rat.
Huh?
All right, Pagan, now come on out of that brush.
Listen, Mr. Thurston, you gotta save me.
Save you? I'm going to make sure you get 90 years. What did you do with those papers you stole?
I'm very glad you asked that, Mr. X. I think...
Risking the peace of the whole world. Impersonating a bureau operator.
But who else would I know how to talk like?
Pagan, you pulled some shady deals, but this is the worst one yet. Now you're in trouble.
But it was only a bet.
A bet?
Sure, this Baron Rutten bet me $5,000 I couldn't fool those people in French Guiana. What sucker. It was a cinch.
Yeah, it'll be a cinch for the state's attorney. The jury won't be out 5 minutes.
If you don't help me, I won't even live so long. They're going to bump me off.
Good.
Maybe even worse.
Better yet.
Mr. X, how can you say...
Pagan, where are those papers of Dr. Wagner's?
That's the whole trouble. I haven't got them.
What?
I held them out on Baron Rutten. Just trying to make an honest dollar, you understand?
Honest dollar.
Is there any other car?
Never mind that. Where are they now?
I airmailed them to myself here in care of general delivery. They should come in the morning.
Well, for once that simple bird brain of yours made some accidental sense.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
X.
shut up.
If you will pardon, Monsieur Thurston.
Huh?
I have a message for you.
Yeah?
You're invited to join the Countess Corinne at her table across on the mezzanine.
Oh? Who's the Countess Corinne?
Monsieur, everyone knows the Countess.
That's so. All right. Tell the Countess I'll be over in a few minutes.
Oui, monsieur. Merci.
Pagan, you probably heard of being boiled in oil.
Well, yes, but I don't...
Now, you go to your hotel room and wait for me. And if you step outside once, I'll show you at least 5 tricks that are a whole lot worse than boiling in oil.
One moment, monsieur. Your name is Thurston.
That's right.
Inspector Malmquist, Monaco Department of Police. I'd like to see your identification, please.
What for? The customs boys took care of all that.
As a matter of routine, yes, this is special. There has been a complaint.
Oh, by whom?
The complaint was made by me, Monsieur Thurston.
Oh, yeah. I take it you're the Baron Rutten.
That is correct. And a man who can be a very bad enemy.
Yeah, you told me that in New York. Well, what's the complaint, Inspector?
Your passport first, please. Thank you. Baron Routon believes you to be a jewel thief who was wanted by the Paris police a few years ago.
Well, ordinarily, I'd be willing to accept the Baron as an underworld authority, but right now I've got a date upstairs with the Countess Corinne.
Countess Cohen. You are a friend of hers?
I'm joining her at her invitation.
These papers seem to be quite in order. I'm afraid you made a mistake, Baron Breton.
Well, I did not realize.
My apologies, Mr. Thurston. If my department can be of service at any time, you have only to call on me.
Thanks, Inspector. I'll remember that. I may want to make a complaint myself sometime. Never know.
Oh, it's really no mystery at all, Monsieur Thurston. Jeanette is a guest at my villa down at Nice. She told me she'd met you, and I invited you to join me up here. Quite simple.
I see. Well, I'd have been here a little sooner if I hadn't been stopped at the bottom of the stairs by a gentleman named Malmquist.
Malmquist? Oh, yes, the police inspector. Something is wrong?
Oh, no, just a case of mistaken identity. Countess, do you happen to know Baron Routon?
Routon? No, I've never heard of him.
I was told you knew everybody in Monte Carlo.
Oh, hardly, Monsieur Thurston. People come and go in Monaco. They make a fortune or lose one. And either way, you never see them again.
Well, the world is pretty much the same way. On a bigger scale.
I suppose so. When you think about it, life itself is a kind of tremendous roulette wheel. People bouncing around the rim and not having a great deal to say about the matter.
That's quite an idea. And it doesn't offer much incentive for living, does it?
Why not? Everyone has the same chance.
Well, maybe, except once in a while, somebody discovers a new way to fix the wheel, so nobody has a chance.
Fix the wheel?
Countess Corinne, one sure method to make zero come up on the next spin would be a new kind of nuclear weapon. Pagon, open up. Pagon! Well,
Won't you come in, Monsieur Thurston?
thanks, Jeanette. Of course, I could have the wrong room. You don't look much like Pagon Zellschmidt.
Oh, I hope not. Then you did know the little man with the beard.
Bound to be both did. Oh, looks like you've been pretty busy.
Bad guessing. The room was torn up this way when I got here.
Oh? Where's Pagon? Under the bed?
No, I already looked. He seems to have stepped out, Ken. I suppose you're here after the same thing I am.
It's a little hard to say. Well, what are you after?
Oh, all right. Be difficult. Anyway, someone has already beaten us to it.
Could be. At least Pagon didn't walk out of here by choice, so where do we go from here?
Oh? Maybe a lot of places, if I knew you better. But I don't yet, so
Not leaving already?
I thought I might. You wouldn't detain a lady, Ken.
Oh, it depends. I detain anybody to stop the wagon of formula from being turned loose on the world.
I think you would. Well, I don't have it. You can take my word for that. Unless, of course, you'd care to search me. No. You're really quite trusting. Very likely we'll see each other again. So I hope you won't mind if I say good night now, Mr. X.
And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall.
I must still regard this as highly irregular, Mr. Thurston, even though the postmaster did authorize it.
Relax, there's nothing to worry about. Here, hand me that jar of paste.
I must say that in 20 years' service with this post office, I have never done anything so unorthodox before.
Then it's about time. You want to get out of your rut once in a while. Now we'll seat it up again. So, And it looks as good as it ever did. Here you are.
Tampering with the Monaco mail. A very serious thing. Very serious.
Wait a minute. Here he comes now. I'll stand here by the door out of sight. You're on your own.
Good morning. You don't have to have some mail for Mr. Pagan Zellschmidt, do you? That's me, you understand?
Well, of course, we don't ordinarily open for another 5 minutes yet, but... Oh, yes. Here's the letter. Zellschmidt. It's airmail from New York.
That's it. I mean, that's me. You couldn't just keep it a couple of days, could you?
Oh, good heavens, no. Be very irregular. Here you are.
Do you think maybe there is a policeman around here somewhere?
Oh, my, no. I haven't seen a gendarme all morning.
Oh. Well, goodbye, old friend.
Goodbye, Mr. Zellschmidt. Old friend?
Hello, Pagan.
Mr. Thurston. Wait, look out!
Down, Pagan.
Oh! It's Baron Rutten. He's the one who brought me here.
Yes. Yes, it was Baron Rutten.
Mr. Thurston, I swear by the father of my father...
So help me, Pagan, if you don't tell the truth, all of it, I'll mop up this hotel room with you.
Even after I saved your life.
You've saved nothing. I knew you'd never walk into that post office alone. Where were you all night, anyway?
Lying unconscious in some filthy dungeon where that Baron Rutten put me after he dragged me out of this hotel.
See anybody besides Rutten?
Only some rats. They chewed on my beard.
Pagan, how's the Dragnet figure in this?
I don't know. I met her on a plane from New York. She was so charming.
And you were so talkative. So that's how she found out about me.
Mr. X, I swear I didn't...
All right, Pagan. Let's get this straight. Rutten looked you up in New York and made you a $5,000 bet. You went to French Guiana, picked up Wagner's papers, came back to New York, and gave them to Rutten. But you held out one envelope marked secret.
I only wanted to do my duty, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah, you only wanted to soak him for more money later. Okay. So Rutten found out what you'd done and turned on the heat. You mailed the envelope here to Monaco and grabbed a plane over. How did Rutten know you'd come here?
I guess because he was the one who told me about the roulette system.
What was this system, anyway?
Oh, it's very simple, Mr. Thurston. You go to table number 7 in the casino and wait until 23 comes up on the wheel. Then you play 13 3 times and 0 once.
That all?
Oh, sure. Baron Rutten said I could make $1 million, maybe $2 million. Why don't we go down and try it, Mr. X?
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Good, I'll get my coat.
What for? You're not going anywhere.
But...
Don't leave the room, Pagan. See you later.
Oh.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Faites vos jours.
100 francs on number 13 again, croupier.
Monsieur has a fondness for number 13.
Well, call it a hunch. Not a very lucky one so far.
One never knows, monsieur. This time, perhaps. And the winning number is 26, red even. Too bad, monsieur.
Oh, well, that's the way with hunches.
Perhaps monsieur would like to try number 13 again?
No, this time I think I'll play a 0.
Monsieur intends to play 0?
That's right.
But monsieur, no one wins on 0. Very well, monsieur. Ladies and gentlemen, this wheel is temporarily closed. Your bets will be taken by any of the other tables. And now, monsieur, you will come with me, please?
Why not? This is one hunch that looks as though it may have a payoff.
So here I was sitting completely rejected, all alone in this dirty little hotel room. And then you come in. Jeanette.
Please, Mr. Zellschmidt.
Why don't you call me Pagan, or better yet, Ducky?
Ducky?
Well, why not? There's nobody here but just us, baby.
You're so right, Ducky.
Why don't we sit over here, hmm?
Well, if you want to. Only wait till I get my purse.
Purse? What for?
I want to show you something in it. Oh. What's here on the dresser?
Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Just a letter I got at the post office this morning. What are you going to show me?
I'm afraid you'll laugh at me. It's so silly. See?
A billiard ball. But what's that for?
Well, you see, it's rather heavy. So it sags in the bottom of the purse. Then, when I take hold of the top, like this, and swing it...
Wait!
Up, you see how simple it is. Thanks a lot for the letter, Ducky.
We have arrived, monsieur.
It's about time. We've been walking through half the town.
1 moment, please.
Oh, hello, Pierre. Mr. Thurston.
Inspector Malmquist.
Monsieur played the correct list of numbers.
Correctly. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think I do. That'll be all, Pierre. Good night.
But, monsieur,
Why don't we sit down, Inspector?
There's evidently some mistake here.
I don't think so. It's an old trick among espionage agents. Getting in touch with one another by playing a certain sequence of numbers at some designated roulette wheel.
Now, look here.
This one happened to be rigged up for Pagan Zellschmidt. The idea being to eliminate him after he'd done that job in French Guiana. And you'd forgotten to let Pierre know the deal was off.
Are you implying that a man in my position...
Just what is your position, Inspector? I checked with the Monaco police today. They've never heard of you.
You have Dr. Wagner's papers.
That's right. All I need now is the brain behind this thing. Somehow I don't think that you or Baron Rutten fits the bill. Well, any answer there?
You drive so fast. Such a rough road. I don't see why you can't drive slow, Mr. Thurston.
Pagan, we may be too late now.
Nobody's going to steal that villa down in Nice. And besides, every time we hit a bump, my stomach flies up and bruises my brain.
May knock some sense into it.
Unkindness. I never get any sympathy.
You don't have any coming after what you pulled off.
But, Mr. X, I didn't give her the letter. She took it away from me with brute force and a billiard ball.
I'm talking about you stealing Wagner's papers.
I didn't know what I was doing. I was strictly non-compos corpus.
Tell the judge that.
Oh, and besides, I thought it was only a bet. I didn't know what it was all about.
No, I don't think you did. And that's the only thing that may save you.
I knew you would fix it, won't you, Mr. Thurston? My very dear friend.
I don't know, Pagan. That depends on the way things turn out. When we get to Nice.
Mr. X, can this car go any faster?
Would you like some more coffee, Monsieur Thurston? Another sandwich, perhaps?
No, thanks, Countess.
Monsieur Zellschmidt?
I don't mind if I do. They're very small. Thank you.
This visit is really a most unexpected pleasure, Monsieur Thurston. But I feel somehow that you have something to discuss which you have not mentioned.
As a matter of fact, I have, Countess Corinne. I thought we might talk about the Wagner formula for nuclear reaction. Or haven't you had time to open the letter yet?
What letter do you mean?
The one you took away from Jeanette when she came back here about an hour ago.
You are very clever, monsieur. How did you find out about me?
You might say Inspector Malmquist gave you away.
He would not dare talk.
Oh, no, he didn't. But when I mentioned his name to you in the casino last night, you verified that phony title of Inspector. Remember? I hope you haven't made the mistake of killing Jeanette.
I had not yet decided what to do with her. She's locked in the third room down the hall.
Go get her, Pagan.
Whatever you say, Mr. Thurston, but if you hear a noise like a billiard ball, you better come up and pick me up.
Baron Routon, Inspector Malmkist, and the Countess Corinne. You're quite a trio.
I should not have worked with such stupid assistants. That was my mistake. We could do much better, Ken.
Oh, sure, yes. We make a great team.
You don't seem to understand. The person who controls the Wagner formula controls the world. Don't you realize what that means?
I realize exactly what it means. That's why I'm here.
I see. Well, I suppose I may as well accept the fact that you won't change your mind.
And, of course, you're planning to break through that door.
From where you are sitting, you can't stop me without shooting. And I don't think you will.
Mr. X, you're going to let her get away.
Stop her, Ken. She's got the formula.
You're both wrong.
But she keeps a plane out there. She knows how to fly it.
She'll need to know more than that with a half-dozen men of the French Sûreté sitting out there waiting for her.
But...
And as for the papers, one man's already died for. I have them here.
You took them away from her.
Pagon, I took them away from you.
Huh?
I've had that sealed envelope since this morning in the post office. There was nothing in the letter you picked up but a folded newspaper.
Well, it was a very dirty trick to let me get... Wait a minute. Jeanette. She's another one, Mr. X. Grab her.
Nice idea, Pagon, only it's pretty rough treatment for the daughter of a prominent French scientist.
You? Dr. Wagner?
How did you find out, Ken?
I didn't. I was guessing. But there's a strong family resemblance, and I couldn't see how you figured in this any other way.
Well, I've been a guest to the Countess for several months. That's how she found out about my father's formula.
Jeanette, you knew who I was. Why'd you keep on fighting me? You had a legal claim to the papers?
Yes, but I didn't know whether you'd want to do the same thing with them that I do.
Oh, and what's that?
Destroy them. I know how my father felt during the last months of his life. I had letters from him. Ken, burn that envelope, please. Don't even open it.
I'm afraid that's impossible, Jeanette. I've already opened it.
Oh, no.
Mr. Thurston, that was dishonest.
Pagon, don't tempt me.
Too late. Oh, it's horrible.
That depends. Inside of this envelope is something that's already caused the death of one man. And will probably send 2 others to prison. Like to have a look at it? Here.
Mr. X.
There's nothing but ashes.
That's right. I think Dr. Wagner knew we'd understand what he was doing.
Then he destroyed it himself.
You've got plenty of reason to be proud of your father, Jeanette. He was a great man. With death staring him in the face, he deliberately wiped his name off the list of the world's immortals because he felt it was best for his fellow human beings. No small man could do that. The secret will be found again someday by somebody else. But before that happens, oh, if only we'll have the sense to grow up. Stop gambling the future of the whole human race on a wheel where every number is 0.
Now, Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, our story is called All That Glitters. And I think you'll enjoy it because it's packed full of excitement and mystery. As usual, Leon Belasco will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. And so until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Thursday, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Shadow's exciting adventure starts in just a moment. But first, here's one of the most important announcements ever made in the history of motoring. It's about a new kind of tire, the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown. And it's really two great tires combined in one. Because inside the tire, you get the famous golden ply protection against high-speed blowouts. And outside, it has the amazing new Lifesaver tread. Road tests by the nation's largest independent testing laboratory have proved that this new Silvertown with the Lifesaver tread gives greater resistance to skids than any other tires tested, including tires listed at from 40% to 70% higher in price. Furthermore, these impartial tests also proved that the new Silvertown averaged 19.1% more non-skid mileage than other tires priced the same. Think of it. That's the same as saying you'll get every 6th mile free. Remember, this new Silvertown is different from any other tire you've ever seen or ridden on before. And when you first test its grip on a wet, slippery pavement, you'll realize that you've never before had such a remarkable protection against dangerous skids. For safety's sake, ride on the new Goodrich, spelled Goodrich. Goodrich Safety Silvertown. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Using advanced methods that may ultimately become available to all law enforcement agencies, Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, as haunting to superstitious minds as a ghost, as inevitable as a guilty conscience. The Shadow's true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, The Hypnotized Audience.
Hold it there, Miss Khan. That's just the pose we want.
Look this way, Mr. Khan. Gentlemen of the press, please, my master Durga Khan has already answered too many questions.
Oh, you needn't get tough about it, Sultan. We only want...
You must excuse my servant, Ahmed, gentlemen. Your reception, it is overwhelmed him.
Oh, that's all right, Durga Khan.
He fears I may be too tired to dance tonight.
Are you really going right to the boat for the theater?
Yes, that is the plan. Now, I must beg to be excused. I must get ashore.
Okay. Come along, gang. Thanks, Durga Khan. That's the famous dance.
Wine. Master, they took so many pictures.
All the better. To them, Durga Khan is merely a famous Oriental dancer and mystic. It would be amusing to see what they would print if they knew our real purpose in giving this recital.
Yes, Master. Come quickly.
Steady there. Easy down the gangplank. Watch your step there. Get it off.
Master.
Yes, Ahmed.
Look, the Princess Zada. She came to the pier herself.
Zada? Where is she?
Over that way, see? Standing alone behind the barricade.
Yes, she sees us. The little fool. Ahmed, send the men off while I talk to the princess.
Yes, Master.
Zada.
Oh, Durga Khan, what a sad day is this for thy father's house.
Quiet. Come away from the crowd. You should not have come.
Do you think my nerves are made of steel? My husband
Your husband is Durga Khan's brother, my brother. If I say wait, you wait.
But in 9 hours they will kill him. Durga Khan in their electric
There shall
chair.
be no execution. In 24 hours, my brother shall be free.
We have not got 24 hours. The execution
is set for 3 tomorrow morning. There is still time. We will delay the electrocution. That done, tomorrow there will be a jailbreak. My brother will escape.
Yes, but...
Listen to me, Zada, listen.
Yes, my lord.
This Governor Barnes, he will be at the dance recital.
He will be there.
Then tonight the Honorable Governor will grant a stay of execution to your husband, Princess Zada.
A stay?
A stay of 24 hours, which will be long enough. Now that I am here, the prison break will be no problem.
But if the governor will not grant the stay, if my husband really dies...
Hakim will not die. When Durga Khan asks a favor, he asks in a special way. Zada governors, not even kings, refuse.
This is not India, Durga Khan. They will guard this governor bonds.
Against my powers, Zada, there is no guard. Go to the house in the country. Wait there for me.
If you fail...
Fail. When Durga Khan dances, there is no thought of failure. And tonight, Zada, he dances for his brother's life.
Cigarette, Margot?
Oh, thank you, Lamont. You must admit the man is an art.
Yes, of course. Durga Khan is certainly the greatest Oriental dance of the day. His dances, they have the strange, mystic fascination of the East.
I just love Oriental culture.
Everything Oriental's perfect, you know. That woman's forgotten all about another Oriental. He's preparing to die, only a few miles away.
You mean Joseph Hakim, the murderer?
Exactly. No one applauded his display of Oriental culture, and he's from the same section as Durga Khan and of the same caste.
But Lamont, Hakim's a brutal murderer.
Certainly. He's to die tonight in the electric chair. Nevertheless, he's a product of the same civilization as the artistic Durga Khan.
Oh, look, there's Police Commissioner Weston.
Yes, I saw him in his box.
Coming over here. Hello, Commissioner Weston.
Oh, Margot Lane. Hello, Cranston.
How do you like the show?
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the governor.
Governor Barnes?
The governor isn't here.
Not yet. What with the execution and everything, he couldn't get away early. He's coming for the last half of the recital.
You mean Governor Barnes is actually leaving the State House tonight?
Yes. Barnes is hipped on seeing this dancing fellow.
I suppose he's wanted by the prison.
Now, that's taken care of. I have one of my men keeping a special wire open here to the theater.
Wasn't a pleasant case, was it, Commissioner?
No, sir. Plain, cold-blooded butchery.
Well, here comes Governor Barnes.
Oh, Commissioner Weston, did I miss much?
Not too much, Governor. Still intermission.
Margot Lane and young Cranston. Well, tell me, is this Durga Khan as great as they say?
Every bit.
Fine. Well, I must get to my box. Coming, Commissioner?
Yes, Governor. It's this way.
We'd better get back, Lamont. There goes the buzzer.
All right, Margot.
Let's go back to our seats.
But after that first half of the program, Durga Khan's got to be wonderful. What can he do to top it? I don't like the looks of the bright flame from that lamp on the altar.
Why, Lamont, it's a lovely blue. I've never seen that color before.
I've only seen it once, Margot. Something rather curious happened that time.
She's getting ready to dance again.
Yes.
Where's Governor Barnes, Lamont? I've been trying to spot him.
Commissioner Weston's box, see? Sitting in the rear.
Shh, Lamont. Durga Khan's going to speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I will recite for you a mystic prayer. It is more ancient than the rivers of India. There is no translation for this prayer. You must let my dance interpret it for you.
Well, this is something new.
Please, let's listen.
It doesn't make sense.
Please, Lamont, don't disturb her.
Margot.
Yes?
Margot, that's hypnotism. He's trying to hypnotize the audience.
Isn't it wonderful?
Margot, listen. Listen. Can't you hear me?
A lovely chant.
Margot, use your will, Margot. Your will.
Oh.
Ashamed of you, Margot. Margot. She's under Khan's spell. Good Lord, everyone is. An entire audience. Even I can feel the influence. Mass hypnotism. But why? Why is Durga Khan exerting his will on all these people? Margot. Margot, listen to me, dear. Listen. Fight against it. Fight.
I can't.
Give me your hand. Now. Come back, Margot. Come back.
What's the matter, Lamont?
Steady, my dear. Durga Khan's giving a remarkable exhibition of mass hypnotism, that's all.
Mass hypnotism?
Yes, the whole audience spellbound.
Oh, Lamont, that chant.
Don't listen. Don't look at that blue flame. Look up in the boxes, at anything, at Westerners. Great heaven.
Lamont, what is
Look. Margot, Two men just grabbed Governor Barnes.
The governor?
Yes, they're dragging him from the box. Stop!
Weston! Everyone, listen to me! The governor has been kidnapped!
What a thunderstorm.
Oh, Commissioner, step on it, Margot. We can't lose sight of Durga Khan's car.
Don't worry, Lamont, I won't.
Cranston, I've got to get back to town. This chase into the country is ridiculous.
They're turning off a highway.
Why should Durga Khan kidnap Governor Barnes?
Look, Lamont, there's a house on that hilltop. That's where Durga Khan is headed for. It's an ideal place to hide the governor, Commissioner.
Well, we can't raid every lonely house in the country.
Hurry, Margot. We've got to get into that house.
Yes, Lamont.
Margot, look out! Stop!
Great Scott. We nearly hit that telephone pole. The storm has blown it over, halfway into the road.
Yes, you could touch the wires if you wanted to. Cut your motor, Margot. We'll walk the rest of the way.
Shall I come along?
No, you stay here.
Oh, hurry up, Cranston. Let's get this whole thing over.
Get the shortwave radio equipment ready and stand by for a call.
Yes, do be careful, Lamont. This Durga Khan's a powerful and dangerous man.
Yes, my dear, but so is a certain friend of ours, the Shadow.
Ladies and gentlemen, how will this exciting adventure of the Shadow turn out? One moment and we shall see. Meanwhile, motorists, think of the chances you take on wet, slippery roads with smooth, worn tires. If your car suddenly swerved out of control, could you stop? Who knows what hazards await you?
The Shadow knows. Beware. Thousands of people were killed or injured by skidding cars last year.
Yes, and Goodrich, too, knows the dangers of skidding. That's why Goodrich spent years developing a new kind of tire to give the greatest protection ever offered against skids. It's the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown with the Lifesaver Tread. Every inch of this new Lifesaver Tread is especially designed to dry the road under your car. In fact, motorists, the spiral bars of this tread act like a battery of windshield wipers. They sweep the water right and left, force it out through the deep grooves, make a dry track for the rubber to grip. Don't buy any tire until you've at least seen this new Goodrich Silvertown with the Lifesaver Tread. Ride on it. Feel it grip. Feel it stop you quicker, safer than you've ever stopped before. Then you'll understand why a Silvertown stop may save your life.
No answer, Commissioner Weston.
No. Wait, Lamont. Someone's coming now.
Yes?
We want to see Durga Khan.
The master is resting.
I'm sorry. I'm Commissioner Weston, Police Department.
You cannot enter. Go away.
Now, look here.
The master must not be
Hold
disturbed.
on there.
Ahmed, what is this?
Two gentlemen, master. Police.
It's Commissioner Weston, Durga Khan.
Let them enter, Ahmed.
Yes, master. Step in, please.
Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Sorry to disturb you, Durga Khan.
It is late, Commissioner. Hardly the hour for a social call.
We'd just like to ask you some questions, sir, about the governor's disappearance.
So? You may go, Ahmed.
Yes, master.
Gentlemen, I know nothing.
You don't mind if we look around a bit, just a formality?
Look around?
Well, yes.
You mean you desire to search my house?
Merely a matter of routine, sir.
Routine or no routine, it is an insult.
You don't understand, sir.
The home of Durga Khan to be searched like the den of a common criminal.
But if you...
I will not allow it. Durga Khan's blood is royal. In every country in the world, his privacy is respected. I will complain to your government.
You are forcing us to go and get a search warrant, Durga Khan.
Search warrant?
Cranston, do you think all this is necessary?
But Durga Khan really has nothing to hide.
No, of course I have not. Perhaps I have been too hasty. It is, I suppose, part of your customary routine, this search.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. Nothing personal, you understand?
In that case, come. I will conduct you myself. Now, this room here. Wait till I switch on the lights. Step in, gentlemen.
Say, this is some layout.
Copy of the inside of a temple, isn't it?
Yes. You see, I have fitted it even with an altar.
What's that curtain behind the altar, sir?
That covers the sacred flame, Mr. Cranston. Wait. I will unveil it.
You know, Cranston, this place is enough to give you the creeps.
Yes, it is. It's marvelously beautiful, and yet...
Look, gentlemen. The sacred flame.
Why, that's the same sort of a fire that he had on the stage, isn't it?
Yes. That looks very familiar, Durga Khan.
Familiar? In what way?
Mr. Cranston here had a rather strange idea about the governor's kidnapping. He links it up with hypnotism.
Hypnotism? What hypnotism?
Oh, it's just an idea of Cranston's.
1 minute, Commissioner. Durga Khan, that Oriental prayer of yours, it seemed to have, well, a hypnotic influence on me. In fact, on the whole audience.
You must be mistaken, Mr. Cranston. Durga Khan is a dancer, not a hypnotist.
That's what I said.
But that prayer...
The prayer is harmless, my friends. Look, Durga Khan will recite it for you quickly. It is a simple petition to one of my country's gods. Listen, gentlemen.
Melnasoam padmani hom lalani muenteyas.
Cranston, you feel sleepy?
Yes, very.
That's enough, Khan. Stop, I said. Stop.
Oh, chant. Oh, it's got me.
Cranston. Wake up. Cranston. Stop. Durga Khan, or I'll shoot.
You can't shoot, Commissioner. Like the clever Mr. Cranston, you can only fall. 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 Sleep, fools. Did you think to resist the power of Durga Khan? Now, search my house. Do. You will find your governor safe in my hands, no? You lie still. Durga Khan is your master. Will return before you awake. Rest. Sleep.
So, you think you can cast your spell over me, Durga Khan? Never. Now let it be a war of wills. You against the shadow.
Margot Lane. Margot Lane. The shadow calling Margot Lane.
Lamont, this is Margot.
Governor Barnes is here, so is Commissioner Weston. Both prisoners.
Lamont, Durga Khan's men came searching and I had to leave the car. They've wrecked the engine.
I was afraid they might. Now listen. There's a telephone apparatus in the right-hand pocket of the car. Rig it up to the telephone wires where the pole has fallen. Can you reach the wires?
Yes, they're quite low.
When you get the operator, ask her to trace the call and send help. Then tell her to stay off the wire.
Stay off the wire?
Yes, if I'm right, the governor will make a call from here very soon. You must intercept that call. You must pose as the operator at the state prison and the warden secretary. Her name is Miss Pierce. Take the governor's message. It'll be about a stay of execution for the murderer, Joseph Hakim. Say you will give the warden that message, understand?
Yes, Lamont.
I'll protect the governor. Durga Khan does not know about the shadow. That is all.
Turn the wheel and the rack a little more, men. Let Governor Barnes know what is really in store for him.
Yes, master.
Durga Khan, we have not much time.
Time enough, Princess daughter. My brother is not to die for a full hour. In half that time, the governor will be begging to do our bidding.
You're wrong. I'll never break.
You must.
Quiet, Zada. Durga Khan commands here. Listen to me, Governor Barnes. Either you form the prison and stop the execution, or this torture will grow worse and worse.
I will not do it. Hakim is going to pay for that murder.
Yes? Another turn of the wheel, then.
Yes, master.
Durga Khan, what about those two men downstairs?
I have hypnotized them, put them to sleep. I sent Ahmed to bind them. Men, Twist the wheel.
Master! Master!
What is it, Ahmed?
Master, one of the men you put under your power has disappeared.
Disappeared?
The Commissioner Weston, he is asleep. The other one is gone.
Impossible.
He's not in the temple, Master. I searched everywhere.
He must have revived and fled. Oh, Durga Khan, what shall we do?
Have no fear, Zada. He cannot have gone far, but we must catch him. We must search the house.
Yes, Master.
Now, you other two, you hunt through the grounds.
Yes, Master.
Come, Zada, come. We must find him. We must.
Yes, Master.
Lock the door, Ahmed.
Governor Barnes.
Who is that? Who spoke?
A friend, Governor. I am here in the shadows. You cannot see me, but I am here to help you.
Who are you?
Some call me the Shadow.
Shadow? I've heard of him.
Governor Barnes, Durga Khan does not know I am in this room.
Then get me out of here.
It's not so easy. Listen, Governor Barnes. Listen closely. I've sent for help, but you must make that phone call to the prison for Durga Khan. You must. Let me explain. You will not suffer any more, but act as though you were in agony.
I'll do it! Stop hurting me! I'll do it!
Good, Governor Barnes.
Hurry, Durga Khan. Dial the prison phone number.
Yes, Zada. Do not worry, there is still time. Loosen the wheel a little, Ahmed.
Yes, Master.
Please, please, no more torture.
No more torture, Governor. But you are a very stubborn man.
Durga, the phone.
You promised to loosen my bonds.
After the call, Governor. Hello. Hello.
Oh, they must answer. They must.
They will, Zada. Remember, Governor, it is your life for my brothers. There will be no tricks.
I said I'd make the call.
It talks.
State prison.
All right, Governor. Ahmed, your knife is at the governor's throat.
Yes, Master.
Speak, Governor, speak.
Hello, state prison.
Hello. This is Governor Barnes. The warden's office, please.
Yes, Governor, just a minute.
Remember, Governor, one false move and death.
Warden's office.
A woman. Ask who it is.
Hello. This is Governor Barnes. Who's talking?
Miss Pierce, Governor, the warden's secretary.
Miss Pierce, Zada. Is that the name?
Yes.
Go ahead, Governor.
Miss Pierce, I want a stay of execution for Joseph Hakim.
Joseph Hockey?
Yes, hurry. Tell the warden.
Oh, don't worry, Governor. We'll stop it.
It will be stopped.
Yes. And tomorrow the prison break. And your husband will be a free man.
You'll never get away with this.
You think your friends may trace that call, Governor? Perhaps. But when they reach here, we will be gone.
Hakim, my husband, free.
Now, what about me? You promised I'd go free if I made the call.
Gag the Governor, Ahmed. He annoys me.
Yes, Master.
You treacherous devil! Oh!
He is gagged, Master.
Durga Khan is not a fool, Governor. You would make too good a witness. I cannot let you live to accuse me. Ahmed.
Yes, Master.
Silence the Governor. Forever. With your knife.
Yes, Master.
You fool. You dropped the knife.
No, Master. Someone gripped my arm.
There is no one here.
There is, Princess. I am here. The Shadow.
Master, there is only the voice.
Who are you that speaks and is not seen?
One whose power is greater than yours, Durga Khan. The Shadow.
Durga Khan, this unseen one.
He cannot stop us now, Zada. Ahmed, get the car ready.
Yes, Master.
You are wrong, Durga Khan. I can stop you.
No, Shadow. Can your cloak of invisibility stop a bullet?
The gun is useless, Durga Khan. No marksman can hit what he cannot see.
Ah, but I can see the Governor, Shadow. He is still my hostage. We are leaving here. And if the Shadow attempts to stop us, the Governor dies.
You cannot escape the Shadow, Durga Khan.
No? Here, Zada, take this gun. If I give the word, shoot the Governor.
Yes, Durga Khan.
A life for a life, Shadow. We live in peace or Barnes and Weston die. Now, you must bargain with me, Shadow.
Great is Durga Khan. He talks while his brother dies.
His brother dies.
My brother lives. I saved
Princess
him.
Zada, this man with his dreams of power has deceived you. He has not saved Joseph Hakim.
You must be mad.
Even now, Princess, your husband is dead.
While talk, Shadow, and false.
Truth, Durga Khan. You cannot stop the course of justice by the power of your will. Hakim is dead. Your kidnapping was in vain.
He lies, Zada. Shoot the Governor.
Princess, wait.
Zada, obey my order.
Listen, Princess. You wish to know the truth about your husband?
Yes, oh, voice.
Oh, Zada.
Listen. Turn on the radio here. It's time for the news.
Listen and learn if Joseph Hakim was saved tonight or not.
And that is the weather report for tonight.
Listen, Princess.
And now we bring you a news flash which just arrived in the studio. Exactly 2 minutes ago, Joseph Hakim was executed at state prison for murder. Hakim walked to the death chamber unaided, and he...
There must be some mistake.
Durga Khan, you faithless one. You have so many promises. You, the fourth brother. The mistake was in my trusting you.
That was the mistake, Princess Zada.
Zada, put that gun down. Zada, Durga Khan speaks.
Durga Khan speaks for the last time.
Put down that gun, Princess.
No, no, Hakim, my husband is dead. What is there left for me but death?
Shot herself.
Let go of me! Let go of me!
Master, we have caught another woman.
Oh, they're dead.
Release the girl, Ahmed.
Where is the voice? What is it?
It is the voice of the shadow men of Durga Khan. Your chief, Durga Khan, is dead. Your Princess Zada is dead. Release the prisoners and go.
Master.
Ahmed.
Master.
The blood of Durga Khan is no more. The police are coming, Ahmed.
Yes, Shadow. Yes.
So, the great Durga Khan is dead.
Yes, Margot. He forgot that laws were for all men, not only for the poor and the weak. Durga Khan had great talent, power, but he used it for evil. And it cost him his life.
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
You sent for me, Commissioner?
Yes, sit down, Steve. I suppose you heard about Bill Thorne.
Yeah. They pulled his body out of a river in eastern Panama.
That's right. Bill was one of our best agents and one of your best friends, Steve. I figured you'd want to take over his assignment.
I do.
You've got it as of right now. And I'll give you the background quickly. Ruth, how about Steve's credentials?
I've got them all ready, Commissioner. Steve can pick them up at my desk.
Good. Here's the setup, Steve. Shortly before the Japanese surrender, an entire boatload of Japanese weapons disappeared. We have reason to think they're hidden somewhere in Panama, and that whoever has them is willing to sell to the highest bidder.
How many weapons are involved?
Enough to equip 3 divisions.
Well, Bill Thorne must have been getting warm.
Yes, that's obviously why he got killed. Steve, we can't afford to have a hidden cache of weapons that close to the canal.
Who do I work with down there?
Lieutenant Perez of the National Police in Panama City.
Any other contacts who might help me?
One. His name is Emil Fager. He owns a large plantation down there, quite an influential man.
Can we trust him?
In this business, who knows? But he has done several favors for us in the past.
When does my plane leave?
Half an hour. Steve, I don't need to tell you about the danger involved. They've already killed Bill Thorne. They'll be gunning for you, too. As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent. Actually, your job is to find those weapons.
Yeah, and find out who killed Bill Thorne.
Yes. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment, Steve. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company welcomes back to the air Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Steve Mitchell is en route to Panama City by plane. Meanwhile, on a plantation in eastern Panama, near the forbidding and sinister Darien country, 2 men sit hunched over a powerful radio receiver.
Steve Mitchell departed United States for Panama City. Believe he's taking over job of his late friend.
That does not surprise me, Carrero. I did not think they would let the matter of their weapons drop.
We will try to give Mitchell the same reception here in Panama that we gave his friend Bill Thorne.
Yes. You know what to do, Carrero, at the first opportunity.
Lieutenant Perez, I'm Steve Mitchell from the United States. Here are my credentials.
Si, Senor Mitchell. They appear to be in order. You've just arrived?
Yeah, my plane landed about a half an hour ago.
Please, sit down, senor.
Thanks. Say, is it always this hot in Panama?
Oh, no, senor. It gets much hotter than this.
Great.
I presume you wish information about Senor Bill Thorne?
That's right.
Well, I'm afraid there is very little I can tell you, senor. Thorne's body was recovered from a river in the Darien country in eastern Panama.
Was he already dead when he was pulled out of the river?
No, not quite, but he lasted only a few seconds more.
Look, was he able to say anything at all about what had happened?
No, senor. He only mumbled something about San Miguel. Then he died.
San Miguel? What did he mean?
Well, I do not know, senor. It is very mystifying. However, there is an Indian village called San Miguel inland in the Darien region. Here, it is at this point on the map.
Well, how would I go about getting to San Miguel?
Oh, senor, that is very bad country.
What do you mean?
Well, the Darien country to the east, it is very wild. One can travel only by train or boat. And the Indians are very savage. Many people who enter that country are never seen again.
It wasn't an Indian who killed Bill Thorne, but you still haven't told me how to get to San Miguel.
Then you are determined to go?
Of course.
In that case, I will accompany you. Now, let me see. I think we should notify Senor Fager of our intentions.
Fager?
See, we will journey up this river, and here we will pass through land which is owned by him.
Oh.
It is customary to notify him when someone undertakes such a trip.
Would that be Emil Fager?
See, Emil Fager. Why, do you know him, senor?
I know of him. Matter of fact, I was told I might contact him for help.
Oh, he has always been very cooperative about such things. Yes, we will go see him. He happens to be here in Panama City at present. He is staying at the International Hotel.
Where's that?
On the Cinco de Mayo Plaza in the center of town. We can walk there.
In this heat?
Oh, but senor...
Yeah, I know. It gets much hotter than this.
I thought we would find Senor Fager here in the lobby. That is he, the fat gentleman sitting in that chair by the window.
Oh, he believes in service. I wish I had a guy to fan me.
See, that is Senor Fager. Good afternoon, senor.
Lieutenant Perez. But I fail to see anything good about the afternoon, sir. With this infernal heat.
Well, you should be accustomed to it by now, senor.
Oh, I seem to feel it more when I come into town, senor. On my plantation, it doesn't bother me. But here, I must take Pepito and his fan wherever I go. Pepito, turn around. Fan the gentleman.
Senor, I would like to introduce Senor Steve Mitchell, a correspondent from the United States.
Delighted to make your acquaintance, sir.
Mr. Fager?
Well, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
Senor Mitchell desires to see some of the Darien country. I have offered to take him up the river with me.
The Darien country? Oh, you're an adventurous man, Mr. Mitchell. That region is not generally considered to be suitable for an outing.
So I'm told. I understand you have a plantation somewhere up there.
Oh, see, on this edge of the region, it's fairly civilized there, but beyond lies territory that not even I have ever set foot in. Pepito, you are lagging. Faster, faster.
You know, this is the closest thing to a breeze I've felt since I left home.
As we will be passing through your land part of the way, I thought I should ask your permission, Senor Fager.
Granted, of course. Glad to have you, gentlemen. At least that portion of your journey will be safe. Would you like me to send one of my men with you?
I don't think that'll be necessary, Mr. Fager. Thanks just the same.
Oh, at least let me put one of my boats at your disposal.
Well, you are most kind, senor.
Not at all, Lieutenant. As you know, I am always willing to cooperate with the authorities in anything at all. Anything at all.
Wow. This isn't getting any cooler, Perez.
No, senor. As you see, the streets are nearly deserted this time of day. Everyone seeks refuge from the heat.
Yeah. I noticed that this street wasn't exactly crowded. Hey, here's a doorway. Let's get out of the sun a minute, huh?
Of course, senor.
What do you know?
What is it, senor?
Wouldn't you know it? 10 degrees hotter than a turkey's bath, and some joker builds a chimney on his house.
Chimney? Oh, but, senor, there are no chimneys in Panama City.
No. Look out in the middle of the street. See the shadow of that building across the way?
Oh, that is no chimney, senor. Chimneys do not move.
Hey, that's a man up there on the roof.
See, he's got a knife. Get down, get down.
It hit the door right over your head.
Yeah. 2 inches lower, and I'd have gotten a haircut the hard way.
Yeah. Did you get a look at him?
Just a glimpse of his face.
Ah, the roofs are close together in this part of the city. He could be a block away by now.
Yeah.
Well, senor, it would appear someone objects to your presence in Panama City.
That doesn't surprise me much. Well, come on, Perez. Let's get outfitted and start that trip up the river to San Miguel. You know, this is not exactly like boating on the Potomac, Perez. Look at that jungle. I'd sure hate to get lost in there.
Oh, it is an easy thing to do, Senor Mitchell. The only trails in there are made by the Indians, and they are well concealed.
You say the Indians in this area are hostile?
Most of them. There isn't any intrusion on what they consider their country. And, of course, the Indians are not the only danger in there.
No?
There are always the snakes.
Snakes?
Oh, yes, senor. This jungle is full of them. Many varieties, but most of them are quite deadly.
Oh, fine.
Well, we should be getting close to San Miguel. We have but a few more hours of daylight, and because of the rocks, it is very dangerous to navigate the river at night.
Well, I'm not hankering to be out in this stuff at night. These mosquitoes don't help things either.
Mitchell, someone is shooting at us from the jungle.
Get down in the boat.
You see where it came from?
See where it came from? I can't even see where we're going.
We must keep control of the boat.
Yeah. As soon as he shoots again, I'll take a quick look over the side and see where we're going. Hey, that went right through the boat. Look, Perez, it doesn't matter where we're going. This boat's a death trap. I think we'd better slip over into the water on the other side of the boat here. We'll be a little more sheltered that way.
Si, senor. Look out.
Huh?
That rock ahead of us.
Yeah, get clear, get clear.
Oh, the boat is done for. Into the water.
Okay. Yeah. Perez, where are you?
Right here, senor.
You okay?
Si.
Try to swim underwater. Head for the other bank. Perez, where'd the slug hit you?
In the shoulder.
Here, let me get my arm under you.
Mitchell, don't try to save me. You are making a target of yourself.
Yeah. Here. Okay.
Yeah.
Got my arm under you now.
But, Mitchell...
Shut up and relax. I'm gonna try to go behind this rock.
Senor, I am getting weaker.
Hold on, Perez. Just a little longer. There. We made it. Good. This rock will shelter us from Trigger Boy for the time being. How you doing, Perez?
Oh, I'm afraid I have lost quite a little blood, senor.
Well, wad up your shirt and hold it over the wound.
See?
Yeah, that's it. Hey, I can touch bottom here. Look, just lay over on my shoulder and I'll carry you out of the water.
All right.
Here we go. We're going to be exposed for a second or two, but we can't help it. There. I don't think he can spot us in this underbrush. How far do you think we are from this village of San Miguel?
Oh, it can only be a mile or two.
Good. Okay. Come on, get up on my back now.
Oh, no, senor. Please do not try to carry me. Leave me here and send help for me.
Oh, fine. I'm sure the snakes around here would love to see you.
But you cannot carry me all that way.
Well, I'll admit playing piggyback with a sniper after us isn't my idea of fun. But at least we've got the river between us. Come on now. Here, up you go.
Yeah.
Can you see the village yet, Perez?
See. It is in that clearing just ahead.
Good. This is sure the longest mile I've ever walked in my life. Yeah, I see it now. Hey. All the huts are up on stilts.
Extranjeros vienen!
Uh-oh. Looks like we've got a reception committee coming towards us.
The man in front, I think he is their chief. We had better stop here at the edge of the clearing.
Okay. I'll put you down here.
Yeah.
There.
Okay.
Can you stand all right?
Yes. Senor Mitchell.
Yeah?
For bringing me to safety, Gracias, senor.
Yeah. Here they come.
Silencio!
What you want, senores?
Some help for my friend here, and some information.
You come as friends?
Yes. Believe me, Chief, we're in no position to do harm to anyone right now. Blas!
Si. Have that one's wound cared for?
Si. Can you walk, senor?
Si.
Come with me.
I'll check with you in a couple of minutes, Perez.
Si, senor.
Thank you, Chief.
What you want to ask me, senor?
Chief, a friend of mine was killed near here a few days ago. His name was Thorne, Bill Thorne.
I remember him.
Well, he came to see you?
Si, senor.
Why?
He wanted to ask me about mystery of San Miguel.
Mystery of San Miguel? Well, I guess he got killed trying to find out what that mystery was. I've taken over for him. Now, what can you tell me about it?
2, 3 years ago, 20 my best men walk into jungle. Disappear. Never see again.
They disappeared without a trace?
Si, senor.
Oh, why did they go into the jungle?
White man offer them job working for him in mine in jungle.
A mine? You know who the white man was?
No, senor.
Is the mine around here anywhere?
Si. It's down river, not far from here. But mine is deserted.
Look, would you furnish me a guide who could take me to that mine?
Si. I will send Blas. He is best man I have.
Thanks, Chief. I'd like to start right now. I'd hate to be trying this alone, Blas. You can't even see these trails from 10 feet away.
Si, senor. We keep them well concealed. We do not wish enemies to use them.
You have any idea what kind of work these men from your village were doing at this mine we're heading for?
No, senor. Once I saw some of them going down river on a large boat.
Could you see what was on the boat?
Big boxes.
Big boxes, huh? Yeah, that could have been the weapons.
Aye, here we are, senor.
What?
Here's the mine.
Where? I don't see anything.
Right over there, senor.
Is that it?
See?
No wonder I couldn't see it. It's all blown over with underbrush. Sure haven't been operating for a long time. Here, I'll take a look. Hey, the shaft's completely caved in. No chance of finding out what's down there now, I guess.
Senor.
Huh?
The birds.
What?
We are being followed.
What? Are you sure about that?
I am sure.
What was that?
Stand still, senor. Now I see him.
Who?
Look, over against that tree.
Holy smoke, what's that?
Iguana, senor.
What?
Iguana, a giant lizard.
You call that thing a lizard? It's 5 feet long.
Si, si.
Look at him go.
Si, senor.
Brother, remind me never to spend a vacation here. Well,
Wait. Birds do not stop singing for iguana. Listen.
Yeah, I hear it. Someone coming through the brush.
Senor, you get over behind that tree. I will lie beside the trail here with my machete.
Okay. Can you see anything?
See. He's a man. He's carrying a rifle.
Probably the same sniper.
Quiet. Here he comes.
No!
See?
Brother, you sure made short work of him, Blas.
He would have made short work of us, senor.
Yeah. Hey, I recognize his face. That's the guy who chucked a knife at me in Panama City yesterday afternoon.
You know this man?
No, but here, maybe there's something here in his pockets that'll give us a lead on who he is. Just this picture.
Picture of himself?
Yeah. That girl he's with isn't bad either. Well, come on, Blas. Let's get back to the village. Look, I'm going to ask the chief if I can keep you with me to help me take Perez back to Panama City. I've got to get back there and make out my report.
Steve's report's coming in from Panama City, Commissioner.
Good. Let's have it, Ruth.
Here you are.
Great job you sent me on, Commissioner. To date, I've had a knife thrown at me, been shot at, and nearly drowned. Good Lord.
You know, that guy can get into trouble easier than anyone I know.
Even the lizards are chasing me.
He's just irresistible, I guess.
Perez wounded, but not seriously. Located mine, which looked like promising hiding place for weapons, though I found had been deserted for years.
Here's the rest of it.
I'm back in Panama City with Perez now. On our way over to the International Hotel to notify Emil Fager about the loss of his boat. We'll keep you informed.
We are very sorry about the loss of your boat, Senor Vega.
Nonsense. It was unavoidable, Lieutenant. And I have other boats. You were both very fortunate to escape with your lives, gentlemen.
You can say that again, Mr. Fager. But at least that river was cool.
Where did you say this incident occurred, Senor Perez?
Oh, about 20 miles past your plantation, Senor.
Yes. That's bad country up there. Makes a perfect hiding place for outlaws and cutthroats. Any idea why that sniper should be shooting at the two of you, sir?
No, none.
Must have been a nasty wound you got, Senor Perez.
See, my shoulder still pains, but it is much better now.
Come on, Perez. We better be going. I'll see you later, Fager. And thanks again for the use of the boat.
Oh, you're quite welcome, sir. It is just unfortunate your adventure had such a disastrous ending. But do not hesitate to call on me again if you need anything.
Thank you.
I looked up the registration papers on the deserted mine as you requested, Senor Mitchell.
What'd you find out?
Well, it was owned by Manuel Carrero, and the foreman was Eduardo Avila.
Either of those names mean anything to you?
No, not that of Manuel Carrero. But I do know Avila. He has been arrested several times this last year on charges of drunkenness. He frequents the bars on the Avenida Central.
Good. Let's go over there and see if we can run him down.
There is Avila, Senor Mitchell. Over at the corner table with the woman.
Well, our luck's good, Perez, finding him in the third bar we tried. Hey, who's that girl he's with?
I do not know, Senor. She's just a Blue Moon Queen.
A what?
Blue Moon Queen. That is what we call them here. Girls who frequent these bars and get men to buy drinks for them. Why do you ask, Senor?
Because she happens to be in the picture I took out of the dead sniper's pocket.
What? Are you sure of that?
Take a look at it. Here.
See, you are right.
Come on.
Eduardo Avila.
What do you want?
As you know, I am Lieutenant Perez of the police.
What has Eduardo done?
I will ask the questions, Senorita.
I've done nothing.
Were you not once the foreman of a mine up the river near the edge of the Darien country?
That mine has not been operated for years.
What kind of a mine was it?
Why don't you leave me alone? All the time the police, they arrest me, lock me up. Why don't you leave me alone? All I want is to be left alone.
Avila, come back here.
Let him go for now, Perez. I want to talk to the little lady here.
What you want with me?
Take a look at this picture. Who's that man with you?
I do not know.
Come on, quit stalling.
I tell you, I do not know.
Senorita, allow me to point out, if you do not tell us, I will have to arrest you. I believe you are acquainted with our jail. I'm certain you would not like to return. Now, who is the man in that picture with you?
Carrero.
What? Let's have that again.
Manuel Carrero.
Mitchell.
Yeah. Thanks, Senorita. Come on, Perez.
Senor Mitchell, Manuel Carrero was the man who was listed as the owner of that mine.
Yeah, the same guy who threw a knife at me and was shooting at us in the river. I wish he'd lived long enough to fill in a few details.
After you, Senor.
Thanks.
What do you think of this foreman we just talked to, Avila? He impresses me as a man who knows something he is drinking to forget.
Yeah. I wonder if he's trying to forget those 20 natives who disappeared from San Miguel. You know, all of this seems to tie into that mine. Have you still got those registration papers on it?
See, in my office.
Good. I want to take a look at them.
Here are the papers on the mine, senor. As you see, Carrero is listed as the owner, Avila is foreman. But now that Carrero is dead, I'm afraid...
Wait a minute.
Hmm?
What's this?
Oh, that is a map of the area surrounding the mine and a diagram of the mine. It is required by law
Hey.
What is it, senor?
Take a look at this diagram. See? Here's the mine shaft indicated here.
The one you discovered to be caved in?
Yeah. But look over here. Right around the bend of the river.
Another entrance to the mine.
Yeah, a side door. Look, can you get me another boat?
Why, of course, but...
That Indian guide Blas is still here in Panama City, too.
Senor Mitchell, you think the weapons are stored in that mine after all?
I don't know. That's what I'm going back up the river to find out.
We are very near to the shore, senor.
Yeah, Blas. I'm keeping the boat in as close as I can. I don't want to miss that mine entrance. We should be getting warm, according to this map. Look, there's the bend in the river just ahead.
Yes, senor, I see the entrance. Right over there. In the side of the river bank.
Oh, yeah. Brother, you'd never spot that in a million years unless you knew right where it is. It's all covered with underbrush.
See.
Okay. Tie up to that branch. We'll take a look.
See. There.
Okay, come on. Well, here we are.
It's very dark in town.
Yeah. I got a flashlight. I'll go first. It's a cinch this part of the mine hasn't been abandoned for years. Look at the footprints in the dirt. Wait a minute. The tunnel takes a turn to the left here.
See, it is widening out a little, senor.
Yeah, I think... Hold it. Holy smoke. Look at that. Rifles, machine guns, grenades. The works. Well, I've got to hand it to Carrero. He picked a good hiding place. Let's have a look.
Senor, look.
Huh?
Look on the ground there. The bones, they're all around us.
Yeah. Skeletons. A lot of them. Yeah, I guess that solves the mystery of San Miguel, Blas. 20 men from your village walked into the jungle and disappeared. 20 men who were hired to bring the weapons here and then were killed to shut their mouths.
One of those skeletons, senor, once was my brother.
I didn't know that, Blas. I'm sorry.
Senor, somebody is in this mine with us.
Well, I'll douse the light.
Your light is not necessary. I will furnish the illumination. No. Stand quite still, both of you.
Well, Emil Fager, complete with gun.
At your service, Mitchell. Or should I say, you are at mine.
So you're the big boy in the deal, huh?
I knew it was only a question of time until you discovered this entrance to the mine, Mitchell. So I thought it expedient to await you here and give you the reception you so richly deserve.
Manuel Carrera was just fronting for you with the mine, huh?
He was an employee of mine, and a very inefficient one, as it turns out. Stay close together. I want to keep you both in the beam of my flashlight.
This man, senor.
Yes, boss?
He is the one who killed the men of my village and my brother.
That's right. He's the one, Blas.
Wait, you. Stay where you are. Stand back, I say.
Watch out, Blas. He'll shoot.
What happens to me does not matter.
Get back. Drop that machete.
I avenge my dead brother! What?
Throw your machete. Throw it.
You knocked the gun out of his hand. I've got it.
Oh, let go of me, Mitchell. You sure? Now let go of your right. Now.
You okay, Blas?
See, this wound is nothing. Just my leg.
Yeah. This is the second time you've saved my life, Blas. I hope it's the last time. Believe me, I don't want to make a habit of it.
Senor, this man Fager, it would give me great pleasure to kill him.
Yes, I know how you feel. But at least he's going to be out of circulation from now on. He's out of the weapon-selling business for good. Well, I guess this puts a new twist on an old saying.
What is that, senor?
He who lives by the sword shall perish by the machete. Oh, come on, Blas. Let's get out of here.
You have just heard the first in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Dunleavy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif, with music by Bruce Ashley and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Dunleavy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Fred Allen visits Bob Hope. Be sure to hear them tomorrow on NBC.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I didn't steal the money. I just wanted to use it for a few days. I was going to put it back, but things went wrong. Now there's going to be a change of ownership. That means an early audit.
Sunday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the tale of the accounting. Tom Bradford is a middle-aged rancher living a few miles out of town. Tom has married a widow with a grown son named Ralph, who is inclined to be shiftless and lazy. Tom resents this because times are difficult and he's short of help. He further resents the fact that the boy has married a girl from the town and brought her to live with them. They've been here for 2 months now, and Tom has grown crabby and unpleasant.
You know the way conditions are, Mary. Just can't get any help in this ranch. There's too much for me to handle alone.
I know, Tom, but Ralph doesn't know anything about a ranch. Ralph was raised in the city.
He can learn, but he's too lazy. All he does is sit around and read magazines.
But he's a delicate sort of boy. He always has been.
Well, let him go out and do a little work, and he won't be so delicate. You've made a baby out of him.
I've done no such thing. If Ralph were able to help you, I'd be the first one to ask him to do it.
Oh, if he amounted to anything, he wouldn't have to be asked. I wish the Army would take him.
They deferred him because he wasn't strong enough.
Well, he's not too weak to do a little something around here. And that wife of his, that Vera, she's worse than he is. She could do something. All she does is dress herself up in baby Ralph's.
She loves him.
Never washes a dish because it might ruin her hands. She can't cook. She can't do a thing. I don't like her.
I think Vera's a nice girl.
And I can do without her being here.
You mean you don't want her here?
That's exactly what I mean.
But if she left, that would mean that... Why, Ralph wouldn't stay here without Vera.
Then they can both go.
Do you know what you're saying? Ralph is my son.
I don't care who he is. He can get out and shift for himself. And take that steaming little brat of a wife with him.
Oh, you're just upset, Tom. You'll feel different about things in a few days. You must try to control yourself.
Mary, before they came here, you and I got along very nicely. But since they've come, we've had nothing but arguments and hard feelings. Ralph and Vera are constantly stirring up trouble. Naturally, you take Ralph's side. You can't see his faults because you're his mother. But at the same time, you're his worst enemy.
Tom, how can you say such a thing?
I know what I'm talking about, and I've made up my mind they've got to go.
Go where? What will they do?
Well, let Ralph figure it out. Let him get a job.
A job? What can he do?
A lot of things. He's not that helpless.
Oh, but Tom, please, you don't understand.
I understand, all right, and that's final. He and Vera can get out in the morning.
Very well. I'll tell them. And perhaps I should go, too. Is that what you want?
Oh, now, don't be ridiculous, Mary. I didn't say that.
I thought you loved me. I never dreamed you could be like this.
I'm not being mean, Mary, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. You going to tell them, or shall I?
Yes, Tom, I'll tell them.
Very well. I'm very tired. Good night, Mary.
Yes?
Ralph, darling, it's Mother. May I come in?
Oh, yes, Mother.
Sorry to disturb you so late, but I have to talk to you and Vera.
Oh, yeah? What's the matter?
Well, It's about Tom.
What about him?
Well, I don't know how to say it.
Say what? What's wrong with him?
I don't know. He just isn't himself. You know how terribly upset he's been lately.
Yeah.
But he doesn't understand, Ralph. He just doesn't understand.
Understand what?
He doesn't understand you. You and Vera.
What's wrong with me?
Nothing, Vera. It's just Tom. He's in one of those spells. He doesn't like anything or anybody.
You mean he saw it?
Yes, Ralph. He's terribly upset.
Well, what have I done?
Well, he thinks you're lazy. He's angry because you won't help him around the ranch.
What? Oh, that's silly. What do I know about a ranch? Nothing.
I told him that, but he said you could learn.
Well, I wouldn't last half a day doing this kind of work. I'm not the type.
He's terribly unreasonable. He refuses to see it that way.
Well, oh, to heck with him, then.
I'm lazy, too. Is that what he thinks?
Yes, Vera. I'm terribly sorry and embarrassed.
We aren't farmers. I'm not going to let Vera tend those confounded chickens, and I'm not going to milk any cows.
Ralph.
What does he think I am?
Please, Ralph, don't get excited.
Well, if he feels that way about me, I'll get out.
What? You'll do no such thing. We'll stay right here till I get ready to leave.
Ralph, darling, Tom wants you to leave in the morning.
What? Well, of all the nerve. This is your house, too, isn't it?
Yes, but Ralph, if you stay here, you'll have to work, and I don't want you to have to do that. You couldn't stand it. It wouldn't be good for you.
Well, you mean you want us to leave?
No, I don't want you to. But I've thought it all over, and I think you'd better go into town. But don't worry, I'll see that you get along all right.
How? Well, I'll have to get a job.
Well, maybe you can find something to do, something light.
What a fine mess.
I'm sorry, darling. But you better go in the morning.
Go? I wouldn't stay around here another day.
Well, I know bookkeeping. Maybe I could get a job in the bank. That isn't such hard work.
No, but don't worry, darling.
I won't.
Good night.
The next morning after breakfast, Ralph and Vera leave the ranch and go into town. A few days later, Ralph obtains a job in the bank. Then, after a month or so, he is promoted from the adding machine to the teller's cage. Now, 2 months more have passed, and the young teller in the next cage steps into Ralph's compartment.
Busy, Ralph?
Huh? Oh, no, Herb. I was just...
How are things going?
All right, Herb.
Yeah? Seem to be having some trouble, Ralph.
Trouble? What do you mean?
Oh, I don't know. You looked a little worried. I thought maybe you were having a bit of difficulty making things balance.
What do you mean? No, I'm not having any trouble. What gave you that idea?
Well, I've been off a few cents a couple of times, and believe me, I know what it means. Why, I've worked all night, several times, trying to find what happened to 2 cents. I know how it feels.
Yeah? Did you find it?
Well, I didn't find the 2 cents, but I found the error in my figures.
Well, I haven't found the error in my figures.
Haven't you? Well, that's good.
What would be wrong with my books?
Why, I didn't say anything would be wrong. I just thought you looked a bit worried. Thought maybe I could help you.
I don't need any help. I'm quite able to take care of my responsibilities.
Good. Glad to hear it. By the way, have you heard the news?
What news?
This bank is being taken over by a system and is to become one of its branches. You know what that means.
No, what's it mean?
It means a complete audit before the end of this month. That isn't very far away. About 15 days.
Yeah?
I just thought you'd want everything in order. I know I would.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the information.
You're welcome, Ralph.
For a few moments, Ralph stands in a stupor. Perspiration stands out in large beads on his forehead. For the next hour, he studies over his books frantically. Then, when closing time comes, he rushes home.
Hello, darling. Oh, you have no idea how much I've missed you all day.
Yeah?
Kiss me.
Yeah.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing.
Well, I'm certainly disappointed.
What about?
You come in like this with a long face and look at the lovely dinner I fixed for you.
I'm not very hungry, Vera. I got a headache.
Oh, poor darling. You eat something and then I'll rub your head for you.
No, I don't want anything. Let me alone, please.
Ralph, what on earth is wrong with you?
Nothing's wrong with me. Shut up.
How dare you talk to me like that? Who do you think you are?
I'm sorry, darling. I'm just upset. I'm all on edge.
What about?
Just my nerves.
It's more than nerves. Why don't you tell me what's happened?
Who said anything had happened?
I can tell. Have you lost your job?
No.
Is that fellow you lost $50 to in that poker game threatening you? Is that it?
Look, Vera, I'm in a spot. I don't know what to do. The bank is changing hands, and there'll be an audit before the end of the month.
Well, what of it? What's that to do with the poker player?
Oh, nothing. I paid him off, but it wasn't $50.
Wasn't 50? What was it?
$2,000.
$2,000?
I didn't lose it all at once, but I tried to make back what I'd lost, and I only got in deeper.
Then if you lost $2,000, how did you pay him off?
I borrowed it from the bank.
How could you borrow $2,000 from the bank?
I took it.
What?
Yes, but I was sure I could put it back before the end of the month. Now I'm worried. I don't know what to do. If I don't put it back before the audit, I'll get caught and sent to prison.
Where are we going to get $2,000?
I don't know, but there must be some way, some place to get it.
How about your mother? She'd give it to you. Tom has money.
He doesn't like us.
No? Well, maybe we could make him like us. At least we could try. Let's drive over there. This is Saturday afternoon, and next Monday is a legal holiday. Let's drive over and see what we can do.
All right. Least we can do is try. We'll go.
Ralph and Vera drive to the ranch. And as they go up to the porch, they hear Tom arguing in a loud voice with another man just around the corner of the house. They slip to the edge of the porch and listen.
All right. All right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I've given you all the time I can, Miller. You've been on that piece of land for 2 years now, and you haven't paid $1 beyond the down payment. But
I've tried my best to make it pay. I've worked hard.
Oh, you haven't done a thing. You know what you are? You're just one of those lazy subsistence farmers. Just grow enough to eat and let it go at that.
That's a lie, Brack.
Oh, is it? I'm foreclosing tomorrow. There's a lot of money tied up in that land, and I need it.
Well, so have I. Every cent I have is there.
I want you out of there by tomorrow.
But look here. My wife is sick. I can't leave now. I won't.
Oh, can't you? Won't you? Well, you'd better be out by noon, Miller.
Well, you just try it. I guess as soon kill you as look at you.
What did you say? Get out of there.
Get out of there! I'll go. But you just remember what I said.
Wow. What do you think of that?
Come on. Let's go on in and talk to your mother.
Tom's going to have a stroke one of these days. He's been warned about those fits of temper.
Might be a good thing for everybody if something did happen to him.
Yeah? Maybe so.
Oh, hello, Ralph, darling. I didn't expect you down today.
He has an extra day off, so we thought we'd come down.
Did you hear Tom arguing with that fellow Miller just now?
Yes, I heard them.
Tom better not play around with Miller. He's a tough-looking customer.
Tom gets worse every day. He rants and raves at the least little thing. Hasn't spoken to me civilly for weeks. I can't stand it here any longer. I'm glad you came because I'm going back with you.
Going back? Leaving Tom?
I've got to. He's unbearable.
Oh, but, Mother, you can't leave him. That is, not just now.
Why not?
Well, you've got to put up with him for a while longer because
Why don't you tell her, Ralph?
Ralph, what is it? What's happened?
Ralph is in trouble. He needs some money.
Oh, darling, what's happened? Tell Mother.
Well, I borrowed some money from the bank. I have to pay it back before the end of the month.
How much?
$2,000.
What? Good heavens. Well, if you can't pay it back now, they'll have to extend it. They can't do anything else.
Oh, yes, they can.
They'll send him to jail.
You see, they didn't know I borrowed it.
Ralph, darling, you mean you stole it?
No, I didn't steal it. I was just wanted it for a few days. I was going to pay it back, but things went wrong, and now there's going to be a change of ownership, and that means an audit.
He's got to have the money right away.
But what can I do? I haven't any...
You've got to get it from Tom. You've got to.
But Tom needs every cent he has to hold on to this place.
Well, you can ask him. You've got to do something. Do you want Ralph to go to the penitentiary?
Oh, good heavens, no.
Then hurry up and talk to him.
But what'll I say?
Oh, you'll think of something. Go on in and talk to him.
But do you think this is the time?
Well, I'm desperate. I need that money in one way or another. I'm going to get it.
Oh, yes. Yes, darling, don't get excited. It isn't good for you. I'll talk to him now.
He just came in the back way. We'll wait in here.
Yes, all right. Oh, Tom, look at your face. It's flaming red.
Huh?
You shouldn't let yourself get so worked up over things.
Miller's a lazy, good-for-nothing fool. Well, he knows I mean business. He'd better be gone by tomorrow noon.
Oh, he'll go. Don't worry.
Huh. Even threatened to kill me.
Please, Tom, forget about it. Come on, dear, sit down. Your lunch is ready.
Don't really need that land. Just that I can't tolerate shiftless, irresponsible people. That place is worth $5,000. Miller paid $750 down, been on it 2 years, and hasn't paid a dime since.
Tom, dear, I need some money.
Yes? Well, that's not unusual. Hand me the checkbook. By the way, I've got a list of things you can get from me in town. How much do you want, Mary?
I want to borrow some money, Tom.
Since when do you have to borrow money?
Well, I want to borrow it.
Well, that's ridiculous. Borrow it. Huh. Now, how much do you want?
$2,000.
$2,000? Are you crazy?
No, Tom, I need $2,000.
What could you possibly need that would cost that much? You certainly have everything that... Wait a minute. What are you getting at, Mary?
Please, Tom. Please lend it to me. I'll pay it back, I promise.
How? Just how would you pay it back? You have no earning capacity.
Well, I know, but Ralph has. He could
Ralph?
pay...
Ah, I thought it was something like that. What's he got up his sleeve?
He needs $2,000 right away.
Oh, he does. Well, what for? What's he done?
Why, nothing, but he has an opportunity to... Well, it's a business proposition.
Do you expect me to believe that? What's he done? Something at the bank?
He... Well...
Quit stalling. Did he borrow from the bank and forget to tell them about it?
Yes. Oh, Tom, please let me have it. They might send him to jail.
Jail? Oh, no, not Ralph. Why, he couldn't stand it.
Please, Tom, please. He's so young. He didn't realize what he was doing.
Let him go to jail. Maybe they'll teach him that the world wasn't made for him alone.
Oh, you don't mean that, Tom.
Don't I? I knew he was no good from the first day he came here, and that snip of Avera's worse. She probably put him up to it.
Please help us, Tom, please.
I wouldn't give a dime to help him. He belongs in jail. As far as I'm concerned, that's just where he'll go.
Oh, Tom, please.
Jail to him.
Tom, listen to me. Oh, Ralph, darling. He refused. He won't help us.
I heard him, the stingy old crab.
So he doesn't like me, eh? Well, he should know what I think about him. I could stick a knife between his ribs. And, well,
Yeah? You really could?
yes.
What are you saying? What are you thinking?
Nothing, Mother, nothing. I'm just thinking Tom isn't in very good health. He ought to be careful about those rages. He's likely to die in one of those spells.
Yes. That would be too bad.
Has Tom any living relatives?
No.
Well, I hope for your sake, Mother, that he's kept up on that insurance policy.
But he has.
Let's see now. How much was that? 50,000, wasn't it?
Yes.
That's a lot of money. Oh. But we mustn't talk like this. Mother would feel terrible if Tom should... Well, after all, he's her husband. She loves him.
Yes. Yes, of course.
But you'll have to face it sooner or later. He's getting along in years.
On the other hand, he may live a long time yet. Who knows?
Yeah. I'd be afraid of that Miller after the threats we heard him make.
Ralph, darling,
Yes, Mother? What were you going to say?
Nothing. I wasn't going to say anything.
Come on, Vera. Let's get our things out of the car.
Tom goes into town and arranges for the eviction papers to be served on Miller. He returns late that evening and goes straight to bed. The night passes and morning comes. Tom, being an outdoor man, is usually up before sunrise. But this morning, only Mary, Ralph, and Vera appear for breakfast. Finally, Mary, becoming worried, goes to Tom's room and knocks. He does not answer. She opens the door and screams in horror. There on the bed lies Tom, stabbed in the heart.
Well, he's been dead since about midnight. Bedroom window was open, but we can't find the weapon.
Why, he probably took it with him, Sheriff.
Who?
Well, that fellow Miller. He must have done it.
How do you know that?
Well, he was here yesterday afternoon, and he and Tom had a terrific argument. Tom was evicting him, and Miller threatened to kill Tom.
Anybody else hear him say that?
Yes. I heard him.
So did I.
Yeah, then it looks like Miller's our man. We'll get over there right away before he has a chance to skip. Come on, Bill.
Oh, Ralph. Ralph, darling.
No, Mother. You better go to your room and try to rest.
Yes, Ralph.
Certainly hope they catch Miller. Do you think they can pin it on him? Without any evidence?
Well, certainly. You heard what the sheriff said. Miller's threat's all they need. You think Miller did it, don't you?
Why, of course I do. What a silly question.
When the sheriff arrives, he finds that Miller has gone. They put out a search for him. Now, Ralph is back at the bank, in the cage next to Herb.
Well, Ralph, they haven't found that fellow Miller yet.
No? Well, they'll find her.
Do you really think it was Miller who killed your stepfather?
Well, of course I do. He threatened to kill him. 3 of us heard him.
Well, sometimes people say things that they never mean to carry out.
Oh, you should have heard him. He meant it.
Maybe he did. But that doesn't mean he did it.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I was just thinking.
Yeah?
Circumstantial evidence is an awful thing sometimes.
How do you mean?
Well, so many people have been convicted on a mere word, a mere nothing. People hear a person say something, and by the time they repeat it in court, they enlarge on it a dozen times. I remember a fellow who worked here. In fact, in your cage.
What about him?
Well, he used to play poker quite a bit. And one night he made a haul, won $400 or $500, and went flashing his roll around town and boasting.
So what? What's wrong with that?
Well, he went into the drugstore and started showing off, and when the old druggist asked him where he got all of that money, he kiddingly remarked that he had robbed the bank. Well, that got around and finally took on a serious tone. They checked up here at the bank, and sure enough, there was a $500 shortage. And even though his pals swore that he'd won it in the game, they convicted him on his statement and sent him up.
Well, maybe he did steal it.
He had the opportunity. I have. And you have.
Yeah? Well, is he still in the pen?
No, he was lucky. He got out after 5 years.
How'd he get out?
He was exonerated. Another teller confessed to it later. They sent him up and let the other kid out.
Oh, he was lucky. 5 years, huh?
Yep. It's a long time. It'd be a shame if Miller were convicted in the same way, and then they later found out that he was innocent. Wouldn't it?
Yeah, but... Oh, he did it. He had the motive, the opportunity. He said he'd do it.
Well, he may not have been the only one with the motive.
It's after 3. I'm going to run along. See you in the morning, Herb.
So long.
Ralph grabs his hat, his face tense with anxiety as he hurries down the street to his car. He drives quickly to the ranch and enters the house. Standing in the middle of the room is the sheriff.
Hello, Ralph. You're just in time.
What? In time? How long have you been here?
Just drove up a second before you did.
Well, what do you want? Did you find Miller?
No, not yet, but they will.
Oh. Well, you certainly got a case against him, all right. He won't have a chance.
I wanted to ask you and your mother and your wife a few more questions.
Yeah? Well, all right. What do you want to know?
We got a message from someone in town saying that Miller was seen at the gas station about 7 o'clock on the night Tom Bradford was killed.
Well, so what? Maybe he was.
They checked with the attendant. He said Miller had his car packed, had his family, and headed out of town in the opposite direction.
Well, maybe he circled around and then came back.
No. He couldn't have done that.
Why not?
Because he wouldn't have had time. He was seen in the next town an hour later, still headed east. He wouldn't have had time to get that far if he'd circled back here. See what I mean?
Yeah, I see. But he must have come back.
Not unless he flew. And that isn't probable.
But there must be some explanation. He must have gotten here some way. Maybe he killed him earlier. Maybe that's it.
Say, that's right.
No. We can figure the time of death closer than that. It was near midnight. That's definite.
I see. Well, who told you about this? Who sent you this message?
We don't know. It was printed with a pencil and mailed in town.
Yeah? Is that all it said?
Well, no. There was more to it.
Huh? What else?
Oh, there's always cranks butting into cases like this. Amateur detectives are always getting hunches, and, they're seldom ever right.
Well, what did it say?
I'll tell you. Calm down.
Yes, Ralph, take it easy.
Oh, yes, darling. Don't be so upset. It isn't good for you.
Well?
It said that the real murderer would probably be found in the immediate household of Tom Bradford.
What?
And since we haven't found the weapon, we might check over the house.
I never heard of such a thing.
That's the biggest bunch of nonsense I ever heard of. Why, my mother loved Tom Bradford. So did I, so did Vera. He was like a father to us.
Please, Ralph, don't shout so.
Well, my partner's been looking over the place while we've been talking. I imagine that he'll find...
Just a minute. I hate to bother you right now, but, Here you are, Sheriff. Take a look at this.
Well, a knife.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently covered with blood.
That's right. I found it in Mrs. Bradford's room. Right under the mattress.
What? Well, how did it get there?
Yes, Mrs. Bradford. How did it get there?
I put it there. Afterward.
Mother, what are you saying? You're out of your mind.
Did you kill your husband?
Yes. Yes, I killed him.
No, she did not. She couldn't
I killed him, and I had a good reason. I hated him. He was cruel to me, and he hated Ralph. I couldn't stand it any longer, so I killed him.
She's lying. She didn't do it.
She ought to know. We know Miller didn't do it.
You can't do this, Mother. I know what you're trying to do.
What's she doing?
She's trying to protect me. She thinks I did it.
Thinks you did it?
Mother, do you realize what this means? Tell him the truth. Tell him.
I did it. I killed him. The knife is from my own kitchen. I did it, and I'm glad.
She's crazy. She couldn't have done it.
Why not?
Because I killed him. She's trying to protect me.
Ralph, what are you saying?
I did it, I tell you. I ought to know. I had a better motive than she.
What motive?
I'll tell you that later.
I don't believe you killed him, Ralph. You're trying to protect your mother now because you know she did it.
I did it, I tell you. I did it.
Well, that's enough for me. I believe her. But we'll soon find out. We'll check the fingerprints on the knife.
That won't prove anything.
Why not?
Because I used the glove. Mother must have taken the knife from the body and hidden it, thinking that I'd slipped up.
That's just so much talk, and you're just shooting in the dark. Come on, Bill. Let's go back to town and do some checking.
But the only fingerprints on the knife were Mary's, and try as he might, Ralph could not convince them that he wasn't trying to shield his mother. Ralph realized finally that his mother was sure to be convicted, and as the day of the audit grew closer, he became frantic about the money he had to have. On the day his mother was sentenced to prison, he visited the attorney.
I thought I'd drop in and see about that policy Tom Bradford left for my mother. Quite a few things to be taken care of, you know.
Well, I'll tell you, Ralph. That policy would have been paid long ago, but there are certain technicalities in this state regarding insurance.
What's that?
We had to wait till the finish of the trial.
Well, why? She's the beneficiary. She's entitled to insurance.
Not here. If the beneficiary is convicted of killing the insured, the beneficiary cannot receive the proceeds of the policy. The same is true as to Tom's farms and other property.
What? What about me? I'm the son. There are no other heirs.
You were not the blood kid to Tom Bradford, and you were not legally adopted. Therefore, all the property and the insurance reverts to Tom's estate. Nothing we can do about it.
Well, Ralph, there you are, holding the bag. Now you've got to face the music at the bank. With all your scheming, nothing was gained. You planned to kill Tom and blame it on Miller, but instead got your mother upset and she killed him because she wanted to keep you from doing it. That's what you believe, Ralph, but you're wrong. I know. Your mother didn't do it. She found the body and removed the knife, thinking you'd slipped up. It was your dear little wife, Vera, who did it, and she'll never tell. But she'll pay for it later. I know.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another interesting tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Oma, Mrs. Ruth Boardman took a quick glance round John Steed's apartment. She noted the things lying on the occasional table. Change, keys, fountain pen, and Steed's gold hunter watch.
I came to thank you for your tact. I know you saw me lunching with Ben Jago in the Bull and Bear. The fact is that when your husband is so many years older than you are...
Oh, I understand.
A well-known, even infamous character like Ben Jago, it could be misunderstood, misinterpreted.
Think nothing of it, Mrs. Boardman. You're a merchant banker's wife. Mr. Jago's an investor. It seems a perfectly natural liaison.
As I said, you are very tactful.
Well, not tactful, optimistic. You see, I always admire a woman with a past.
What is so optimistic about it?
Just the hope that history can be persuaded to repeat itself.
I think you'd better offer me a drink. Don't you, John?
Of course. Make yourself at home, Ruth.
Steed moved off to get some drinks, and Mrs. Boardman glided over to the table, opened her handbag, and took out a gold hunter watch, which she exchanged for John Steed's. By the time Steed returned with the drinks tray, she was seated on the settee, smiling, quite...
Comfort is the wonderful new fabric conditioner that not only softens, but actually rinses out hardness, rinses in a new kind of softness. Comfort leaves your wash refreshingly young and bouncy again. Just a little comfort in the final rinse gives a lot of comfort to your wash.
Softness is a thing called comfort.
Walls Ice Cream presents the new Pink Pussycat song.
We've got strawberry and vanilla, half and half. That's on inside. White milky chocolate the way you like. All over the outside. We're walls Pink Pussycat now.
Episode 5 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel both get a little nearer to the truth and find out the man who knows how to dial a deadly number. To all outward appearances, John Steed was content to allow his relationship with Henry Boardman, the merchant banker, to continue in a spirit of friendly competition. Boardman had recognized that Steed knew wines and was able to name most of the rare ones by taste. Steed also respected Boardman as a tough, conservative banker of the old school. But Steed wasn't sure how much Boardman was implicated in the deaths of 6 company chairmen. It looked as though Steed was going to sit back and let things work themselves out. He had a date with Mrs. Peel in the Bull and Bear that night, and dressed for it leisurely after Mrs. Boardman had left. But Mrs. Peel wasn't so casual. She was sure there was far more to learn from the premises of Warner's answering service, and she chose the cover of darkness to get into the building.
The workshop, all right. Kinky one, too.
Mrs. Peel found herself in Fitch's workshop, which was lined with clocks, but none of them going. A large TV screen dominated the workbench, plenty of papers stacked around, and a series of photographs. Mrs. Peel flipped through them.
One of Steed. One of Steed. A blown-up photograph of Steed with a wine glass in his hand and his gold watch in the other one. Oh, when could this have been taken? Got it. That wine-tasting party in Boardman's cellar. A close-up of Steed's watch. Oh, this must have been taken from from that TV screen and then enlarged. But why?
Well. Interesting, isn't it? Don't move. I've a revolver at your head.
Fitch, Steed's watch. You've done something to Steed's watch.
Next time he opens it, it'll be the last time he opens it. He'll press the cover, which protects the face of the watch. The cover will spring open, and that'll be that. You like my workshop?
I neither like it nor understand it.
My clocks are on the walls. Each one represents a person. This one I shall dedicate to John Steed. It's pretty, isn't it? I shall wind it up later and stop it as soon as Steed is dead. At the exact moment he dies. It'll be a sort of monument to him. And to my ingenuity, of course. You see, for most people, life is ruled by time. They are, you know, except for me. I rule time. And time, the time that's allotted to Steed, is limited. Strictly limited. Like all these other clocks. That one's Todhunter's. That one's Yule's.
And 5 others? All those company chairmen?
Yes, of course. One doesn't get so much opportunity in peacetime. The war now. That was my bumper harvest. 8 panzer officers in one night. 8. And an Italian captain. That's his clock. There. 3:45 in the morning. It's 3:45 a.m. Now, if promotion could have been won through that sort of pleasure, he would have been a field marshal. They were happy days.
You're quite a dealer in death, aren't you, Mr. Fitch?
Dealer in death. I like that. But now,
What's wrong? Losing your nerve?
I've never killed a woman before. Silly to be so squeamish. I'll use something subtle. Perhaps an ultrasonic injection. They don't even perforate the skin. Or a tasteless poison. It's an old favourite of mine. But it must be neat, clean and quick. Oh, yes, I must have my murders neat. That's most essential. So don't worry too much. You'll hardly feel a thing. I promise you.
In the bar of the Bull and Bear, a waiter served John Steed with a balloon glass of brandy and removed the empty one.
You sure there haven't been any messages?
No messages, Mr. Steed.
You've checked?
I've double-checked.
No lady named Mrs. Peel?
No, sir, no one of that name.
Steed slipped a hand into his pocket and drew out the watch. But before he could attempt to open it, the waiter said...
It's 9.5, sir. You should get the Wall Street closing prices if you're interested.
Oh, thank you.
Steed slipped the watch back into his waistcoat pocket and sipped his brandy reflectively. Then he took out the watch again and gave it a good, hard look. Catching on, Steed? The lights weren't full on in Henry Boardman's penthouse, just one small table light by an easy chair. There were footsteps outside. The door to the main lounge opened. Ruth Boardman entered, switched on the light.
You. Oh, what are you doing here?
John Steed was sitting in the chair, idly swinging his watch from the end of its chain.
I hope you don't mind my intruding. I told your manservant it would be all right. I thought I'd like to repay your call. You left so abruptly after your drink. Also, I wanted to see your husband.
Henry, he isn't here.
Ruth Boardman's eyes hardly left the watch as Steed continued to swing it to and fro.
Not in? Oh, too bad. It's nothing terribly important. Just I thought I'd drop by and maybe sample another glass of that excellent brandy.
Well, yes, of course.
Mrs. Boardman, is something wrong? You look quite pale.
Mr. Steed, John, I'm very tired.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Where is your husband?
Oh, he's dining out.
And when do you expect him back?
10, 11, I don't know.
Steed started fiddling with the watch again. Eventually he stood up and prepared to open the watch, saying...
10 o'clock, you say, but surely it's nearly that now. Let's see.
No, you mustn't open that.
Mrs. Boardman stepped forward and grabbed Steed's wrist.
No. Do you mind telling me why not, Mrs. Boardman?
Caught her there, all right, didn't you, Steve? Fitch, in his workshop, wound up the clock dedicated to John Steed and placed it on the bench. He then started working on the inside of an antique shepherdess clock. There was a sudden coded ring at the door.
What the devil can that be?
Mr. Fitch, good evening. May I come in? Yes, this is the place, all right. Your name's been recommended to me.
By whom? What for?
I've had some sort of trouble with my watch. A golden hunter watch, you know the model?
What sort of trouble?
Can't seem to open it.
Why not?
The button that releases the gold outer cover is stuck.
Steed reached into his pocket, produced the watch, and swung it to the full length of its chain.
Here, you have a go.
Fitch backed away, a frightened expression on his face.
It might just be stuck. I can't think how it happened. I'm sure if you had a try.
But Fitch continued to retreat. Steed suddenly stopped swinging the watch and caught it neatly with the other hand. He made to press the button that opened the outer cover. Fitch gave a yell.
No!
And dived for cover. Steed pressed the button, and the cover swung open.
A little off-key, wouldn't you say?
At that moment, a loud bumping noise drowned the sound from the watch.
Why don't you come out from behind that workbench and answer the cupboard door? Most inhospitable. Oh, very well.
Steed crossed the floor and unlocked the door of the cupboard. Mrs. Peel fell into the room.
Mrs. Peel. Barbados, 1 minute, room cupboard the next.
Oh, Steve, for heaven's sake, untie my hands.
But before he could do so...
Steve, what's it? Fitch, what's he got?
Bicycle pump gun. Marquis used them during the war.
I invented it, Steed. It's neat and tidy, just as I told you, Mrs. Peel.
Steed looked at Fitch, who was covering them as though he was holding a Sten gun. The clock Fitch had started was nearly at 11 o'clock.
Oh, well done, Major. You got here just in time.
You don't think I'm going to be caught by that old trick?
The clock beginning to strike distracted Fitch. Steed leapt forward and grabbed the pump. Fitch held on grimly, using the pump as a lever. Steed swung Fitch round and crashed him against the wall. The pump gun landed in Fitch's middle and exploded. Fitch's body, thrown back by the explosion, toppled over, crashing all his clocks to the floor. There was silence.
Tempus fugit.
How did you find me? I didn't find out about him.
Ruth Boardman.
Just like that?
Yes, and a modicum of charm, of course. The bleepers. Fitch fixed them all, of course.
Of course. Anyone ringing the right channel caused the bleep and also caused a capillary needle to jump into the heart of the man who was wearing the bleeper. Neat, no fuss.
Neat, no fuss. Yes, that gives me an idea. See you later.
Hey! Hey, where are you going? What about me? Let me loose. Hey, Steve!
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Nearly forgot my umbrella. Bye for now. See you.
Hey, Steve! Come back! Come back, Steve! Come back!
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant. What do you mean? I haven't got a maid. Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny?
Ah, that's easy. I use Dual.
Dual?
Yes, Dual, the self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
How do you mean?
Well, Dual lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself.
So when you use Dual, you don't have to worry about polishing?
No, Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user, like Mrs. Bodington.
My wash is beautiful, and I'm very proud of it. There's nothing like cold water Omo.
No dirt can stand up to Omo. Over 1 million housewives have proved it. It cleans best.
The Avengers. Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. The Avengers. Donald Monat as John Steed and Diane Appleby as Emma Peel.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio. Rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Here's another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
now Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. You know, this business I'm in can get pretty silly sometimes. I can go along for a whole month and get by on nothing but meals at the automat and a dozen laughs a day. The funny ones usually pay just as well as the tough ones, but eventually somebody starts something that's about as funny as an open grave. So then I put on a long face and start carrying my 38. I don't worry about those times because I don't think about them. I just know they'll be around, and I know I won't have to bother about it unless I get my 100 a day in expenses. That's the equalizer. As long as I get that ever-loving loot in my little hot hand, Lucifer can walk in with a machine gun, and I'll arm wrestle him for the price of a hot dog. Last week, I stopped in the middle of a real yocker and realized that I'd been giggling overtime. That's right. The cycle had caught up with me, and the label on my future had changed from fun time to trouble, and no guarantee as to the date of expiration. What started all this? Well, one morning on 53rd Street, a couple of guys were just pulling up in front of a garage.
This the garage?
Yeah. Go on, drive in.
Here comes a guy.
Yeah, this is big luck for us. The guy coming is the guy I want. I don't want he should see me yet, so you keep talking to him, and I'll get out this side. Tell him to look at the motor or something.
Something I can do for you, mister?
Yeah. Take a look at the motor. It's been missing.
Sounds all right.
It don't drive like it sounds, so take a look at it.
Okay, sure. Race it once.
Huh?
I said race it once.
He don't hear so well.
Huh?
Hello, Billy boy.
Where did you come from? How did you get here?
One at a time, Billy. I came in the car, got out the other side. You're looking good, Billy, real good.
What do you want? How did you find me?
Can't you ask just one simple question? You get so all mixed up, Billy.
Look, leave me alone, please.
Sure, Billy, I'll leave you alone. All alone, you louse.
Diamond Detective Agency, our 30-day test revealed that not one single case of throat irritation was due to strangling.
Oh, Rick, you're awful.
Oh, how can you say that? I'm lovely, I'm engaged, now you steal wool.
Oh, you idiot.
Ah, you peaked. Hello, honey.
Hi. Am I going to see you tonight?
Sure, what'll we do?
You get here about 8, I'll think of something.
Oh, let's stay in. I've got that awful broke feeling again.
Oh, is business bad, Rick?
Well, it's pretty bad, but it gives me a chance to get some exercise.
Exercise?
Yeah, I found a Japanese beetle in the desk the other day, been giving me judo lessons.
I'll just pretend I didn't hear that.
Don't knock it. Vaudeville's on the way back.
Leave it alone. Let it live.
Helen.
I'll see you about 8.
Wait a minute, honey. I think I forgot to shut something off. People are running in.
Clients?
I'll find out. Oh, would one of you gentlemen mind dropping a few $100 bills on the floor?
Well?
I'll call you right back. I don't think they're spendthrifts.
All right, Rick. Bye.
Bye, honey. Well, now, lads, what can I do for you?
Your name Diamond?
Yeah? Would you mind closing the door? I've got a beetle that'll break my arm if he catches cold.
Hey, this guy's screwy, boss.
Shut the door like he says. You got a beetle, huh, funny man?
Yeah, and I'll bet you 8 to 5 he can throw you.
Well, if you have got a beetle, he must be running around your head, but I ain't got time to find out.
You know something? I don't think we're going to get along.
You may be right, funny man. It depends.
On what?
On whether or not you turn the bundle over to me.
Look, Rockerhead, if you're looking for your laundry, you got the wrong Ben.
I don't like the way this guy talks.
No, but first we ask him nice. We want the bundle, funny man.
You just said that.
I say it again for you. Then if you don't get it, I make you understand.
Like how? You couldn't point out Clyde Beatty in a lion cage.
Here it is. Now try hard. I want the bundle.
I know this'll throw you, but what bundle?
He's going to be difficult, boss.
Shut up. Look, Shamus, some of my friends think I'm kind of good-natured, but sometimes I fool them and get nasty.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
You want to know what bundle? I tell you. Maybe you snap out of it. The bundle the dame gave you, the $200,000.
$200,000? 200,000 what? Girdles?
That does it. Vern, see why the shamus is lying.
Now, wait a minute, Buster. You go on the muscle with me, and I'll tear off your biceps and stuff them in your fat face.
Vern.
Yeah?
Oh, nuts. Why is it a 38 always changes my mind, and I wanted to be so virile?
I'm going to use this gun unless you tell us where you got the 200,000.
Now, this is getting silly.
No, it ain't.
Well,
It's getting bloody, see?
Hey, now, what's going on?
I told you, funny man. I want what you got.
Well, what I got hurts, and you're welcome to it.
You sure ask for it.
No.
Come on. You save your head from getting squashed, and me and Vern save a lot of time. Where you got the dough?
Look, I didn't know what you were talking about when you started, and I'm just as stupid now.
You are that, funny man. Vern?
Hey, wait. Now,
A gun barrel can cut you up pretty bad. You want to see how bad, or do you want to tell us?
You think I like the massage? I tell you, I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't like to be kept waiting, you. I don't like it none, see? Now you spill your gut, so my boy chops you up like hamburger. Open your yap and sing. Sing, you hear me?
Okay, but you won't like it. I can't begin to tell you.
Close his lousy mouth. Close it good.
Oh, I knew you wouldn't like it.
Now, funny man, you got a wisecrack? You gonna still make like a hero? Answer me, funny man, or I step on your face.
Boss.
Shut up.
But, boss.
Yeah. What do you want?
He don't hear you. He's out.
Huh? Oh. Well, what did you sap him so hard for, stupid? Maybe you turned him off for good.
Nah. He'll be around in a couple of minutes. Then I can work on his ribs. He'll tell us where he's got the dough.
I don't know.
You don't know what? He's got the dough. You sure know that.
Yeah, the dame says she give it to him.
You think maybe she crossed you? You think she skipped?
I think maybe we better find out. This shamus is pretty stubborn and pretty clean. I think we find out.
How?
You watch. I'll search the joint, then we'll get out of here.
What about the shamus?
You'll make it all right. I want him around for a while. After we find the dough, you can put him back to sleep.
Mr. Diamond. Mr. Diamond. Mr. Diamond, wake up.
Oh, it's all right, honey. I'm not coming in.
Mr. Diamond, wake up.
Mm-hmm. Oh. What a nice sweater.
How do you feel?
Well, a quick comparison might be a garter snake and a log jam.
You don't look very comfortable. Why don't you sit up?
Afraid my eyes might fall out. Oh.
Better?
Yeah. Know any shaggy dog stories? I could use a laugh.
How did you get like this?
It wasn't easy. How long have I been here?
I just came in. I was going to call the police when you started mumbling.
Mumbling?
Yes, you said something like, "Oh, it's not so late, honey. And can't I come in for a drink?" You must have been dreaming.
I'm glad I woke up. She probably didn't have a drink in the house anyway. Pardon me, honey, but I gotta run some water over my bumps.
You don't look so bad, considering.
Oh, considering what? Do people get run over by trucks every day?
When you start feeling better, I'd like to talk business.
Oh, well, with business, I straighten right up. What's on your mind? Oh, that sweater.
I want you to guard something for me.
Why? You're the type that goes bear hunting with a switch.
Is that supposed to be nasty?
Well, take a guess. I just get mauled up by two gorillas, and before they get nasty, they mention some dame and some money, and you know anything about it?
Why should I?
Well, I wake up, and there you are. I thought maybe you stopped by to see if the boys get a gold star for the work.
I don't know anything about it. Now, do you mind if I sit down?
No. I'm sorry, I haven't got anything more comfortable. Termites just walked out with my couch. What do you want guided, lover?
I can't tell you what it is, but it's in a locker at the 42nd Street subway. I want you to pick it up and keep it with you until I call for it.
I get $100 a day in expenses, and when I don't know what I'm doing, the fee looks like a skyrocket.
Here's $500. When I pick up the item, you get $500 more.
Ooh.
And I'll be back in 2 days.
Well, I was going to start looking for the guys who gave me this headache, but $1,000 makes me impatient. You, got the key to the locker?
Yeah, right here. By the way, do you work nights, Mr. Diamond?
Well, not in the office. Don't you think I ought to know your name?
You get the item, and I'll introduce myself in 2 days. And I do keep a drink in the house, Mr. Diamond.
She got up then and walked out of the room like Eve with half an apple. I put some iodine on my face and headed for the 42nd Street subway. All the way down, I kept thinking about those two mugs who'd worked me over, and for the life of me, I couldn't guess why. I didn't know it then, but if I could have guessed, it probably would be for the life of me. I reached the subway and went down. I found the locker, opened it, reached in, and pulled out a small black leather bag with a lock on it. Out of curiosity, I tested the weight and finally decided I must be guarding a sack full of spider webs. I tucked it under my arm and turned to go. But sometimes things don't always work out the way you plan them.
Okay, Shamus. Let's have the bag.
Oh, when am I ever going to make Eagle Scout? I should have smelled something. Hello, Vern.
I'm in a hurry. If you wisecrack, you get dead. Give me the bag.
Where's your friend? Out collecting heads?
I guess I gotta kill you.
Let me guess again. Here's the bag.
Okay. I should make a hole in you just because you ain't honest. You had the dough all the time.
You mean in that bag?
Oh, now don't tell me it ain't in it.
Well, if it is, Buster, it's all in one bill. Feel the weight.
Hey, it is too light. Why, you lousy, no-good gumshoe. This time I don't play around. Frank wants that dough, and you're going to show me where it is.
Oh, I wish you'd get yourself a 22. Those big guns make dents in my back.
I'm going to count 3, and you're going to tell me where the dough is, or I'll kill you all over the place.
You couldn't make it 100, could you? It's so much fun when you're past 50.
Be funny. You're only killing one guy. 1.
This never happened when I went on next to closing.
2.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Look.
You look. It's your last chance.
Drop it, Vern. You're boxed up.
Hey, who's that?
The Marines.
Why, you dirty...
Rick, are you all right?
Oh, Walt, I know you're bashful about these things, but you're going to be kissed.
Oh, now stop that. Otis, have your boys keep the crowd back.
All right. Keep back. Come on.
What about the gunner?
You shot him good, Lieutenant.
Well, I'm glad you noticed, you mallet head. Now, what about him?
He's dead.
How did you find that out? 20 questions?
Oh, yeah? Well, I guess we saved your life this time.
Well, I hope I can do the same for you sometime, Sergeant, but science will hate me.
Oh.
Now, don't you start blubbering again, Otis. I couldn't stand it. Go get the wagon like a good boy.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Now, what's this all about, Rick?
Believe me, Walt, I don't know. How did you get here?
We got a call from a dame about 10 minutes ago. Said you were coming down here and some guy was going to kill you.
Well.
Now, don't you well me. I want to know what this is all about.
Let's get on to headquarters and I'll tell you just what I know. Well, are you coming?
You mean you're going to cooperate?
Well, certainly.
Oh, Otis.
What's the matter, Walt?
I feel a little faint. Would you mind helping me up the stairs? I think I've been working too hard.
Walt and I left the subway and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station. On the way over, I told him about the girl and about the 2 hoods who'd worked me over in my office. When we reached the station, he shoved the rogues gallery at me, and I started going through the miles of photographs.
Well, the guy we shot in the subway was one Vern Geronda, small-time torpedo, but we can't find out anything else. Can't you find the other one in any of those pictures?
Well, I've looked through them all. All I know is his name is Frank. Maybe he hasn't got a record.
Here, try this stack. Dates back to the year 1.
Well, you can bet on one thing, Walt. The girl who called you was the girl who was in my office. She was the only one who knew I was going down to the locker in the subway.
But how did she know this Vern Geronda was going after you?
Well, she must have known he was going to tail me and that he was after something. Something that could have been in that black bag. It was a plant because she knew it was empty. I think she'd planned that when this Vern caught me with an empty bag, he'd get rough enough to shoot, and if you were there, you'd have to stop him.
You mean she wanted him dead?
Well, that's my guess. Dead or in jail, but out of the way.
That 200,000's probably behind it.
Walt?
You find something?
Yeah. This is the other guy who came into the office.
Yeah? Let's see. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
What's the matter with you? This is the man.
You're crazy. Now, you listen to me. If you're trying to start one of those routines
Oh,
again...
now, wait a minute. You asked me to pick out the hood that was in my office, and this is the boy. A little younger, maybe, but you know darn well I wouldn't make a mistake on identification.
This is screwy. This is ridiculous. Where's my bicarbonate?
Oh, what is wrong with you?
Rick, that's Frank Purcell, and he's been dead for 2 years.
What? Oh, wasn't he the guy who went over a 50-foot cliff with his whole gang?
That's right. The car burned. The only guy they didn't find in the wreck was Billy Crump. He disappeared completely.
Well, this one got out of it, too, and stayed around long enough to pay me a visit this morning. And his first name was Frank.
Oh, it's impossible. The boys chased them right after the holdup and shot out one of their tires. Watched the car go over and saw it turn.
Didn't they knock over the payroll at the Martin shipyard?
Sure, got away with $200,000.
Lieutenant.
Huh? Oh, yeah. What is it?
I'm that killing down at the garage. That guy was just identified as being wanted for armed robbery.
Killing?
Yeah, pretty bad. Somebody shot up a guy that worked in the place. Well, who was it?
Her name was Crump.
What?
Yeah, Billy Crump. Stuck up some shipyard about 2 years back.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, I was only telling you.
Okay. What else on it?
He has a wife, lives at 64th Street, apartment 205. That's all.
Well, don't just stand there, you applehead. Go get the car.
Oh, yeah, Lieutenant.
Come on, Rick.
I'm waiting.
All right. I apologize.
Oh, you really don't have to, Walt. I was as confused as you were.
Was. But you're not now?
No, I don't think so, Walt. But let's get over to see Mrs. Crump. She can do a lot of straightening out.
I hope Mrs. Crump is in.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, Lieutenant. She calls herself Stewart, Mrs. Edna Stewart.
What?
Yeah. Her husband used her alias instead of Crump.
Oh, well, that's all right, Sergeant. Maybe when you start pounding a beat again, you'll think of those little things.
205, wasn't it, Walt?
How about it, Sergeant? It was 205, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, Lieutenant. 205. That was it. I remember. I might make a few mistakes.
Shut up.
Walt, hold it down.
I'm sorry. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Shut up.
Here it is, Walt. I'll give it a knock.
Go ahead.
Looks like no score.
Try the door.
Why, Walt, without a warrant?
Now, don't you start that again. If Frank Purcell is still alive, we're going to grab that 200 grand. We've got to work fast. Besides, I'm not trying the door. You are.
Well, it's open, unstained, and honest. I suppose you'd like me to trip you just so you can say you fell in by mistake?
Oh, come on. Pick up your big feet, Otis.
That would be hard, even for Samson.
Oh, yeah. Now, you listen to me, wise guy. I'm getting sick and tired of... Ooh, holy cow, Lieutenant. It's a body.
Rick, how about it?
Quite.
Mrs. Crump.
Mrs. Crump, Mrs. Stewart, the girl in my office this morning, no difference.
I figured she might be the one in your office when I heard Crump had a wife. She must have had the 200 grand, and Purcell killed her for it.
Well, you can bet the cash wasn't in the apartment because she was too smart to keep it here.
Well, there are no signs of a struggle. From the way she's lying, she was probably sitting at this desk.
Writing pad on the desk, Lieutenant.
Keep your paws off of it.
She was writing something. Went through to the bottom sheet. Yeah, numbers.
Otis, start casing the place and have a conscience when you pass the icebox.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Too many numbers for a phone. Walt, what are we looking for?
Purcell and the 200,000.
Okay. Now, we don't know where Purcell is, but that 200,000 had to cool off until Crump could spend it.
So?
Now, where would be the safest place to keep that much cash?
The numbers. Safety deposit box.
You have just won yourself Sergeant Otis.
I should cut my throat first.
Now, it's a cinch Purcell has gone down to the safety deposit box.
Hey, I found a couple of plane tickets, Lieutenant. And it looked like they'd started to pack.
Yeah, let me see them. Two for Mexico City and good for the first. That ties it.
Would you mind whispering in my ear, or am I asking too much?
Walt, when Mrs. Crump came to my office, she made it very clear she'd be back in 2 days. That's the first of the month. I don't know how long she'd been there before I woke up, but she was interested in my office, and she was coming back in 2 days. Now, if she wanted to hide something, the best place would be somewhere that had already been searched. Otis, you think you could dig up a safety deposit box under the name of Crump or Stewart? Here's the number.
I can try.
Stout fellow. Now, Walt, if Frank Purcell did kill the girl and then headed for the deposit box, I don't think he found much. And the only other person that Mrs. Crump contacted and that he suspects is yours truly.
Uh-huh. And he'll tail you, or worse.
I hope so. But I want 10 minutes alone in my office before he catches up. Now, Otis, get going and call me at my place.
Right.
Now, Walt, I'm going to walk around for about half an hour and see if I can pick up a tail. Then I'll lead him to my office. I'll get there at exactly 2:30. You get there 10 minutes later. I think I'm going to need help.
I still wish I knew what you were up to.
Now, as soon as Otis finds that deposit box and tells me if Mrs. Crump was at the bank around 11 this morning, I'll tell you the whole thing. And if I'm lucky enough to stay alive, you'll have Frank Purcell to fill in the details. I left Walt and started walking. If Purcell was after me, he was too smart to let me spot him, so I just kept going until I'd used up the half hour, and I was on my way up to my office. Purcell wouldn't follow right away, so that gave me the 10 minutes I wanted. I went in and looked around. Nothing had changed. Desk, chair behind and chair in front. Small closet with sink, hat rack, and bookcase. I went to work on the bookcase first. Nothing. So I took the desk apart. I kept going. Closet, under the rugs, still nothing. I took a breather and tried to reason it out. If I had suspected something in the beginning, where would be the last place I'd look? Something I never used. I didn't have a vacuum cleaner, so that was out. Then I remembered something. Something the girl had said that morning. Do you work nights, Mr. Diamond? I looked up at the big light bulb hanging from the ceiling. A little lost weekend, but it was worth a try. I walked over and snapped on the light switch. Score for Diamond. With the light on, the bowl became transparent, and lying at the bottom, I could see the outline of a large bundle. I forgot to smile because the footsteps coming up at the hall sounded like company. I turned off the light, went over to my desk, and sat down with a very comfortable 38 between my legs. Well, good afternoon, rocker boy. Did you forget your bucket of blood?
I forgot something? Sure, funny man. I forgot to leave you dead.
Oh, don't look so unhappy. You tried.
I've been getting a big run around all day, so I brought me something to slow things down. You want to see it, or do I keep it in my pocket?
Well, if it's a mouse, I'll scream.
In this pocket, I got 6 ways to kill a louse. If you ain't seen a louse, just grab a mirror.
Oh, by George. That was a good one. What's the matter? Was the deposit box empty?
Oh, you know about that, do you? I figured you was working with a dame. Well, you got a silent partner now.
You're right. Last time I saw her, she was speechless.
I'm going to do the same for you, funny man, but I make a deal. You say no or even maybe, and I'll kill you where you sit. You say okay, and I'll let you keep going till you choke on one of your jokes.
You tell me if I'm right, and I'll give you a quick answer. You've been after Billy Crump ever since the shipyard robbery because he got away with the money. You finally found his wife, and she got scared. She bought 2 tickets to Mexico. How'm I doing?
Great. You tell a good story.
When Mrs. Crump saw all that lovely cabbage, she got greedy. She got a hold of you and made a deal.
Yeah, she was a pretty smart chicken. I knock off her husband, Billy, and she splits the dough with me.
And if I guess right, at 11 o'clock this morning, while you were killing Billy Crump, she was grabbing the $200,000.
So that's how it goes. But after we rubbed out Billy, she called and said the dough was planted with you.
She wanted the dough herself. She used me to lead you to the subway.
Right.
Where were you?
Upstairs. I figured something was up.
Well, nice little plot. You kill her husband, the cops kill you and your torpedo, and bless her little heart, she winds up with a pot of gold.
No, she winds up dead. The dough wasn't in the box, so she planted it somewhere. We saw her coming in here after we worked you over. Now, I think she stashed the bundle here while you was out cold. So, do I get it, or do you die?
What are you going to do about that big, bad policeman outside the door?
I'm going to laugh at him because he ain't there.
Walt, stop snooping. Come on in.
Hey. Well, what do you know? You wasn't kidding.
This might mean a promotion, Purcell. You want to turn around and be a good boy, or do you want it the hard way?
I stay the way I am. You're in a tough spot, Mr. Copper. If this funny man's a friend of yours, he's going to get it the minute you try your luck.
Rick?
Yeah, Walt?
He's got a point. I might be lucky and get him just right, but it's a long shot, and if I miss, he'll pull the trigger on you.
You're pretty smart for a copper.
Walt?
Yeah?
The way it looks, we could be here all night unless somebody gets shot.
That's the way it looks.
What do you think, Purcell?
Like I said, the cop guns me, I gun you. Silly, ain't it?
Be a lot sillier if I had a gun.
Funny, man, that would be a riot.
Well, start laughing, pal.
You sure ruined that desk.
I couldn't help it. Had the gun between my knees. I move, he shoots. Had to try it right through the desk.
What are you sweating for?
Me? I could use you for a shower. How's Purcell?
Unhappy. How about it, Purcell?
I ain't giving odds. Hey, funny man, you know something? You ain't so funny.
Get the phone, Walt.
Yeah?
Lieutenant?
Oh, no. Yeah?
I found the box. The Crump dame was in the bank at 11 o'clock this morning. I found it pretty quick, huh?
Hooray for you. Wait a minute. Rick, you were right about the... Hey, where did he go?
Who, Lieutenant?
King Kong. Now, you get your big fat head over here.
Lieutenant.
What is it?
Okay if I turn on the siren?
Oh.
Here's the iodine and bandages, Miss Helen.
Oh, thank you, Francis.
Stop squirming, Rick.
Oh, honey, I know what's coming when I leave here. I'm going to look like an advertisement for a snappy funeral.
You baby. It's just a little iodine and bandages.
Oh, get her. You use enough iodine to stain an elephant, and so much bandage you could roll up a herd of mummies.
All right, then get infected.
I am infected.
Rick, stop that.
Come here. I've had a tough day. I've been beat up, shot at, and been insulted by Sergeant Otis. I need some relaxation. I want to play.
Should I leave, miss?
You stay right where you are. I think there's a wolf loose.
Francis.
Yes, Mr. Diamond.
Have you studied your lessons on how to be a private detective?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm up to Chapter 8.
But have you read Chapter 8 yet?
Well, no, sir.
Oh, that's too bad. I was going to give you some first-hand advice on that chapter tonight.
Oh, I'll go read it right away, sir. May I, Miss Helen?
Go ahead, Francis. I can't win.
Oh, this will be jolly.
Now, come here, you.
But, Rick, stop it.
Get away from that piano.
No. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy.
Come
Well, you know what they say about music soothing a savage beast. If you don't like it, you sing something.
Oh, what for? You don't even look a little wild.
Sing something. I'll get as wild as you want.
Oh, now there's a statement.
Go on.
All right. Little girl, you're the one girl for me. Little girl, you're as sweet as can be. Just a glance at you meant love from the start. And oh, what a thrill came into my heart. Little girl, with your cute little ways, I am yours for the rest of my days. And this great big world will be divine. Little girl, when you're mine, all mine. Okay, honey, now get wild.
All right. Come here.
Ah, a little wilder.
Yeah.
There you go.
Mr. Diamond, I'd like to ask your opinion. It says in Chapter 8 that homicide... Oh. Well, look at that. And I'm not blushing. Oh, I must be getting used to it.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg. Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Gene Bates, Robert Carroll, and Ted DeCorsia. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. Now, here is Dick Powell.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you've been enjoying our show, and I sure hope you have, be sure to listen on Monday evenings beginning October 3rd instead of Saturdays. Did you get that? Beginning October 3rd, we will be heard on Mondays instead of Saturdays. And check your local paper for the exact time.
Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. The Judy Canova Show returns to most of these NBC stations next Saturday in this time period. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, moves to Monday evenings beginning October 3rd. Next week, tune in at this same time for the Judy Canova Show and hear Richard Diamond, Private Detective, Monday nights beginning October 3rd. Your tune for the stars on NBC.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio. Rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS. Ordinary citizens who to this question answered yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Tonight's story, Seeds of Doubt, concerning an OSS agent who tracked down Nazis in American uniforms, is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
I'm glad I wasn't there when Celeste got my message. If I had been, I might have called the whole deal off. Found some other way to carry out my mission. What I did was pretty brutal. I know just how it must have been. I gave the note to the baker's delivery boy, Henri. He must have driven the dilapidated old truck through those majestic iron gates of the Chateau Breton, 12 miles south of Paris, circled the huge house and come to a stop at the servants' entrance. And perhaps it was Muriel herself, Celeste's personal maid, who answered the door.
Pour mademoiselle.
Merci, monsieur. Pour vous, monsieur.
Merci, madame.
And then Muriel began that long climb up to Celeste's room. 3 flights of marble stairs and then down the carpeted corridor to the 4th door on the right-hand side.
Mademoiselle?
Entrez. Entrez, Marianne.
Celeste was probably reading. She always was in those days. It was a way of passing time while she waited for some word from my friend, Paul Blanchard.
A message, mademoiselle.
A message? From who, Marianne?
I do not know. It was all so mysterious. A baker's truck was at the door, and the boy gave...
No, never mind. Give it to me.
Voilà, mademoiselle.
Oh, that handwriting.
Mademoiselle, it is not from...
No. Be quiet. Oh, mon Dieu.
But then it is...
C'est ça. It is Paul. My Paul. He is here in Paris. He is waiting for me in the cafe in Montparnasse. Oh, le bon Dieu. I was afraid he was dead.
That's how it must have been. And all the while I sat in a dingy little room in the back of the Café de Trois Chars, drinking cognac, feeling like a dog, waiting. I waited about an hour, and then...
Paul. Oh, Paul.
Mademoiselle Breton?
Oh, you are not Paul.
No.
Where is he?
Mademoiselle, I was a friend of Paul Blanchard.
But where is he? Where is Paul?
Mademoiselle...
Answer me.
Very well. Paul is dead. Like I say, it was brutal. But is there any way of saying it that isn't brutal? She tottered toward the table and then slumped into a chair.
Dead.
Her face was deathly white. And yet it was still the loveliest face I'd ever seen.
But this note, it is Paul's handwriting.
Well, a forgery, mademoiselle. The OSS is well equipped to forge any man's handwriting.
The OSS? Oh, I begin to understand. You are a...
Lieutenant Martin Ingalls, Morale Office, OSS.
And you deliberately told...
That's right. I had to see you, but I couldn't come to the chateau. And I knew you wouldn't ignore a note like that.
I see. I will aid you for this, Lieutenant. As long as
That'll be rather awkward, considering our future relationship.
We shall have no future relationship. You and I.
I think we will. I've come to Paris to take Paul's place.
Take his place?
Yes, as your fiancé. At first, that is. And then later, as your husband. She sat down again slowly. and listened in stony silence as I told her how I'd met her fiancé in North Africa. I told her how he'd described me, and then how he described their swift, frenzied courtship in Geneva just before Paul joined the Free French forces. Then I told her how he died.
Paul loved France.
Yes. And he told me once that you loved her, too. And that's why I'm sure you won't refuse to make your own sacrifice for her.
And that is what, monsieur?
Allowing me to pose as Paul. Letting everyone think I'm the man you met in Switzerland.
How do you know you could pose as Paul? That someone who might not recognize you.
The OSS has made sure that it'll be perfectly safe. You see, Paul's father was a government official in Madagascar for 20 years before the war. Paul visited France only once, and that was the age of 8. And from that age until he met you in Switzerland, he hadn't set foot in Europe. So you see, no one would know the difference.
I would know it.
Of course. That would be your sacrifice.
And how would France benefit by my suffering?
I couldn't blame her for putting it like that, but I wasn't exactly flattered. I tried to explain my mission. D-Day was 6 months behind us, and most of France had been liberated. But now there was Bastogne, the Battle of the Bulge, von Rundstedt's big offensive. And black warfare is a game two can play. Morale, or the lack of it, can help decide a war. The OSS knew that. And so did the Nazis. And that's why there are German agents floating around Paris, doing their best to plant seeds of doubt and to destroy Allied morale.
Nazis here in Paris? But how is it they're not caught?
Well, that's my job. It's not going to be easy because most of them are in GI uniforms.
Impossible.
Why? We send agents behind German lines. They send them behind ours. Black warfare was Hitler's first great weapon. Why do you think Poland, the Low Countries, yes, even France collapsed so fast in 1940? Because the Nazis had agents behind the lines, fifth columnists, doing the same thing then that they're doing now.
But that was in 1940.
The war isn't over yet, mademoiselle. Far from it. And the longer these Nazi agents operate in Paris, the longer the war is going to last. Now, that's why it's important that the OSS smoke them out, and fast.
But I do not see why it should be necessary for you to...
To become your husband? Well, because then I'd be the master of Chateau Breton. And what could be more natural for a wealthy Frenchman and his wife out of gratitude to the Americans than to throw open their home to lonely GIs in Paris?
You mean
parties, mademoiselle. Cocktail parties, dinners, dances, whatever might attract the GIs.
And the German agents, n'est-ce pas?
Right. It's at affairs like that they do their work. They spread rumors and lies, stir up dissension. And it wouldn't take me long to spot them.
It is a very clever scheme, Lieutenant. There is only one thing wrong with it. I do not care to be your wife.
It would be a strictly impersonal arrangement. And just as soon as my job is done...
No. It is out of the question.
Very well, mademoiselle. I'm sorry Paul was wrong.
Wrong?
About you. That was another dirty trick, playing on her memory of Paul, her love for him. But it worked. In a half hour, we were engaged.
Do you, Celeste Breton, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband?
I do.
And do you, Paul Blanchard, take this woman to be your
Not
lawful
one of the
wedded
Paris
wife?
blue bloods who crowded into the church suspected that the headquarters colonel wasn't really a minister. And I guess I was the only one who wished he were. After the ceremony, Celeste and I drove out to the chateau and settled down to housekeeping.
Yes? Who is he?
Your husband.
Well, What is it you want, Lieutenant?
Well, I just got back from the USO. I announced our first open house for Saturday. Looks like we're going to have quite a mob.
We should be ready for them.
You don't mind my stepping in? We can talk about it.
But we just did talk about it. No?
Yeah, yes, I guess we did.
Then good night, Lieutenant.
And that was married life at the Chateau Breton. It's a good thing our series of parties did start then. Took my mind off other things. It looked like every Joe in the European theater attended those parties. The champagne flowed, the canapes vanished. Each clam bake was a bigger success than the one before it. Except I didn't spot any Nazi agents. Yes, there were plenty of rumors, sure. That's one thing an army always has plenty of.
I tell ya, I hear we're getting our brains beat out at Bastogne. This man's war ain't over yet, pal. A guy was telling me the other day how the brass snafu thinks at Cambrai.
Like a guy was saying the other day, if Hitler wants to negotiate, well, let's negotiate and get it over with so we can go home.
I heard Hitler's got a secret weapon. Bacteriological stuff. He's just waiting for the right time to use it.
If I'd arrested every guy I heard repeating a rumor, I'd have had half the GIs in Paris in the clink. The guy I was looking for was a guy who did all the talking the other day. I knew he was one of the guys lounging in the living room or sprawled on the patio or loafing in the gardens. Yes, but which one? For several days, I didn't get anywhere. And then I noticed Corporal Alan Chester. I might never have paid any attention to him if he hadn't paid so much attention to Celeste. Every time I looked up, they had their heads together, and Celeste was smiling. And the time I found them sitting on a bench in the garden, she was actually laughing.
Oh. Hello, Paul.
Well, if it was a good story, you're going to have to tell it again, Corporal.
It was a very good story. You have met my husband, haven't you, Alain? This is Corporal Chester, Paul.
We've met so many times, it's getting embarrassing. I've already apologized to your wife, monsieur, for wearing out my welcome.
No apologies necessary.
My only excuse is I can't stay away. Your chateau's the first place I felt at ease since I left home.
Where is home, Corporal?
Lafayette, Indiana.
Lafayette? Well, an American town with a great French name.
That's right. Maybe that's why I feel like I found a second home right here, 20 kilometers from Paris.
It wasn't much to go on. Just a word that didn't ring quite true. I took Celeste aside and asked her about him.
Alan Chester? You think he might be... Oh, you are a fool, Lieutenant.
Maybe. But I still want to know why he said kilometers. In Indiana, they say miles.
Perhaps if I told you he was a Harvard graduate.
They say miles at Harvard, too. Only Europeans say kilometers.
C'est ça. And because of that, you suspect him of being a Nazi agent. Absurd. He is the most charming of all the men who have come here.
I noticed you thought so.
Did you, Lieutenant? Then maybe that is the reason you suspect him.
I admitted she might have something there. I admitted it to myself, that is. Not to Celeste. An hour later, a jeep with 4 GIs in it rolled through the gates of the chateau, and one of the GIs was Corporal Alan Chester. And 30 seconds later, I was behind the wheel of Celeste's little Jaguar, following the jeep. Dusk was falling, and the road to Paris was lined with traffic, and it wasn't too hard to keep a few cars behind the jeep, seeing without being seen. In town, the jeep pulled up in front of a cafe on the Boulevard Saint-Germain, and Corporal Chester climbed out and waved goodbye to the other 3. Luckily, it was a gloomy joint. He walked straight across the dance floor. I hugged the walls and moved in the same direction. He didn't stop at the bar. He didn't sit down at a table. He headed straight for a back door. He opened it, and he went out. I gave him 10 seconds. Then I went out the back door, too. It was an alley, and as dark as only a Paris alley can be. So dark, I thought there was only one guy leaning against the building.
Pardon, monsieur. Est-ce que vous avez une cigarette?
I dug into my pocket for a cigarette. That's when I knew that there were two guys. I whirled around. The second one was standing behind me, and there was something in his hand that looked like a blackjack. My fist shot out quick and connected. But number one was on me then with a hold, and I hurt. I broke away, and I let him have it. And that's when I found out what it was the other man held that looked like a blackjack. It was a blackjack. I hit the cobblestones. For a moment, I saw number two standing over me and heard a girl singing far away. Then I didn't see or hear anything more for a long time. It was dawn when I climbed up to the third floor of the chateau. If Celeste was sleeping, she woke up plenty fast. And if she had to get into that shimmery house coat she wore, she must have done it in record time.
Lieutenant, mon Dieu, you look terrible.
I didn't tell her that she looked wonderful. I didn't ask her if I could come in either. I just walked past her and I sat down on the divan. I told her what had happened in the alley off the Boulevard Saint-Germain. But all the time I talked, I was thinking of something else. That we were alone. That she was very beautiful.
And so now, of course, you are quite certain that Corporal Chester is a German agent.
Well, that's how it adds up, doesn't it?
Perhaps I am not so good at figures. These men may have been thieves. They took your money, n'est-ce pas?
Well, that doesn't prove anything. Well, that could have been a cover-up.
But why would Corporal Chester have wanted you beaten up?
Well, to stop me from tailing him. Now, that cafe may be a regular hangout, and his boys may hang around outside to take care of any shadows who show up.
Oh. Then you think he did not know you were following him tonight, huh?
Well, his boys may have reported that they slugged the guy in the alley, but well, they can't be sure who I was, or well, even that I was tailing him.
I see.
I look that funny?
No. I am just thinking what a fool you are, Lieutenant.
Strange. I was thinking the same thing myself.
What do you mean?
A man who has a wife as lovely as you doesn't even kiss her. He is a fool, isn't he?
He would be even more of a fool if he tried. Have you forgotten that bargain? A strictly impersonal relationship, you said.
I said it when you said you'd be loyal to Paul Blanchard's memory.
Then am I not being loyal?
I don't know. But the way you smiled at Alan Chester wouldn't suggest you are.
Oh. You do not like the way I smile at him, huh?
I don't like it at all.
Then, naturally, you would not wish me to accept his invitation.
What invitation?
That is why I call you a fool, Lieutenant. You think Alan hires men to keep anyone from finding out where he is staying. Why, then, is he so careless with me? Why does he invite me to his room?
Why, that...
Oh, of course, if I went, I could tell you where he is staying. Perhaps I could tell you a great deal more. If he's a Nazi agent, I would surely find it out. Oh, but you do not want me to go.
You're to go whether I want it or not.
Oh, noble you are, Lieutenant.
So she kept her date with Corporal Alan Chester, and I paced the rooms of the chateau and waited for her. And suffered. It was dawn when she got back. Well, let's have the report.
The personal one, Lieutenant, or the impersonal one?
The impersonal one is the only one that concerns me.
Maybe. Well, I've found out nothing. And I am more certain than ever that there is nothing to find out.
Okay. Thank you. Well, maybe you'll try again some other night.
Tomorrow night. It is all arranged.
I see.
And I will give you the personal report too, Lieutenant, even though it does not concern you. I had a lovely time.
It was the next night when I began to suspect her. I suppose I started even before she came home. I tried to look at things straight, and I asked myself if I were being taken for a ride. She walked in an hour later.
You are wasting precious time, Lieutenant. I still think Alan is just what he says he is, an American soldier on detached service in Paris. I have seen his orders.
Well, orders can be fake.
Ah, c'est ça. Then, if you are still suspicious, I will keep another date with him. Tomorrow night.
I decided there'd better be 3 of us on that date. She told me the name of his hotel, an old and honorable one, in the Rue de Vaud-Girard. I slipped into its musty lobby early the next morning. An old man with bushy brows and a faintly familiar face eyed me as I approached the desk. I told him I was Paul Blanchard, the master of Chateau Breton.
If you say you are Paul Blanchard, monsieur, then you are Paul Blanchard.
Any reason to suppose I'm not?
Mais non, monsieur. None at all. Just as there was no reason during the resistance to suppose that you were an OSS agent.
I remembered him then. He'd been in the Marquis unit I'd worked with on a mission before D-Day. He was Pierre Salon, a patriot. It was a break, and I knew that I was safe. Safe enough to tell him as much as necessary.
It shall be done, Lieutenant. This Corporal Chester is in room 613. Room 612 will be vacant all evening. Here's the key to it, Lieutenant. The door between the 2 rooms will be unlocked. And fortunately, the walls are paper thin.
5 minutes after Celeste had left that night, I was on the road to Paris. At the hotel, I went straight to room 612, let myself in. It was empty, pitch black. There was no sound from 613. Celeste and Corporal Chester had probably gone to a cafe first. It might be a long wait. It was a long wait, and a hot one. The windows were closed. The room was stuffy. I stood there in the blackness, and the sweat poured down my face. And the minutes ticked by. Then, at last, the door to 613 opened. I pressed my ear against the wall.
Oh, at last.
Pierre was right about that wall. It was paper
I
thin.
thought we'd never get up here, darling, where I could kiss you. I've been wanting to kiss you all evening.
Oh, Alan.
The sweat was rolling down my face harder than ever.
I don't see how I'm ever going to be able to leave you, Celeste.
This is really our last meeting.
I'm leaving Paris tomorrow morning.
It is very hard to face. Alan,
Yeah?
if I were not married, if Paul were not really my husband.
What's the use of saying it? He is your husband.
But what if I tell you he is not? What if I confess it is all a sham and mockery?
I wasn't sweating anymore. Now I was so cold I
I
shivered.
don't understand, Celeste. You mean he's only pretending to be your husband?
Oui, only pretending.
But why?
In order to trap you. He is an American, an officer in the OSS. He thinks you are an OC agent.
The butt of my revolver was cold, too. My hand squeezed tight around it.
Is this true, Celeste? He actually thinks I'm a German?
Yes, and I think so, too. I know you are,
Celeste.
but I don't care. I would not have told you my secret if I did. I love you.
And how long would you go on loving me if I were an enemy of France?
What is France to me? What is any country to any woman? I would love you no matter what you are.
All right, Celeste. You're right. I'm a member of the intelligence service of the Third Reich.
I twisted the knob, jerked open the door, and stepped into room 613.
Lieutenant.
Thank you for selling me out, mademoiselle. If you weren't a traitor, I might never have been sure about Corporal Chester. There was a lamp on the table, the only light in the room, and it stood behind him. As I spoke, a swift movement of his arm sent it crashing to the floor. Now there was darkness again, enveloping all three of us. We all moved. We changed our positions swiftly, silently. None of us could speak without tipping off where we were. Neither Chester nor I could fire for fear of missing. So we circled the room, and we waited for our eyes to grow accustomed to the dark. And then, he must have thought he saw me. He missed me. The bullet struck something near the door. But the flash of his gun was all I needed. I fired, and then on the third shot... It wasn't until old Pierre Chalon opened the door and light from the hall flooded the room that I saw what the late Corporal Chester's bullet had hit. He'd mistaken Celeste for me. She lay dead where she had dropped.
Ah, c'est dommage, Lieutenant. C'est dommage. In this war, even the innocent must die.
The innocent? She was a traitor, Pierre.
No, Lieutenant,
She
no.
deserved to die just as much as that rat over there.
But if that is so, then I should not have told her, Lieutenant. I am sorry.
You told her what?
She passed by the desk. I thought she was working with you. You did not mention.
Yes, but what did you say to her?
I said, all is well, mademoiselle.
What?
The lieutenant has arrived. He is in room 612.
Good Lord. Then she knew all the time. Then the only possible reason why she would have told him who I was to persuade him to confess who he was. She'd have been crazy to say what she did otherwise, knowing that I was listening.
Then she did not betray you.
No, Pierre. No, she didn't betray me.
Perhaps it was you she loved then, Lieutenant.
No, Pierre. It was France she loved. The rest was easy. In Corporal Chester's room, he found a list of names in code. We broke the code before dawn the next morning. And by that night, we had every Nazi agent in GI uniform corralled.
And once again, the report of another OSS agent closes with the words,
Mission accomplished.
Listen again next week to another true adventure from the files of the OSS on
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in tonight's Cloak and Dagger adventure as Lieutenant Ingalls was Chuck Webster, Celeste, Alice Frost, Corporal Alan Chester Joseph Julian. Others were Carl Weber, Evelyn Juster, Jerry Jarrett, Louis Soren, Horace Bram, and Anna Karen. The script was written by Ken Field, and music was under the direction of John Gart. Sound effects by Manny Siegel and John Powers. Engineering by Don Abbott. Tonight's OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This program was produced by Louis G. Cowan and Alfred Hollander under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Well, anyway, I learned the answer to the question, what does a doctor do when a doctor needs a doctor?
This is another in the adventures of America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar. At Insurance Investigation, Johnny Dollar is only an expert. At making out his expense account, he's an absolute genius.
Expense accounts submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to American Volunteer Liability Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Attention, Homer Shalley, General Manager. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during my investigation of one of your policyholders, Dr. Otto Schmedlick. Or, an apple a day sent the doctor away. Or, it couldn't have happened to a bigger worm. Expense account, item 1. 80 cents cab fare to your office in answer to your call. Tip to driver, $1.
Oh, morning, Mr. Dollar.
Hiya.
Go right in. Mr. Shalley's expecting.
Thanks, sir.
Good morning, Dollar.
Good morning.
Sit down.
Thank you.
I'm sorry we had that unfortunate altercation over the last expense account you submitted to this office.
Oh, that's all
Of
right.
course, it was ridiculous. You're going around tipping cab drivers $1 after a 50-cent trip.
Well, you know me, Homer. Just a silly, headstrong, impetuous boy.
It was somebody else's money, yes. We've been through all that. What I want to talk to you now is, policy. Oh, here it is. Dr. Otto Schmedlick, Los Angeles, California.
California? Doesn't anything ever happen in Hartford? I've been using an airplane seatbelt so much lately, I'm about ready to throw away my suspenders.
Dr. Otto Schmedlick. I suppose you're familiar with the existence of that type of insurance policy which protects doctors against charges of malpractice.
Yeah, I've heard of them.
Well, we had the rare misfortune of issuing such a policy to this quack Schmedlick.
Well, what do you want me to do? Go out and take his temperature?
Dollar, when I want to laugh, I tune in Jack Benny. Now, this is serious. The policy we issued to Dr. Schmedlick only covers him up to the extent of what is construed as accidental malpractice. If we can prove criminal malpractice, we can cancel the scoundrel's policy.
Do you have a good reason to think it's criminal, or are you just toying with a happy thought?
Look, our company has already paid off on 2 claims. Recently, we've heard rumors about this man. It seems the Medical Association is watching him very closely. But so far, no one can prove anything. Now, Dollar, do you want the assignment?
No, but I'll take it. Expense account, item 2, $194.04. Airfare, Hartford to Los Angeles. Item 3, $4.50. Cab fare, Los Angeles Airport to the Sun Tower Medical Specialist Building, which I first spotted looming through the smog on Wilshire Boulevard, high in the high-rent district of the City Beautiful. Item 4, 55 cents, 11 nickels. Spent telephoning the Schmedlick office at 15-minute intervals until I at last found the doctor not in. In California, the doctors really specialize. And the buildings they work in sometimes really make the most of it, as I found out in the elevator going up.
Second floor, eye, ear, nose, and throat. Doctors Kerr, Kreider, Whitetis, and Osterban.
Pardon me.
Third floor, fractures, strains, sprains, and dislocations. Doctors Fowler, Woodruff, Toigo, and Brown.
Oh, pardon me.
Fourth floor, obstetrics, orthopedic, pediatrics, and general practice. Dr. Small, Collier, Reynolds, Frank, Stanley, Feinbaum, and Schmedlick.
Would all these medical terms you just tossed off by any chance mean that we have now arrived in the land of the mechanized stork?
To put it crudely, yes.
Thank you, Jack Armstrong.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Dr. Schmedlick in?
Well, no, I'm sorry, he isn't.
Oh, good. I mean, that's too bad.
Just what do you mean?
Well, I meant to say that, well, since the doctor isn't in, I'd rather talk to you anyway. You're prettier.
I should be. I'm a girl. Now, is there something I can help you with?
Yes, as a matter of fact, you can. I have a sort of empty feeling around my heart. What would you prescribe?
Bicarbonate of soda. Is that all?
Touche. Now I have an empty feeling around my head.
Please, will you state your business?
Oh, now, honey, you should know that anybody who walks into a doctor's office wants to live. And after seeing you, I really want to live. What are you doing tonight?
Well, I am not in the habit of making dates with strange men.
Who's strange?
And furthermore, you are perhaps the most insufferable, egotistical
Now, if you just
person
give me a chance, darling, I'm sure I'll be able to prove you're right.
Why, I wouldn't be caught dead with you. Oh, Johnny, you ain't.
You like that, huh?
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever tasted champagne.
Good old champagne. The rich people's 7-Up. Well, here's to us.
To us.
Doreen, I feel like talking.
Well, thanks for putting me on guard. Listening to you can do strange things to a girl.
I want you to know more about me. I'm an insurance man. I didn't go up to your office hoping to see the doctor. I wanted to see his nurse. You.
Why, Johnny Dollar, if you try to sell me...
Oh, hey, now, wait a minute. Hear me out. You can probably guess it's getting pretty tough trying to sell insurance these days. More than anything else, a guy needs a new angle, and I've got one. People who go to doctors are worried about their health. Now, people who are worried about their health are worried about the security of their families. So they become good prospects for insurance policies.
No, but at the same time, aren't they also bad risks?
A lot of them are, yeah. But they can't pass the insurance physical. But there are plenty of others. You should know the figures prove that as many healthy people go to doctors as do unhealthy. Perhaps the most popular disease in America is hypochondria. And the national headquarters seems to be located right here in Los Angeles.
I see. And from me, you want a list of Dr. Schmedlick's patients?
Smart girl.
Smart boy.
Expense account, item 5, $1.40. Cab fare to Doreen's apartment, where I told the driver to wait. Expense account, same item, part 2, $28. Waiting time, before I took the cab the rest of the way back to my hotel. Expense account, item 6. Breakfast the next morning. 2 hard-earned dollars for 2 soft-boiled eggs. The hen that laid them must do barnyard bits in the movies. At least at those prices, she could have autographed them. At 9:30, I was right on time for my morning appointment with Doreen to pick up the list of Dr. Schmedlick's patients, a half hour before the doctor was due to arrive.
Well, Johnny, for a man who stayed up so late, you're very punctual.
Oh, that's me. The early worm who so often gets the bird. You got a copy of the list?
Yeah, got here at 8 to type it for you.
Oh, fine.
Here it is.
So this is wonderful. You're a doll. Yeah. A. Aarons. You'd make the top of any alphabetical list. Look, this is a selfish way of saying thanks because I'll enjoy it more than you will, but dinner at Romanoff's tonight?
I love it.
Good.
Good morning, Miss Smith.
Oh, good morning, Dr. Schmedlick.
Oh, his patients already?
Yes, Doctor. This is Mr. Dollar. He's from out of town.
Good morning.
Well, all right. What's the matter with you?
Oh, it's really nothing.
Well, let me be the judge of that. I will make the diagnosis. I will see you in a moment.
Johnny, I don't know what happened. He's never come in this early before.
I don't mind that, but I wish you hadn't made a patient out of
Well,
it.
I just had to say something. He wants to know about everybody who comes in here. Johnny, you'll just have to go through with it. We can't let him know about the list.
Okay. But what's this going to cost me? What does the old squarehead get for a checkup?
$50 a consultation.
Oh. Honey, instead of Romanoff's for dinner tonight, we better make it a drive-in.
Sorry, Johnny, I am.
You can come in now, Mr. Lawler.
Oh, well, with a D, Doctor. The name is Dollar.
Oh, yes, I forget. I have so many cases on my mind. Now, if you will be so good to slip off your jacket and your shirt while I talk.
All right.
Now, what is the nature of your complaint?
Well, my back. See, I was in a small automobile crack-up driving out here.
No, that's a dangerous, complicated area, the back. Now, if you'll be so good to get up on the table and lie down.
Oh, all right.
Now, on your stomach. The feet down here, please. That's good. Now, I tap your back. When I reach the painful area, please, to tell me.
Yes, Doctor.
Mm-hmm. Oh, very well muscled, Mr. Dollar. No bruises, strange.
There it is.
Aha. Well, not dangerously near the spine, but very interesting. Here, I think this will help. Oh!
At first, it felt like a big bee sting about a quarter of the way up my back. Then came the buzzing inside my head. Whatever kind of liquid lullaby the good doctor sunk into my spine had really rocked me to sleep. I had time to move my head and watch Schmedlick put down the hypodermic, walk across the room to my coat, and take from it the list of his patients, plus my wallet containing my identification. But I didn't give it a second thought. I didn't have time to. For me, The lights went out.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Johnny Dollar. But first, assets, 1 block of wood. Liabilities, more trouble than the legendary paper hanger with the hives. It sounds as though Edgar Bergen had a pretty bad bank balance, doesn't it? But luckily for you, he comes back week after week to the CBS studios with his block of wood named Charlie and lets himself in for more trouble. As for you, you're really in the chips when you take in the Edgar Bergen Charlie McCarthy show, heard over most of these stations every Sunday. Don't miss their brightest, gayest show tomorrow night on CBS, where this fall you hear them all.
Tune in this fall for the show that you love best of all. Listen carefully, here's the address. It's CBS.
Now, with our star, Charles Russell, we return to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
In my racket, sleeping on the job isn't always fun, and this was one of those times. Waking up from Dr. Schmedlick's slumber treatment for nosy people carried with it a dark brown taste in the mouth, thickness of the tongue, and big bells ringing in your steeple. I was scoring on all those counts when I rolled open my eyelids, which fought me all the way. I sat up and found myself on a hard canvas cot in a bare room with soft walls. They were padded. The window wasn't much. What there was of it was barred. So was a tiny opening in the upholstered door. At first, I thought I was going crazy. Then I realized I was in the kind of place where they put people they think have already joined the ranks of the enchanted. It took me only 10 years to make it over to the door before I looked out through the small slit. Hey! Hey, come here, someone! Hey, room service!
All right, wait a minute. I'm coming. Hold up your horses. Now listen, mister. The first thing you learn in here is we don't like noise. Makes the other patients nervous.
Okay. Where am I? Who are you?
I'm your nurse.
Oh, sorry I didn't recognize you. I thought nurses were supposed to wear little caps.
I got a little cap, but I don't wear it indoors. Hey, listen, you. Don't go making fun of me. You'll be sorry, see?
I'm sorry now. How'd I get in here anyway?
Well, all I know is this place is for your own good. They say outside you're dangerous.
I can depend on it. If I ever get out, I will be.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
You're one of them, all right, talking to yourself.
What's your name?
Well, it's none of your business, but I'll tell you. I don't like people calling me hey you, so I'll tell you. My name is Foggy.
Okay, Forgy. Listen, all I want is a chance to talk to somebody who's in charge. How about it?
That's easy. When your time comes, the boss will be here without no asking. You get one visit from the boss every day, just like all the others.
When'll that be?
Just before supper. So why don't you go back to sleep? That won't be for 4 more hours.
Oh, dandy. Who is this boss? What's his name?
The boss is not a he. It is a she. And her name is Dr. Doreen Smith.
I had 4 hours to think up different ways of calling myself a sucker. At the end of hour number 1, I ran out of fingernails. At the end of hour number 2, I ran out of patience. And the other 2, I spent devising torturous new ways of getting even with a combination that shanghaied me into that fancy 4-walled straitjacket. They had left me only one move to make. That was out. I figured that if the winsome Dr. Doreen Smith paid me a visit, she'd come with her body well guarded, probably by the charming, bemuscled behemoth, Nurse Forgy, who, from what I saw of him through that slit in the door, was no Florence Nightingale, believe me. For him, I needed a club. I didn't have much to work with. The iron and canvas cot was heavily bolted to the floor. That was the only other piece of furniture in the room, a small but sturdy table. Took off one of my shoes, ripped the heel off in an angle of the cot. I looked lovingly at the shiny little nail points gleaming back at me from the solid piece of leather in the palm of my hand. I put it to work, ripping a 4-foot square of canvas out of the cot. Then I put both of my shoes into the center of the square, picked up the corners, tied them together close to the weight, gave it a heft, feeling that I now had at least the start of a weapon.
Hey, you! Here we are.
Oh, I suppose you think that's good news.
He's safe, Dr. Smith. He's still groggy from that jolt.
Don't trust him. Grab his arms when you go in and hold on. Now go ahead. I'll follow.
Don't try any tricks and we won't hurt you, see?
Thanks, Nursey. I wouldn't think of it.
Hey,
Come here, you. Back in here, sweetheart. Oh, dropped your hypodermic. Planning on rocking me to sleep again, huh?
You let go of me.
Sure, but let me tell you something. This is one squirrel that's going to get out of this cage. Don't rub my fur the wrong way. My head aches. I'm seeing double. My nerve ends are whipping me to death. And for 2 cents, I'd punch you square in the nose. Because one thing for sure, you ain't no lady. Now, sit down. Stay there while I put on what's left of my shoes.
You better go back to Hartford, little boy. This is too big for you.
Being around you will make anybody grow old in a hurry.
What do you think you're gonna do?
Right now, I'm going to take your keys, lock you in here with Sleeping Beauty there, and then I'm going out for a breath of fresh air. Have fun, the two of you. You make a peach of a pair. I stumbled through the rest of the building, which turned out to be nothing more than a country house. There were no other rooms like the one I had just vacated. For that matter, there were no other so-called patients. It could have been a place maintained for the purpose of making people talk, or keeping them from talking. There was no telephone. I couldn't call out, but neither could anybody call in to find out that something was going wrong. This little crime crib was apparently located well out in the country. That meant that Dr. Doreen Smith had arrived in a car, which I commandeered and drove to the nearest filling station. No longer having in my possession that list of Schmedlick's patients, I flipped through my memory and came up with a single name I had noted in his office, A.A. Aaron. Hello, is Mr. A.A. Aaron in, please?
It is Aaron speaking.
Oh, good. Mr. Aaron, I'm representing a group of West Coast druggists. I'm making a survey. Where do you have your prescriptions filled?
It is at the Enjoy Pharmacy on Beverly Boulevard.
Oh, I see. One more question, Mr. Aaron. I know that in many cases people go to the pharmacist recommended by their doctor. Is this the case with you?
Yes, that is right.
Well, thank you, Mr. A.A. Aaron. Pardon me, Mr. Anjoy. The clerk up front told me where I could find you. My name is Dollar. I'd like to have a word with you if you have the time. On the basis of ethics, the state of California should have picked up the gentleman's pharmaceutical license and issued him a barber's permit. Mr. Anjoy loved to talk. From the few thousand words he threw at me during the ensuing half hour, I managed to sift the following information. Dr. Schmedlick's prescriptions were usually refillable, dangerous, and habit-forming. I also managed to memorize the names of a few of his patients from the narcotics book. With these tucked into a lonely corner of my cerebral cortex, I limped out into the newborn night. Expense account, item 7, 50 cents, having the missing heel on my shoe replaced by late-working cobbler. Checking the owners of the first 4 names drew me nothing but blanks. The 5th drew me closer.
Come on in.
Her name was Millicent Royal. She was the kind of girl whose family takes up a full page in the Blue Book, and whose personal habits take up full pages on police blotters.
Well, don't just stand there. Come in.
Thank you.
Sit down.
Miss Royal, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm an insurance investigator.
I don't want any.
You don't understand. I said investigator, not salesman. I want to get a line on a doctor. Otto Schmedlick. You recognize the name?
I might, but I'm not sure it's any of your business.
Look, little lady, let's quit sparring. I've tailed friend Schmedlick this far, and now I want some information. What have you got?
Nothing. He's a fine doctor, a wonderful doctor.
I don't think he's doing you any good at all.
You don't know anything about me.
I'm afraid I do, more than you think. I know enough about Dr. Schmedlick to know that he's doing a lot of people a lot of trouble. I want to put him out of business, and you can help me. Oh, look, honey, Schmedlick isn't the one that needs protection. You do. You and the other people on the same spot you're on. Why don't you do yourself some good?
I think you better leave now.
Okay. Perhaps I'd better drop around to the home of Quincy P. Royal, Bel Air.
My father? No, don't do that.
And give me some answers.
You can't make me. Nobody can. Anything that passes between a doctor and his patient is a secret. Nobody can make me say it, not even a judge.
Whoa. Wait a minute. All right. If you change your mind, I'm staying at the Park Beverly Hotel. I'll trip them up sooner or later. If I have to, I'm turning it over to the federal men. Narcotics department.
Why did I ever let you in here? Get out. Leave me alone. Go away. Please. You can't make me do anything.
Well. Is my estranged wife having a lover's quarrel?
Bill, get this man out of here. Make him leave me alone.
I don't see why I should rescue you from anybody's clutches. But you, I don't like your look, so get out before I bust you in half.
You know, you look like just the guy who might be able to do it. Happy honeymoon. My hangover from Dr. Schmedlick's health cure hit me again as I hit the street. What I needed was a hot shower and a cold drink. After the water hit me in the face, and a trifle of the same hit the scotch in my glass, I sat down in the big easy chair in my room, posing for a picture. Johnny Dollar, lonesomest man in town. I was mixed up in something mighty big and mighty wrong, but something I couldn't as yet put a finger on. Up until then, I had to go on with ability, experience, instinct, all unacceptable to the police as evidence. I asked myself why I hadn't called the law and told them about my party with the lady doctor and the man nurse. Then I answered myself that if I did, I'd probably be the one charged with assault, battery, and whatever else they wanted to trump up. Again, it would only be my word against that of an established medical man and his doctor-type nurse. So I decided to leave Doreen and her monster-type nurse where they were until I could turn them over to the cops. 4 drinks later, I was beginning to realize that those kind of troubles don't drown easily. And then the phone rang. Yeah?
Mr. Dollar?
Yes, this is Dollar.
This is Millicent Royal. I want you to come over right away. Right away.
Wait a minute. What's the matter?
I changed my mind. I'll tell you everything. Anything you want to know.
Oh, listen, Millicent, take the advice of an old hand at this sort of thing. If you want to help, tell me now, over the phone.
No. You can't trust telephones. Somebody's always listening.
Oh, listen to me. It never fails, Miss Royal. You're playing around with the kind of suspense they like to put into movie scripts. The dame calls with some hot information she's afraid to spill over the phone. Then when the investigator gets there, she's dead.
Hurry. Bye.
I went there. I was right. She was dead. That gave me 2 people to go looking for. I didn't know where her estranged husband Bill lived, so I went to work on the doctor. His all-night telephone exchange gave me the information that he had called in just before leaving the hospital on his way to the office and could be reached there in 20 minutes. I was apparently closer than he was, so I walked over to the building and up to the 4th floor. There were lights on in the Schmedlick office, so I walked in.
What do you want?
I came here to see the doctor, Bill, but I was going to get around to you eventually. I just came from your wife's apartment.
So did I.
That's what I mean. You've got some talking to do.
I know who you are, but don't go getting any ideas. I didn't kill her. I loved her.
It didn't sound like love when I met you in the apartment.
We made up right after you left. I went out to get her something from the drugstore. When I came back, she was dead. That's what I'm doing here. I'm waiting here to kill the man who did it.
How do you know it was Schmedlick?
Because after you left her apartment, she called the doctor and told him if he didn't stop shaking her down, she was going to tell you the whole story.
And he threatened her, and she called me. What was the grounds for blackmail? Narcotics?
That's right. He got her started on it during a long illness she had. After she was well but still needed the drug, he told her he'd see that her family heard about it. She didn't pay him off.
Nice guy.
He wrecked us, wrecked our marriage, made a victim of her. And she wasn't the only one. There were others. He'd make drug addicts out of them and then threaten to blackmail them if they didn't pay off.
Can you prove all this?
I can't prove it. Nobody can. The cops, the medical association, they've tried, but Schmedlick is clever. Too clever. When I blast that monster out of the world, I'll be curing it of a big sickness.
Now, hey, take it easy. Look, I know how you feel, but you haven't got the right answer. Why don't you let me take over?
Stay out of it, Dollar. I never belonged to any Boy Scout troops. I'm not joining now. You know what they say, an apple a day? Well, I've got one here for the doctor. You see this? It's left over from Guadalcanal.
Sure do see it. A pineapple. Army type. Hand grenade.
Well, I'm gonna feed it to him.
Oh, Bill, now look, I know you're upset, but don't forget, those things were designed to take care of more than one man. Have you thought of that?
I've thought about it a lot, and it still all adds up. I haven't got a thing left to live for. Hey. That's him.
Bill, you're off your rocker. Don't do it. Give me that thing.
Shut up. Stand away.
What is this? What are you two doing here?
Come and get it, Schmedlick! A bomb!
Before the grenade could explode, I did. With one foot, I kicked Bill mightily in the shin bone. With the pin pulled, I only had about 5 seconds. I took 2 steps, and with the other foot, I kicked the grenade out to the corridor, then I hit the floor.
All right. I'll still take you to pieces, Schmedlick.
I let Bill go to work on the doctor until he had socked him into a state of unconsciousness. And to save Bill from a murder rap, I did the same for him with a loose portable typewriter. Sorry, but it's time to typewrite the tagline, William. P.S. Then I called the police. Expense account, item 8. $50, airplane rental, Burns-Lee charter service for a flight to Palm Springs. Item 9, $62. Dinner at the Dunes, party of 3. Included in said party, me and Haig and Haig. Expense account, item 9, airfare Palm Springs to Los Angeles to Hartford, $244.04. Expense account total, $1,211.69. All that for getting rid of a doctor. And if you react the same way you reacted to my last expense account, it'll probably mean that you will be needing a doctor. Signed, yours, truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes and stars Charles Russell. Script by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd. Featured in the cast were Willard Waterman, Betty Lou Gerson, Larry Dobkin, Paul Dubov, Georgia Ellis, and Edmund McDonald. The special music is written and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to be with us next week when another unusual expense account is handed in by
yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Stay tuned for Vaughn Monroe and his Caravan, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Paul Masterson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
You've no idea. None of us has any idea. For years they'd preyed on the Saracens, had taken nobody knows what spoils of gems, precious stones, silks, ivory. Well, now, what could be more natural than for these immeasurably wealthy knights to look around for some way of expressing their gratitude to the Emperor? Well, so that is exactly what they did, and they hit on the happy thought of sending Charles not an insignificant live bird, but a glorious golden falcon, encrusted from head to foot with the finest jewels in their coffers. Well, sir, what do you think of that?
I don't know.
Well, those are facts. Historical facts, not schoolbook history, not Mr. Wells's history, but history nevertheless. The bird was sent in a galley commanded by a French knight named Cormier or Corvair, a member of the order. It never reached Spain. You know Barbarossa, Redbeard, Khaireddin?
No.
A famous admiral of buccaneers, sir. He took the galley and he took the bird. The bird went to Algiers, that's a fact, and there it remained for 100 years, until it was carried away by an English adventurer who was with the buccaneers for a while, Sir Francis Verney. There's nothing said about the bird in Lady Frances Verney's Memoirs of the Verney family during the 17th century. I looked. And Verney didn't have it with him when he died in Messina in 1615. He was stony broke. But, sir, it did go to Sicily. According to Caruti, the author of Storia del Regno di Vittorio Amadeo II, it was one of Victor Amadeus's wedding gifts to his wife. It turned up next in the possession of a Spaniard who'd been with the army that took Naples in 1734, and there's nothing to show that it didn't stay in his family, Monino Eredondo, until the Carlist Wars, when it turned up in Paris. During the Carlist troubles, it had been painted or enamelled over to look like nothing more than a fairly interesting black statuette. And in that disguise, sir, it was, you might say, kicked around Paris for 70 years by private owners and dealers too stupid to see what was under the skin. A football in the gutters of Paris. Until 1911, when a Greek dealer named Karelaos Konstantides found it in an obscure shop. He recognized it for what it was, and it didn't take him long to acquire it. I got wind of it and finally forced most of the history out of him. But for once in his life, he wasn't in a hurry to convert his find into money. But your glass is empty, sir.
Thanks.
You begin to believe me a little?
I haven't said I didn't.
Here.
Thanks.
Well, sir, 1 year to the very day after he had acquired it, I picked up the Times in London and read that his establishment had been burglarized and he murdered. I was in Paris next day. The bird was gone. By gad, sir, I was wild. A great quantity of stuff had been stolen. That made me think that the thief had simply taken the bird along with the rest of his plunder, not knowing what it was. Well, sir, it took me 17 years to locate that bird. But I did it. I wanted it. And I'm not a man that's easily discouraged when he wants something. I traced it to the home of a Russian general, one Kamidov, in a Constantinople suburb. He didn't know what it was, but his natural contrariness kept him from selling it to me when I made him an offer. Perhaps in my eagerness I was a little unskillful, though not very. So, I sent some agents to get it. Well, sir, they got it. And I haven't got it. But I'm going to get it. Your glass.
Then the bird doesn't belong to any of you, but to General Kamidov.
Well, so you might say it belonged to the King of Spain, but I don't see how you can honestly grant anybody clear title to it, except by right of possession.
Then it's Miss O'Shaughnessy's now.
No, sir, except as my agent. There's no doubt she's got it now.
Not much.
Where?
I don't know exactly.
But you said you did.
I mean, I know where to get it when the time comes.
And when is that?
When I'm ready.
Mr. Spade, where is Miss O'Shaughnessy now?
In my hands, safely tucked away.
Trust you for that, sir. Well, now, sir, before we sit down to talk prices, answer me this. How soon can you, or how soon are you willing to, produce the Falcon?
A couple of days.
That is satisfactory. But we forget our nourishment.
Thanks.
Well, sir, here's to a fair bargain and profits large enough for both of us.
What's your idea of a fair bargain?
I have two proposals to make, sir, and either is fair. I will give you $25,000 when you deliver the Falcon to me, and another $25,000 as soon as I get to New York. Or I will give you 25% of what I realize on the Falcon. There you are, sir. An almost immediate $50,000, or a vastly greater sum within, say, a couple of months.
How much greater?
What would you say, sir, to $500,000?
You think the dingus is worth $2 million?
In your own words, why not?
That's a hell of a lot of dough.
And that's the absolute rock-bottom minimum.
A minimum, huh? How much is the maximum? How much is the maximum?
The maximum? I refuse to guess.
You fix the drink, God damn you. Wilma?
Okay, Spade. Let's see if you can make it to the door.
Get out of my way.
Bastard! 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 Bastard!
Gently, Wilma. A gentleman never hits a man when he's down.
I thought you were a hitman. I saw the light under the door.
So, you finally got back. Oh, God, what time is it?
6 o'clock. What are you doing here?
Well, you told me to stay till you got back or phoned.
So you've been here all night. You're the sister of the boy who stood on the burning deck.
Your head, what happened?
I don't know whether I fell or was slugged. I went visiting, was fed knockout drops, and came to 12 hours later, all spread out on a man's floor.
You'll have to get a doctor. You can't walk around with a head like that.
It's not as bad as it looks, except for the headache. Cold water ought to help.
Anything turn up after I left?
Yeah, the district attorney's office phoned. He wants to see you.
Himself?
That's the way I understood it. I think he means business, Sam. Oh, and Tom Polehouse rang. Wants to have lunch at the State's Hofbrau.
Anything else?
A boy came with a message from Mr. Gutman.
I got it. That's how I got this.
Well, then what's it all about?
I don't know, sweetheart. He didn't slip me the drops until after I told him he'd have to wait for a couple of days for what he wanted. Maybe he figured he could get it without my help in that time. He didn't get any word from the O'Shaughnessy?
No, Sam, nothing. Has this got anything to do with her?
Something. Look, sweetheart, I'm going back to freshen up, and you better go home and get some sleep. And I'd better drop in on the DA. Did you buy the call yesterday?
No, Sam. Why?
Just a thought. I'll call in at their business office. See you later. Can I have a copy of yesterday's call, please?
Certainly.
Thanks. 35. Births, marriages, deaths, weather. Could be anything. Shipping arrivals. 5:17 a.m. Tahiti from Sydney and Papeete. 6:05 Admiral Peoples from Astoria. 8:05 La Paloma from Hong Kong. That's it. It's got to be. Bridget and Thursby came from Hong Kong. Is there a phone I can use?
Sure, right there.
Thanks. Hello, shipping office? Can you tell me where the Paloma is docked? They came from Hong Kong yesterday morning. Uh-huh. It's what? Jesus. So that's what all the racket's about. Tell me one thing, Tom.
Whatever you like.
How is it that whenever we eat together, we always eat pickled pig's feet?
I guess it's because we always come here, Sam. What else would we eat?
Dundee send you?
You know he didn't, Sam. Ain't you ever going to grow up? What have you got to beef about? We didn't hurt you. What's the sense of making a grudge of it?
You see the boat on fire in the bay?
I saw the smoke. Look,
Now, be reasonable, Sam. Dundee was wrong, and he knows it. Now, why don't you let it go at that?
Well, you think I ought to go around and tell him I hope my chin didn't hurt his
For
fist?
Christ's sake, cut it out. Dundee didn't think you shot Miles, but what else would he do except run the lead down? You'd have done the same thing in his place, and you know it.
Yeah? What made him think I didn't do it? What makes you think I didn't do it, or don't you?
Thursby shot Miles.
You think he did?
He did. The slugging Miles came out of a Webley, and a bellboy at Thursby's hotel had seen it in his room that morning.
And that leaves Thursby the only one I killed.
No. For Christ's sake. Ain't you ever going to forget that?
I'll tell you one thing, Tom. I'm glad I'm not that pigsty.
Look, Dundee knows it's out.
How does he know?
We dug up a record on Thursby.
Yeah? Who was he?
Oh, you mean to tell me that...
I wish to God I knew half as much about this business as you smart guys think I do.
Oh, I wish we all did. Well, he was a St. Louis gunman the first we hear of him. He was picked up a lot of times back there for this and that, but he belonged to the Egan mob, so nothing much was ever done about any of it. They got him once in New York for knocking over Rose Stuss games, and he did a short hitch in Joliet for pistol whipping a quest that had given him a needle. Huh? But after that, he took up with Dixie Monahan and didn't have any trouble getting out whenever he happened to get in. Dixie was almost as big a shot as Nick the Greek in Chicago gambling. This Thursday was Dixie's bodyguard, and he took the run out with him when Dixie got in wrong with the rest of the boys over some gambling debts.
Waiter?
Oh, that was a couple of years back. Now, this is the first time Thursby's been seen since.
And Dixie?
Nobody's seen him. Unless you know something.
This is all new stuff to me, Tom.
Oh, I guess it is.
Where did you pick up all this news about Thursby?
Some of it's on the records, the rest, well, we get it here and there.
From Cairo, for instance.
Not a word of it. You poisoned that guy for us.
You mean a couple of high-class sleuths like you and Dundee worked on that Lily of the Valley all night and you couldn't crack him?
What do you mean all night? We worked on him for less than a couple of hours. We saw we weren't getting nowhere and we let him go.
Is that so?
Uh-huh.
I'll get the check. I got a date with the DA this afternoon.
Huh? He sent for you?
Yeah.
You won't be doing me any favor by telling him I've talked to you about this.
Well, Mr. Spade, I hear that you and the police haven't been hitting it off too well lately.
Nothing serious. Dundee gets too enthusiastic.
Now, if you'd prefer not having the stenographer here, we can dismiss him. He's here simply as a matter of convenience.
I don't mind him a damn bit. I'm willing to have everything I say put down, and I'm willing to sign it. But
I don't intend asking you to sign anything. Now, I wish you wouldn't regard this as a formal inquiry at all. And please don't think I've any belief in those theories the police seem to have formed.
I'm glad of that.
So, who killed Thursby?
I don't know.
Well, perhaps you don't know, but you could certainly make an excellent guess.
Maybe, but I wouldn't. Not even in an informal talk.
Well, why shouldn't you, if you've got nothing to conceal?
Everybody has something to conceal.
And you have?
My guess is, for one thing. What's your theory?
Well, you tell me the name of the client Archer was shadowing Thursby for, and I'll mighty soon know who killed Thursby.
I don't exactly get that.
You don't? Well, then suppose I put it this way. Where is Dixie Monahan?
Putting it that way doesn't help much. Who in the hell is Dixie Monahan?
Look, we know Thursby was Monahan's bodyguard. He was with him when Monahan vanished from Chicago, leaving something like $200,000 worth of bets that he'd welched on. And we all know what's likely to happen to a gambler who welches and to his bodyguard when his creditors find him. It's happened before.
Well, what do you think? Did I kill him for his creditors or just find him for them to do their own killing?
No. You misunderstand me.
I hope I do.
No, I only mean that, you might have been involved in it without knowing what it was.
Oh, I see. You don't think I'm naughty. You just think I'm dumb. You're wrong. Nobody ever hired me to do anything about Dixie Monahan.
But by your own admission, somebody did hire you to do something about his bodyguard, Thursby.
His ex-bodyguard.
You mean he was no longer associated with Monahan? You know that positively?
I don't know anything positively, except that my client wasn't interested in Monahan, has never been interested in Monahan.
And that opens another angle. Monahan's friends could have knocked Thursby off for ditching Monahan.
Dead gamblers don't have any friends.
Yeah, it narrows down to three things. Number one, Thursby was killed by the gamblers Monahan had welched on in Chicago. Number two, he was killed by friends of Monahan. Or number three, he sold Monahan out to his enemies and then fell out with them and they killed him.
Or number four, he died of old age. You're not serious, are you?
In one of those three categories lies the solution, and you can give us the information that will enable us to determine the category.
You wouldn't want the kind of information I could give you, Brian. You couldn't use it. It'd poop the gambler's revenge scenario for you.
You're not the judge of that. Right or wrong, I am nonetheless the district attorney.
I thought this was an informal talk.
I am a sworn officer of the law 24 hours a day, Spade, and neither formality nor informality justifies your withholding from me evidence of crime, except, of course, on certain constitutional grounds.
You mean if it might incriminate me? Well, I got better grounds than that, or grounds that suit me better. My clients are entitled to a decent amount of secrecy. Maybe I can be made to talk to a grand jury or even a coroner's jury, but I haven't been called before either yet, and it's a cinch I'm not going to advertise my client's business until I have to. Then again, you and the police have both accused me of being mixed up in the other night's murders. I've had trouble with both of you before. As far as I can see, my best chance of clearing myself of the trouble you're trying to make for me is by bringing in the murderers all tied up. And my only chance of ever catching them and tying them up and bringing them in is by keeping away from you and the police, because neither of you show any signs of knowing what the hell this is all about. You getting this down all right, son? Or am I going too fast for you?
Oh, no, sir. I'm getting it all right.
Good work. Now, Brian, if you want to go down to the board and tell them that I'm obstructing justice and ask them to revoke my license, hop to it. You've tried it before and you didn't get anything but a good laugh all around.
Now, look here, Spade.
And I don't want any more of these informal talks. I've got nothing to tell you or the police, and I'm goddamn tired of being called names by every crackpot on the city payroll. If you want to see me, pinch me, or subpoena me or something, and I'll come down with my lawyer. I'll see you at the inquest, maybe.
How'd it go?
How did what go?
The district attorney.
Well, we didn't kiss when we parted. He got snotty, but so did I. He means trouble.
Have you found out where Miss O'Shaughnessy is, Sam?
I know where she went.
Where?
She went down to a boat in the harbor, the Paloma.
She went there? But that was the boat that caught fire. They had to tow it out from the pier. Was she...
She's all right. At least she left the boat before the fire started.
What happened?
She went straight there after leaving the cab at the ferry building. But she had to hang around till early evening because the captain, a guy named Jacoby, wasn't around. When he came back, she ate with him in his cabin. After the meal, there were 3 more visitors, Gutman, Cairo, and the kid who delivered Gutman's message to you yesterday. And it's hard to get anything out of the crew, but they had a row. And somewhere around 11 o'clock, a gun went off in the captain's cabin. The captain told the watchman that everything was all right. Shortly after midnight, the captain and the 4 of them left the boat. The captain hasn't been back since.
Well, what caused the fire?
I don't know. It was discovered in the hold late this morning. The chances are... What the hell?
There! There's Spade.
I'm Spade.
You know Bridget O'Shaughnessy.
Lock the door.
Is he?
Yeah, he shot through the chest maybe a dozen times.
Oh, Arden went to
It's
go.
too late for a doctor now. I gotta think before we do anything. Let's have a look at the bundle he was carrying. It's heavy enough.
Is that what they were looking for?
We'll soon know. A great black bird. We got the damn thing, Angel. Get it.
Hello? Yes? Who? Oh, yes. Hold the line. Hello? 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 It was Miss O'Shaughnessy. She's in danger. Her voice was... Oh, it was awful, Sam. 26 ankle, she said. A Burlingame.
Where the hell is that?
Well, you've got to help her,
I gotta
Sam.
take care of this fella first.
No, you've got to go to her. Don't you see? He was helping her, so they killed him, and now she... You've got to go.
All right. As soon as I gone, phone the police.
Right.
Tell it as it happened. But forget he had a bundle. And you don't know anything about anyone else having any connection with this fella.
Yes, Sam. Do you know who he is?
I guess he was Captain Jacoby, master of the Paloma.
What are you going to do with the bird?
Leave it where nobody can get hold of it. But you'd better not know where it is. You're a damned good man, sister. Know where Anko Avenue or Road or Boulevard is in Burlingame?
Nope. But if she's there, we can find her.
Let's do that.
Hop in, Mr. Spade. We must be pretty near it now. Third or fourth house on the other side.
Okay, drop me here. And keep the engine running. We may have to leave in a hurry. $26. For sale or rent. Key at 31. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'd like to get the key to 26.
Juice isn't on. You can't see anything.
I got a flashlight, detective. We got a tip there might be something hidden there.
Nobody's been to me for the key for a couple of months. I'll get it for you.
Nothing?
Not a thing.
A plant?
Something like that.
Where to now, Mr. Spade?
Home. I've had enough.
Your partner got knocked off, didn't he?
Uh-huh.
She's a tough racket. You can have it for mine.
Well, hack drivers don't live forever.
Maybe that's right. But just the same, it'll always be a surprise to me if I don't.
Bridget.
Oh, Sam, I thought he'd never come.
Let's get inside. You been waiting for me?
Oh, yes, in the doorway, up the street.
Can you make it to the elevator, or shall I carry you?
I'll be all right. When I can get where I can sit down.
Just hold on.
Sam!
I wouldn't try to run for it if I were you. Wilma has you covered.
So have I, Mr. Spade.
Well, sir, as you can see, we're all here. Why don't we sit down and be comfortable and talk?
Sure. We'll talk.
Just a minute, Spade.
Get away. You're not going to frisk me.
Stand still and
Put your
shut
paw
up.
on me, and I'm going to make you use the gun. Ask your boss if he wants me shot before we talk.
Never mind, Wilma. You're certainly a most headstrong individual, my dear sir. Let's be seated.
I told you I didn't like that punk. Sit by me, sweetheart.
Well, sir, let's get down to business.
Let's do that. How soon are you ready to make the first payment and take the Falcon off my hands?
Well, sir, as to that... Here.
$10,000. We were talking about more money than this.
Yes, sir, we were, but this is genuine coin of the realm, and there are more of us to be taken care of now. In short, sir, the situation has changed.
Sure. You and Cairo are together now, but I've got the Falcon.
I shouldn't think it would be necessary to remind you, Mr. Spade, that though you may have the Falcon, we certainly have you.
I'm trying not to let that worry me. We'll come back to the money later. There's one other thing I want to have taken care of. We've got to have a fall guy.
I don't think I understand you, sir.
The police have got to have a victim. Somebody they can stick for those 3 murders.
Only two murders, Mr. Spade. Thursby undoubtedly killed your partner.
All right, 2. What difference does it make? The point is, we got to toss the police a victim, somebody they can hang the works on.
Well, sir, that may be the way you worked in the past.
And it's the way I intend to go on. The first time I can't march into headquarters pushing a victim in front of me saying, here you are, you chumps, here's your criminal, my name's Mud.
This just happens to be a case where your system, and it's got a lot to recommend it, sir, just isn't possible. And I don't mind telling you that I think you're being very well paid for making an exception. You'll manage it. You're not a man that's afraid of a little bit of trouble.
I know what I'm talking about. This is my city and my game. I could manage to land on my feet, sure, this time, but the next time I tried to put over a fast one, they'd stop me so fast I'd swallow my teeth. You birds will be in New York or Constantinople or someplace. I'm in business here.
But surely...
Let's give them the punk. He actually did shoot both of them, Thursby and Jacoby, didn't he? Let's pin the necessary evidence on him and turn him over to him.
No. Yes, sir, you're a character, that you are. Yes, sir, there's never any telling what you'll do or say next, except that it's bound to be something astonishing.
There's nothing funny about it. It's our best bet. With him in their hands, the police...
But, my dear man, can't you see? I feel towards Wilmer just as exactly as if he were my own son. I really do. But if I even for a moment thought of doing what you propose, what in the world would keep Wilmer from telling the police every last detail about the Falcon and all of us?
If we had to, we could have him killed resisting arrest. But we won't have to go that far. Let him talk his head off. I promise you nobody will do anything about it. It's easy to fix.
How? What do you think of this, Wilmer? It's funny, eh?
Spade, you bastard! You get up on your feet and go for your heater. I've taken all the writing I'm going to take. Now get up and shoot it out if you've got the guts.
No, Wilmer, we can't have any of that. You shouldn't let yourself attach so much importance to these things.
Well, you lay off me then. I'm going to fog him if he keeps it up, and there won't be anything that'll stop me from doing it.
No, Wilmer. Your plan is not at all practical. Let's not say anything more about it.
Let's get this straight. Am I wasting my time talking to you? I thought this was your show. Should I do my talking to the punk? I know how to do that.
No, sir, you're quite right in dealing with me.
All right. I've got another suggestion. It's not as good as the first, but it's better than nothing. You want to hear it?
Most assuredly.
Give them Cairo.
Oh, do what?
Give the police Cairo.
Well, by God, sir.
Suppose we give them you, Mr. Spade, or Miss O'Shaughnessy. How about that if you're so set on giving them somebody?
You people want the Falcon. I've got it. A fall guy's part of the price I'm asking. As for Miss O'Shaughnessy, if you think she can be rigged for the part, I'm perfectly willing to discuss it with you.
By God, sir, you are a character.
Just a minute, Mr. Gutman.
What is it, Joe?
What if actually you manage to keep them
2-1, they're selling you out, kid. Hey, Gutman, I hope you're not letting yourself be influenced by the guns these pocket edition desperados are carrying. I practiced taking them away from both of them, so there'll be no trouble there. The punk...
All right. No. Give me the gun, Wilmer. Get your hands off. Grab his other arm. Carter. No. Drop the gun.
No, please, don't do that, Wilmer. Don't.
Stand aside.
You hurt him. You big coward.
Jesus, you're a pip. Let's look at the punk. Nothing cracked. We'll spread him on the sofa. Give me a hand, Bridget. Okay. There's your fall guy. Now, you'll either say yes right now, or I'll turn the Falcon and the whole goddamn lot of you in.
I don't like that, sir.
So you don't like it? Well,
you can have him.
Oh, please don't do this thing, Mr. Gutman. You must realize
I don't like it either, but we can't help ourselves now.
What are you doing, Cairo, in or out?
Can I choose?
You can, but you ought to know that if the answer is out, we'll give you to the police with your boyfriend.
Oh, come, Mr. Spade.
Well, which?
You give me no choice. I come in.
Good. Then we can all sit down. It's 2:00. I can't get the Falcon till daylight. We've got plenty of time to arrange everything.
I think it would be best for all concerned if we did not get out of each other's sight until our business has been transacted. You have the envelope.
I think Miss O'Shaughnessy has it.
Yes, I have it. I picked it up while you were all
It's all right.
fighting.
Hang on to it. We won't have to lose sight of each other. I can have the Falcon brought here.
That will be excellent. Then, sir, in exchange for the $10,000 in Wilmer, you will give us the Falcon and an hour or two of grace, so we won't be in the city when you surrender him to the authorities.
I can hold him here all day if you want. Let's get the details fixed. Why did he shoot Thursby? And why and where and how did he shoot Jacoby?
Now, come, sir, you can't expect that.
I do expect it. A fall guy is what I asked for, and he's not a fall guy.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Well, it wasn't supposed to be a real murder, no. It was just a demonstration of how one might be committed, and when the make-believe was over, everyone was surprised that the victim still lay there until they noticed the widening pool of blood. Real blood. Hello, creeps. This is Peter Lorre opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Well, the lid's off again. Mr. and Mrs. North are on the scene. Yes, the two turtle doves of crime are on the loose again with the usual unpredictable results. The whole thing starts when Jerry North promises to meet Frisbee Clisby, the mystery writer, on a street corner at Times Square during the rush hour. He should have known that anyone with a name like that could only mean trouble, but be that as it may, he and Pam find themselves bucking this Times Square crowd as they wait for Frisbee.
Oh, Jerry, I wish people would stop pushing and shoving.
You can't expect miracles, darling.
Only everybody would stand right where they are until everybody else got out of the way.
Somehow, I'm afraid that wouldn't work.
Total strangers walking all over my feet, kicking me in the shins.
What's that got to do with it?
Darling, my feet are being squashed to a pulp.
I meant the total strangers. Would your feet feel any better if acquaintances were stepping on them?
Well, at least there wouldn't be so many. There are more people I don't know than I do know.
Oh. Well, anyway, it's... Oh, here comes Frisbee.
Oh, thank heavens. Now maybe we can get away from here.
Hello, Pam. Hello, Jerry. Well, you're late,
Hello,
Frisbee.
Time phooey. I should allow myself to be browbeaten by a watch, a mere mechanical gadget.
Okay, free soul. Anyway, come on now. Let's get out of this crowd.
Why? What's wrong with the crowd?
It's too crowded.
Another illusion shattered.
What's that?
I thought you Norse loved your fellow man.
We do.
But we don't like him walking all over our feet.
Sorry, but the crowd is part of my plan.
What plan?
Jerry, my boy, I'm going to prove to you that when I write a murder, it's murder. You said Snorty couldn't get away with it.
I don't think he could.
Who's Snorty?
A character in my book commits a murder, a beautiful murder, in a crowd.
In a crowd? But wouldn't somebody notice?
That's just the point.
Not if there was a distraction. Not if there was a distraction.
Sorry, Frisbee, I still don't believe it. I'll take the story, but you've got to change that scene.
I'll starve first.
Huh?
Oh, okay, so I wouldn't starve. He's got me there, Pam. I like to eat too much. Ah, me. Selling my soul for a bowl of soup.
It's filet mignon, brother, and you know it.
Well, anyway, the principle's the same, or the lack of principle. But I won't have you murdering my murders. After all, there's a limit to what an artist will tolerate.
I'm sorry, Frisbee. I just can't believe that
now,
man...
Look. You believe this is a crowd, don't you?
Definitely.
Well, if I were to kill somebody right here, right now...
What?
In front of all these people...
Are you
and
kidding?
nobody noticed...
But Frisbee...
Then, would you take that scene, Jerry?
Oh, stop it, fella. What's the use of...
Would you? Would you?
Well, naturally, but...
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Frisbee, you don't really mean that
Hey,
you'd really...
why don't you look where you're going?
Well, as a matter of fact, I wasn't going anywhere. I was just standing here.
Oh, a wise guy, huh?
Hardly. Now, look, stranger, why don't you run along and leave me alone?
Oh, you want to get rid of me, huh? I suppose I ain't good enough to talk to you.
Okay. Hang around if it'll make you happy. Now, what were you saying, Frisbee?
Wait a minute. I ain't through with you yet.
Oh, sorry.
Huh?
I said I'm sorry.
What kind of a way to talk is that?
What do you mean?
Don't you know you've been insulted?
I hadn't noticed.
Gee, Mr. Clisby, I don't know what to do with him. He don't want to fight. Well, sock him. Huh? Go on, sock him.
Why, Frisbee.
Well, what are you waiting for, Punchy? I can't sock a guy unless he makes me mad.
Thank you, Punchy. You so great delicacy of feeling.
Why, you...
Oh, what's the matter now?
Delicate, am I? Take that. Oh. I'll show you who's delicate, you dirty rat. Oh. Hey, you knocked me down.
So I did.
Hey,
Maybe I am delicate.
Or maybe I'm not.
Well, did you see me do it? Did you see me do it?
Do what?
For the murder.
What are you talking about?
Come here.
What is it?
Look, in that doorway. See that fella lying on the step?
Oh, Frisbee.
Looks just like a drunk, doesn't it? Huh?
Wait a minute. That ain't no drunk.
You keep out of this, mister.
I seen what I seen. With my own 2 eyes, I did. I was standing right here on this spot. What's your name, sir?
Me?
Yeah.
Gerald North.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. North. My name's Willis, Cuthbert Willis, and I'm prepared to testify I am. I ain't afraid. He can't intimidate me. He can't.
What are you talking about?
Your friend here, I seen him. He is your friend, ain't he?
Yes.
Well, so it just goes to show you ought to be more careful what kind of friends you choose. I seen what he did.
I give up. I positively give up.
Well, I should hope so.
I still say it would have worked, Jerry, if only Punchy had put up any kind of a fight.
Are you referring to me, Mr. Glisby?
Yes, Punchy, I am. Why did you let him knock you down so fast? If you'd only created a real disturbance, nobody would have noticed me.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Mr. Glisby. I'm afraid it's like this fella says. I have great delicacy of feelings, and I guess tonight I was feeling extra delicate.
Oh, it spoiled my
You
beautiful...
stabbed him, you did. I saw it with a knife.
Frisbee, you didn't. Not really.
Oh, no, of course. Come on, Bud, get up.
How can he get up? You killed him.
Nonsense. Do I look like a lunatic? Okay, so looks are only skin deep. Now, look, Jerry, I wouldn't really kill a guy just to prove a point.
Oh, thank heavens for that.
But I did go through the motions. And no one would have noticed either if Punchy hadn't been feeling so blamed delicate. Come on, Bud, get up. Bud.
Wait a minute, Frisbee. This fellow's not going to get up.
What do you mean?
I mean, this fellow's really been stabbed. He's dead. New York Homicide? I'd like to speak to Lieutenant Wigan, please. Okay. Hello, Bill. Pam and I have... What's that? Yes, there's been a murder. Okay, Bill, relax. After all, you don't think we enjoy finding bodies, do you? Right in the doorway of the Kramer building. I'm calling from a drugstore next door. Okay, we'll wait. So long. And Bill's coming right over.
Oh, good.
Now, where's Frisbee? I want to ask him...
Mr. North, he's getting away, he is.
What?
The murderer. He's getting in the cab. He's going to escape.
That's right. Look, Jerry, there's Frisbee getting in a cab in front of the store.
Yeah, come on. Frisbee, wait a minute. Frisbee!
He won't wait.
I knew it was going to escape. I knew it.
Oh, that wacky idiot. He's only going to make things worse. Come on, Pam, we got to catch him.
But the taxi's turned the corner already, Jerry. We'll never be able to catch him.
Never mind that. I think I know where he's gone.
Are you a mind reader?
No, darling, a script reader. And it's taught me what goes on in what Frisbee uses for a mind. Well, Pam, here's the elevator. Get in.
All right, Jerry.
Push the button for the fifth floor, will you, please?
Yes. And now, will you please tell me why we came here?
Because, according to the papers on the dead man, this is where he lived.
But what makes you think that Frisbee will be here?
Because, darling, I've published Frisbee's books for years.
Oh. And you accuse me of talking in circles.
It's really simple, sweetheart. In every one of Frisbee's stories, the first place the hero goes in checking up on a murder is to the victim's apartment, looking for clues.
And you think Frisbee is living the part now?
Well, it's worth a chance. Let's see, 5C.
Oh, there it is, darling, right across the hall.
Okay, come on.
And do his heroes have any special ways of getting into apartments that don't belong to them?
Mm-hmm. They usually pick the locks.
Oh,
Let's see if it worked.
well,
Yep, it's open. Come on.
I don't see him.
And maybe it's in the other room. Frisbee!
Golly, Jerry.
What is it?
Suppose the person who picked that lock wasn't Frisbee.
Then, sweetheart, we are definitely sticking our necks out. That wouldn't be the first time.
Somebody's been here. Look at the papers all over that desk.
Yeah. Let's see what they... Wait a minute.
What is it, darling?
Look, alongside the desk.
Oh, gollies. Feet.
Yeah. Where there are feet, there's usually a body. Let's see. Yes, there is. Uh-oh. It's Frisbee.
Oh, Jerry. Jerry. Is he...
Wait a minute. Oh, it's all
Frisbee, are you all right?
Hello, Pam, Jerry. Well, what are you doing here? How'd you find me? How'd you know where I was?
Jerry read it in the book.
Huh? Oh, my head. Ooh, how did they do it?
Do what?
Get it through the door.
Your head?
No, the General Grant.
What the devil are you talking about?
The tank. I was hit by a tank at General Grant.
Frisbee, aren't you exaggerating?
Well, perhaps slightly.
Do you think you'll be all right, Frisbee?
Well, I'll never be the same. Oh, well, maybe it'll be an improvement. Did you catch her? Huh? Who? Shirley Anderson. No, I see you didn't.
Who's Shirley Anderson?
The dead man's fiancée. Pardon, ex-fiancée.
Well, why should we have caught her? Was she here?
Well, she must have been.
Did you see her?
No, but she'd be the only one who wanted the letter.
What letter?
When I came here, I found a letter from Shirley to Bud breaking off their engagement. Seems they had a fight.
Well, where is the letter?
Well, I had it in my hand, then everything went black.
Oh. So Shirley Anderson was General Grant.
Well, she must have been. Oh, my head. Ooh, oh, either that girl has a... She's a lot stronger than she looks, or I'm getting soft-headed. Jerry, who are you calling?
I want to see if I can get hold of Bill Wigan.
Okay, but don't tell him I'm here.
Oh, Bill won't hurt you, Frisbee.
Oh, the police are fools. They'll lock me up and try to sweat a confession out of me. I've got to solve this crime before they catch me.
Oh, cut the dramatics.
I know what I'm talking about.
Sure, it happens in every book you write. But Bill isn't like that. You're just making matters worse by running away.
But, Jerry, I didn't kill Bud, and
I'm sure you didn't. But, oh, wait a minute. Hello, Green Drugstore? Well, I wonder if you do me a favor. Will you please go next door to the Kramer building and give a message to Lieutenant Wigan of the New York Homicide Squad? Yes, I think you'll find him there. Just tell him that Jerry called and say that he and Pam are at Bud Barnes' apartment. It's 5C in the Sylvester James apartment. That's right. Thank you very much.
Jerry, let's face it.
Let's face what, Frisbee?
Look, I am a genius.
Well?
And a genius has no business sitting on the floor holding his head. There's a crime to be solved, and I'm the man to solve it.
Well, when Bill gets here...
I can't wait for Bill. Time is of the essence. First, we must array our facts.
Okay, array away.
Well, number one.
Whoever killed Bud must be someone who knew of your plan to put on an act for Jerry with Bud.
Check. But that gets us nowhere too fast on account of there are too many. Bud and I decided on the act at a party last night at which there were guests, more guests, and assorted sundries.
I see.
So, we have to find something more specific. Check?
Check.
Punchy is out. He knows from nothing, even less. Check?
Check.
Well, let's see. There's, Harvey Hollis.
Harvey Hollis?
Yeah. Used to be in love with Shirley. Maybe still is.
So he could have killed Bud to get Shirley Anderson for himself, not knowing they'd had a fight.
That's it. But I doubt it. However, I can't overlook any possibilities. But my money is still on...
Miss Anderson herself?
Definitely. Had a fight with Bud. She was at the party. So, motive, knowledge, all she needed was the opportunity. Check?
Check.
Then what are we waiting for?
Bill.
Waste of time. The time is...
I know. Of the essence.
That wouldn't be running away. You'd be with me, and you could call Bill from Shirley's. He could meet us there.
Well...
Jerry, I am not one to be framed for murder and take it lying down. To say nothing about a conk on the noggin.
Which you did take, lying down.
Well, I must have satisfaction. It's up to me to crack this case.
I think he's right, Jerry. Come on, let's go to Miss Anderson's with him.
Well...
You said that before. Come on, Pam, let you and me go. Jerry can join us if he wants to.
Now, wait a minute.
But time
is of the essence. Okay, come on, let's go.
Why, Frisbee, Clisby.
Hello, Shirley. I want you to meet Mr. and Mrs. North.
Oh, how too exciting. I've heard so much about you and everything. How did it go?
What?
The act. You and Bud, Frisbee. Oh, did it work? It must be too exciting to work out a perfect crime. I'd love to do it, except that if you did, really, I mean, how would anyone know? And if they didn't, then what fun would it be? Oh, come on in.
Thank you.
Stu is here, Frisbee. You know him, Stuart Payne. He was at the party last night.
Yes?
Oh, Stu, look who's here.
Oh, hello there, Clisby. Hello.
Stu, this is Mr. and Mrs. North. You know, the Mr. and Mrs. North.
How do you do? How do you do?
How do you do?
Oh, Frisbee, you haven't told me. Did you fool Mr. North? I'm simply bursting. You didn't mind, did you, Mr. North? I think it was such a cute idea. Quaint, that's the word for it. Did you, Frisbee?
Shirley, somebody killed Bud.
I know, you did.
I mean, really.
I beg your pardon.
I pretended to kill him and pushed him into a doorway. Somebody must have been hiding in there and really killed him.
What?
That's impossible.
Why is it impossible, Mr. Payne?
Well, I mean, why would anyone want
I don't know, but somebody did.
Mom always wanted me to be an actress, but I was never any good, even though my profile does look something like Katharine Hepburn. Well, I suppose I'll be suspected, won't I?
Because you look like Katharine Hepburn?
Because I can't act like Katharine Hepburn. Oh, just think what Bernhardt would have done with a moment like this. Or Bette Davis. I think she's terrific, don't you? Simply terrific.
Aren't we somehow getting away from the point, Miss Anderson?
Oh, no, not at all, Mr. North. My lover has just been killed. At least he's supposed to be my lover. If I could make it with the hysterics and stuff, you'd all be pitying me and sniffling and saying, there, poor little girl.
I see. Shirley, you hated Bud, didn't you?
No, Frisbee, but I do think that he was a stinker, if you'll pardon my saying so.
She's upset. She doesn't realize what she's saying.
I think she does. In fact, I know she does.
She loved Bud. Why should she have wanted...
But he done her dirt, ditched her, and hell hath no fury, etc., etc.,
That's not so. Bud and Shirley
are all washed up, Stu. Let's face it.
Shirley, you didn't kill Bud.
Of course not, silly.
Well, then why keep on saying things like...
They happen to be the truth.
Mr. North.
Yes?
I killed Bud.
Stu, you didn't.
Excellent, excellent. It all fits.
Does it, Frisbee?
Yes, I couldn't have done it better myself.
What do you mean?
The perfect build-up to the confession. Sort of like my handling of Death Rides a Pogo Stick, don't you think, Jerry? Yeah.
Stu's lying, Mr. North. He didn't kill Bud. He couldn't have.
Why not?
Well, I mean, he's just not the type. I mean, I know him. Oh, dear, I don't know what I mean.
I tell you, I killed Bud.
Then I suppose you stole the letter, too.
What letter?
About Shirley's fight with Bud.
Okay, as long as you know about it anyway, it doesn't make any difference. Here it is.
Let's see it.
Here you are.
Thank you.
Is it, Frisbee?
Uh-huh. This is it.
Now do you believe me?
Oh, Stuart.
Miss Anderson, may I use your telephone, please?
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, Stu, this isn't like you at all. It positively isn't.
What?
Going around killing people. Whatever made you do it? Sure, Bud was a stinker, but even so... In fact, he was a terrific stinker. He was... Oh, you know, Stu, I don't blame you.
Oh, stop it, Shirley.
Hello, Bill. I thought I'd be able to get you at Barnes' apartment. Us? Well, we're at Miss Anderson's. Well, I know I said we'd stay there, but Bill. He's angry. Well, Bill, you don't understand. We have the murderer for you. What's that? You don't say. Okay, well, we'll wait here anyway. Yes, honestly, we won't budge until you get here. Okay, so long. Well, what do you know? I don't know, Jerry. What do you know? I told Bill we'd caught the murderer.
Yes?
Well, he said, so has he.
Huh?
Excellent. A nice twist, a very nice twist.
There now, Stu, I told you it wasn't you. Who was it, Mr. North?
Harvey Hollis.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. That's why you had the fight with Bud, Miss Anderson. You had jilted him for Mr. Hollis.
What's that?
Miss Anderson jilted Bud for Hollis, and Bud threatened to kill Hollis. Hollis has admitted that much.
No, it's not true.
So Hollis must have killed Bud in self-protection. Bill told him. He says he has proof Hollis is the murderer.
What a fool. What a complete and absolute fool.
Who?
Me. To think that... Oh, what?
There he goes.
Hey, wait a minute.
He's getting away, Jerry.
We got to stop him. Come on.
Oh, dear, he knows we're following him. He's speeding.
Yeah. Driver, don't let him get away. He turned the corner. So did we.
Oh, golly.
Exciting, but sort of pointless, don't you think? Not if we want to catch Payne. But do we?
What do you mean, Frisbee? Of course we do.
You see, Frisbee, Hollis didn't really kill Bud. Oh, I know that.
Look out, driver. A car just cut in front of us. Jerry, are you all right?
Yes, darling. Are you?
I don't know.
Okay, Jerry. You win. What do I win? My surrender. Unconditional. I'm a man of deep sensitivity. Auto crashes, bangs on the belfry. Not for me. Have your Bill arrest me. What's the third degree compared to this?
Oh, don't worry, Frisbee. He won't arrest you. Because we know who the murderer is now.
So do I, but the police won't believe it. I think they will, Frisbee. If we ever stand still long enough for them to get to us.
Well, Mr. Payne's gotten away, so I guess the thing for us to do is to go back to Miss Anderson's and wait for Bill there.
Yeah.
Well, I certainly hope he'll listen to you. Because I'm kind of allergic to being beaten with a rubber hose.
Hello, Miss Anderson. We've come back.
Oh, that's too bad.
Thank you.
I mean, Lieutenant Wigan will be very angry.
Well, why? We told him we'd meet him here.
I know, but you didn't.
You mean he's been here?
Oh, yes.
Where did he go?
Out looking for you.
Well, maybe we better go look for him.
Round and round we go.
Oh, no, we don't. We're staying here, if Miss Anderson doesn't object.
Not at all. Not at all. Come in.
Thank you.
Come in and sit down and tell me all about it. Who did it? It couldn't be Harvey, you know. That's absurd. Besides, Harvey had nothing to do with my breaking off with Bud.
I know that, Miss Anderson. Bill didn't say anything about Harvey. I just made that up to see what Payne would do.
What did he do?
Didn't you see? He ran away.
But where did he go?
We don't know. He got away.
Well, it doesn't matter anyway, because he's not the murderer.
Oh, good. But how do you know, Frisbee?
Well, it's obvious. He only confessed to protect you.
Why, how romantic. Are you sure?
Well, of course. That's the way it's always done.
Always?
In his stories.
But then who really killed Bud?
Well, you see...
Oh,
Sorry,
Frisbee.
Pam.
There's only one person who could...
Sorry, Pam.
Oh, that's all right, Frisbee. What were you going to say?
What was I going to say? I was just going to tell her the name of the murderer. It's Cuthbert Willis.
Who?
Cuthbert Willis.
Who's he?
A little man who claims he saw me kill Bud.
Well, what makes you think it was Mr. Willis, Frisbee?
Well, it's simple. Nothing points to him.
What do you mean?
The least suspicious character, don't you see?
Oh, Frisbee.
I hate to disappoint you again, old man, but I'm afraid it isn't Willis.
It must be.
Nope.
Well, that leaves Shirley.
Really, Frisbee, really? No gentleman would accuse a girl of murder in her own parlor, even if it were true, which it isn't.
Well, now, wait a minute. It wasn't my idea.
Nor mine.
But, Jerry, you said...
I said it wasn't Willis.
But that only leaves Shirley and Stewart. And don't you agree that his confession was just to protect her?
Of course he confessed to protect her.
Well, he's obviously in love with her.
Well, that's just the point.
I don't get it.
Well, as I see it, Payne was so much in love with Miss Anderson that he killed the man she was engaged to in order to be able to have her for himself.
Not knowing that she'd already had a fight with a fiancé. Then when he found out about the fight...
And found there were letters proving there had been a fight.
He had to get those letters to keep her from being accused of the murder. And then when that didn't work, he was willing to give himself up rather than to see her arrested.
Then the confession was on the level?
That's right, Frisbee.
Interesting twist. I'll have to try that sometime. But if it's Stuart Payne, how are we going to catch him? He's already made his getaway.
Well, perhaps he'll be back.
I'm afraid not.
Well, Frisbee, if this were one of your stories, he'd walk in just about now with a gun in his hand.
No, I'd never use that.
Why not?
Oh, it'd be too convenient. It'd seem contrived.
Would it, Frisbee?
Stu.
Yes, it's me. And as you see, I have the gun, too. That's what I went for.
Unbelievable. No, it isn't, Frisbee. And it isn't contrived. I sort of had an idea he'd be back.
Yes, you're right. I am back. Surely I loved you. I'd have done anything for you. I'd have stolen for you. I'd have killed for you. I did kill for you. What did I get out of it? First it was Bud, and now Harvey.
No, Stu, that's not true. Mr. North just made up that story about Harvey.
I don't believe it.
It's so. I just wanted to see what you'd do.
You can't fool me. I know her. She never loved me. She never will. Well, all right, I'll fix her. I'll kill her.
No, Stuart!
Mr. Payne, look out behind
What?
you, Jerry, quick.
Right. Stop that gun.
Mr. North, you knocked him out. Oh, the phone. I'll get it.
Oh, this is too much. This is positively too much.
What's the matter, Frisbee?
Oh, it's bad enough that my perfect murder failed and the confession was on the level and the murderer shows up right on cue. Yes. But for you to get the gun away from him with that oldie, look out behind you. Oh, Pam, no.
Mr. North.
Yes?
That was Lieutenant Wigan on the phone. He wanted to know where you were. I told him you were back here again.
Well, didn't he want to talk to us?
No. He said he doesn't like to use that kind of language on the telephone.
Well, darling, Payne has confessed again. To the police this time.
Well, I hope Frisbee believes him this time.
Well, I hope so, too. He should have believed him the first time, as soon as he saw the letter.
Well, of course he should have. Mr. Payne pretended that he didn't know anything about the murder until we told him. But he stole the letter before we told him.
That's right. That clinched it.
Yes, darling. Oh, poor Frisbee. Nothing worked out the way he'd have done it.
Well, maybe we can give him his ending at least.
What's that, dear?
Well, at this point, in all of his adventures of Mr. and Mrs. Wallaby, Mr. and Mrs. Wallaby retire.
Well, pleasant dreams. And thanks for supplying us with tonight's bedtime story in the Mystery Playhouse. See, I hear that your entries for the Globe Theater radio playwriting contest are coming in fine. My friend Herbert Marshall, director of the Globe Theater, asked me if I wouldn't say something about the length of the script. Your script should take about 25 to 27 minutes to play, including all allowances for sound effects and music bridges. This should mean about 25 to 27 double-spaced typewritten pages. Mr. Marshall wanted me to emphasize that it's better to write them long than short. For any additional information you need about the Globe Theater contest, write to the station or to contest editor, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Well, we better start down to the green room right away, or we'll be late for the preview performance of our next Mystery Playhouse attraction. Follow me, please. Come. Come. Come.
Mr. Joyce, why do you speak to me this way? After all, Mr. Joyce, I'm not a criminal. I'm not. No.
I'm sorry. All right, cry it out.
Don't let them hang me, please.
Will you pull yourself together, please?
Just give me time. Just give me some time and let me think. I was
Mrs. Crosby, I'll come back later.
No, don't leave me.
But Well, Mrs. Crosby.
Will whoever has the original letter sell it?
Why, yes, I think so.
Who has it?
For a Chinese woman who's living in Hammond's house.
The Chinese woman. Does she want very much for it?
I imagine she wants a very large sum.
Mr. Joyce, are you going to let them hang me because of a paltry sum of money? What?
Do you think it's so simple as all that to secure possession of that letter? Why, you have no right to make any such suggestion to me.
Well, then what will happen to me?
Well, you should have thought of that before. Justice must take its course.
Oh, please, Mr. Joyce, please. I'm putting myself in your hands. I know that I have no right to ask you to do anything that isn't proper, but you must do everything you can to help me. Mr. Joyce, you're my conqueror. Now, who else will help me? You've got to. You've got to help me, Mr. Joyce. Now, please. I'm getting down on my knees.
Mrs. Crosby,
Mr. Joyce,
please, stop it. Could your husband raise the money?
Yes, I'm sure he could.
Well, you know that he'd have to be told what it was for.
Yes, but does he have to see the letter? He's in love with me, Mr. Joyce. He'd make any sacrifice to save me.
Well, I'm not
Robert's
sure that
an old friend of yours. Now, I'm not asking you to do anything for me. I'm asking you to save a rather simple, kind man who never did you any harm from all the pain that's possible.
Mrs. Crosby. All right. I'll help you. But on one condition.
Yes.
Now, you told me the truth about the letter. Now, will you tell me the truth about that night?
Oh, yes, I will.
All right. Did you or did you not shoot Hammond in self-defense?
Well, of course it was in self-defense. I swear to you, Mr. Joyce, it was in self-defense. Now, you've got to believe me. You must help me. Please, Mr. Joyce, I'm placing my life in your hands. I wouldn't lie to you now. I wouldn't.
Very well, Mrs. Crosby. I must go now.
Mr. Joyce, what are you going to do?
Do? I don't know.
Yes, creeps. Next time, we are going to go dramatic. Yes, it's It's one of the classic stories of its kind, written by the fine English author, Somerset Maugham. So be in your seats next time, ready for the curtain on The Letter. This is Peter Lorre, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If you're up against something over your head and need help that's strictly confidential, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Mr. Valentine, let's see if you're as good as your ad says. I am up against something that's over my head. A river. The river my company's trying to push a tunnel under. But we're getting nowhere fast. And I hate to think what the reason would be. If you figure you can help...
If you figure you can be of help, I assure you we won't haggle about price. It's signed, William Kane, President.
Kane and Bowers tunnel construction, huh?
Now, I wonder where I could find a diving suit with the new look.
Now, seriously, Brooksy, you must mean the West End tunnel, the one they're having all the trouble with breakthroughs and cave-ins.
I could drop in at the Globe department store.
Okay, Angel, okay. But this seems like a job for an engineer, not for me.
Well, there's still no harm in talking to the nice man who insists he's not going to haggle about price.
As long as you insist on being mercenary, let's get going.
Valentine, you don't know how much it means to a former sandhog like me to wind up building his own tunnel.
I think I can imagine, Mr. Kane.
It's like a kid with a chemistry set suddenly finding out he's discovered the atomic bomb.
I realize this tunnel project's a pretty big thing, and you've had more than your share of hard luck.
Yeah, way more than my share.
What did you mean in your letter that you hate to think what the reason for these accidents might be?
Well?
I suppose I gotta tell you.
Oh, now look, Kane, if it comes that hard, maybe you want this letter back so we can forget the whole thing.
No, it's just that it's tough putting it into words.
Yeah?
Yeah. Me and my partner, Jim Bowers, we drove tunnel all over the world. Started as muckers, shoveling mud and slime. Got to be miners together, using dynamite and drills when you didn't even know what was going to happen next under the river. You'd think you'd get to know a guy after going through all that with him.
Well, let's be blunt and put it this way, Kane. You suspect your partner, Bowers, is holding up the works here, is that it?
Yeah, but I gotta be sure.
What makes you suspect him at all?
I found out that the company we outbid to get this job made Jim a big offer to come with them.
But if he's a partner here, what's the percentage for him in a deal like that?
Well, Jim's always resented that I'm better suited to run the front office up here while he has to work with the men.
Oh, I get it.
So if he could bunch up this job, we lost it to the Cameron Construction Company, they'd take him in there as a big shot.
Well, you certainly must have talked this over with Mr. Bowers.
Yeah, I did, miss, and he said that he turned the Cameron offer down flat. But how can I be sure? Now all these accidents.
With Bowers always on the spot to make them happen, if that's what he wanted.
Frankly, Valentine, I don't even know how you can help me. Sandhogs are a clannish crowd. You can't go wandering around down that tunnel snooping around.
Mr. Kane, suppose you let me give it some thought.
George.
Yeah, Brooksy.
How'd you like to buy a for instance?
Okay, Brooksy, I'll buy.
Well, for instance, if you were a reporter and I were a photographer, we could be doing a story for a national magazine. That would get us down into the tunnel to snoop.
Say, that might be an idea, that. Then you could look around. I'll tell Sanders to expect
Oh,
you.
now, wait a minute. Hey, look, Brooksy, that's a good for instance, all right. But this business of we...
Of course I meant we. Why do you think I came up with the idea?
Okay, you arrange it, Kane. I think we're going to take a crack at it.
Just how far down does this elevator go, Mr. Sanders?
About 30 feet, miss.
Oh, well, that's not too bad, is it, George?
Oh, no, that part of it's all right. I'm thinking of what happens later.
What are you so smug about? What do you know that I don't know?
Hey, you want to tell the lady what happens next, mister?
Well, miss, it's getting into the tunnel that you've got to worry about.
Oh?
There'll be about 40 pounds of pressure per square inch on you down there. That's why if we get to the bottom, you still got to sit a half hour in the manlock.
Manlock? What's that?
It's kind of a sealed-up room, miss. We keep shooting pressure into that while you just sit. That's so it ain't so bad for you when you get into tunnel. Get it?
I got it.
To put it more concisely, my sweet, unless they're very, very careful, the pressure of the river would come down on you and flatten you out like a jellyfish.
Oh, lovely thought.
Well, here we are. Hey, Charlie, come here. We got visitors. A reporter and a young lady to take pictures.
Oh, visitors, huh?
Yeah, it's okay. Mr. Kane knows about it.
In that case, I'd better sit in the lock with them.
Yeah, you better warn the boys. Put their shirts on, Charlie. Ladies' Day.
Right here, folks.
Okay.
All right, step in.
Thank you.
Hey, looks like a bank vault.
Yeah, almost. Important thing is to seal it airtight. You'll see what I mean when I close this door.
George, what's that?
Huh?
That's the air from the tunnel coming in through this valve, lady. When the pressure in here is the same as it is out there, that big door opens by itself. Then you're ready to go on to the river.
Won't you sit down, Miss Brooks?
Yeah, it usually takes about a half hour.
Oh.
Just about a minute more now.
You all right, Brooksy?
I'm just swell. But my ears...
It's even worse coming out. You're in too much of a hurry. That's when you can get the chokes and the bends.
Nothing like having things to look forward to.
You'll have to put these little metal tags around your neck.
Huh?
What are these, Charlie?
All sandhogs wear 'em. It's in case you're found staggering around. Tells the cops not to throw you in with the drunks, but to rush you back here to this decompression chamber. If they don't waste much time, you'll probably live.
Oh, goody.
Hey, you sound like an old sandhog yourself, Charlie. You can't stay away from tunnels, huh?
Old, Mr. Valentine? I'm just like Jack Benny. I'm still 38. I was the same age when I helped build the Holland Tunnel back east. Just got out here a few months ago. Well, that's that. There goes the door. It's okay for you to go into the tunnel now.
All right. Come on, Brooksy.
It's like the inside of a furnace in here.
But there's all this nice water to slush through.
Golly.
That ought to help keep cool things off.
George.
Hey, you can still put your back in there with Charlie.
Oh, no. I was just thinking of my nylons. Let's go.
Okay, everybody, clear. We're blasting.
Blasting, George.
Go ahead, Hagen.
All right, let her go.
That'll do it. Now we can go up to the other... Hey, where'd you two come from?
You Bowers?
Yeah, what are you doing down here? And with a girl that bring me more trouble.
Trouble?
Look, Mr. Kane said it was all right for me to do a story about the tunnel. The young lady is here to take the pictures.
Story. That old Kane's got to think up there. I'd like to go up and tell him a few things.
Howard! Hey, what's going on? Howard!
Yes?
Got a breakthrough at the tunnel head.
What?
Yes. Bad this time. The scaffolding came down with a lot of guys on it.
Scaffolding come down on every job.
Young Davis is down there, caught under all that rock and sand. We got to get him out.
I'll get the ambulance, Harrigan. But you get back there. Patch up that break. Go on.
Davis wouldn't be there now, Bars, if you sent that gang up tunnel far enough when the blast come off.
Look, Sandhog, don't tell me how to build a tunnel.
I'll tell you anything I want.
Okay, if you want to play pick yourself up and do what I said. Okay, reporter, there's a story. How we lost another day.
Yeah, what about the man you just lost?
This is one accident they won't blame on me. A woman in the tunnel's the worst jinx there is. Kane knows that. I got to phone upstairs for an ambulance.
Well, I see the two partners are working late tonight. That's good.
Valentine. Did you get a good story out of that accident today?
Now, look, let's stop kidding each other. You know I'm not a reporter, Bowers.
I wasn't born yesterday. I know Kane had you checking on me.
Why shouldn't I? You know we can't go on much longer this way, and you're in charge. A little bribe from the Cameron Company, and you...
Another crack like that, and I'll fix you.
Okay, break it up, boys. Break it up. Let me do some talking. What I have to say will be short and to the point.
Yeah?
Yeah. I did some checking today. Bowers isn't the only one who might profit by these accidents. You could too, Kane.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Let's hear some more.
I had a talk with the city engineer. He said he doesn't know how you can do this job on the bid you put in.
I admit I was figuring close to the line, but we would have made it if things went right.
So the boy in the stiff shirt comes up with another bad deal, huh?
And, Kane, you had the foresight to take out insurance to protect you in case you went broke building this tunnel.
Well, that's a natural precaution.
Oh, yeah. But it was a personal insurance policy, taken out in your name. Not for the firm.
What's that?
Jim, I know how you've been spending money, so I paid the premiums, but I was only thinking of the company.
Well, here's what I'm thinking, Kane. The insurance company would pay off if none of these accidents could be traced to you, and you'd be saved from a ruinous bid.
Yeah, but that's how it might look.
Gentlemen, look, if there's one thing I don't like, it's to be kidded along. Now, do you still want me to find out what's behind those accidents?
I have nothing to fear, Valentine. That's why I hired you.
I know I'm clean. Go right ahead, Valentine.
Okay. If you're sure that's what you want.
Of course.
You heard what I said.
Yeah, but just remember, if I dredge up something from the bottom of that river that you don't like, you're the guys who ordered it.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about parlor pastimes. Remember this game a few years ago? Somebody would say, knock, knock, and you'd say, who's there? Many a good gag and many a laugh came out of this game. But at the same time, there was another kind of knock, knock that was no laughing matter. For it was in your car's engine. And engine knocking often caused overstress of parts, severe temperatures, waste of power and gasoline. Today, motor fuel engineers have this problem under control. At Standard of California, they blended several different gasolines into one great motor fuel, Chevron Supreme gasoline. Laboratory tests and road tests prove that premium quality Chevron Supreme burns smoothly, has high anti-knock value. In your new car or an older one, try Chevron Supreme yourself. Besides anti-knock value, you'll find it has all the qualities your car needs for good going. You can get Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine and a $1 million tunnel burrowing deep under a riverbed, a series of unexplained accidents that stopped the job cold. Why? That's the answer George has to supply. But so far, all he's learned is the rather startling fact that both partners in the contracting firm of Kane and Bowers have their own good reasons for wanting to see the tunnel left unfinished. Right now, George and Claire have just entered Hogan's hog pen, hangout of the Sandhogs, where Big Bill Kane is talking to his workers.
And I know we've been falling behind down in the tunnel, but you know Jim Bowers and me were Sandhogs ourselves. We can lick this job. And I've even hired Valentine here to make sure about them accidents. Now, here's an offer. You make up for lost time, and I pay time and a half to every man from then on.
I could swallow that better, Brooksy, if I didn't know about that insurance policy Kane took out.
Now, look, boys. That offer my partner just made you suits me, too. Just wanted you to know.
I could swallow that easier if I didn't know about the offer Bowers got from that other construction company.
Well, I don't know about you boys, but I still have my doubts.
Oh, it's our cheerful old friend from the manlock.
Don't get me wrong, Mr. Kane. I like making extra money. But when a job like this gets off on the wrong foot, it never straightens out.
All right, Charlie, you're just getting the jitters.
All right, go on and laugh. But I wouldn't be surprised that if we pushed that tunnel another 50 yards, we'd run into a ledge of gravel and hardpan. Boulders will never get past. Just more trouble.
Now, what we want to know from you boys is, are you with us or not? Huh? Oh, fine. That's all we want to hear. The drinks are on Kane and Bowers. Go and get it.
Come on, Brooksy.
Where are we going, George?
Just riding a hunch. We've got to be someplace before 5 o'clock.
I wish you'd hurry, Mr. Valentine. You know the Bureau of Harbors and Waterways closes at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, sure. Be through in a minute. Yeah, I think I found the map I wanted.
Topographical survey, riverbed, section B, Oleander through Perry Street. Well, that's just where the tunnel is being built, George.
Huh? Very interesting. Yeah, and this would be around Pier 19.
What are you talking about?
I'm not quite sure, Brooksy. But we're going to ride that hunch a little harder. Hey, you the watchman on this pier, Pop?
Yep, been here for the last 15 years.
Huh? Hey, would you tell me something?
Yeah?
Those white bubbles coming up there in the river.
Yeah, that's where they're working on a new tunnel, son. That's as far as they got in all these months.
Yes, we read they're having a lot of trouble.
Yeah, they keep working day and night, too. Can always tell by the position of that trawler out there just where they're working.
You don't say.
Yep, she's there every night, too. Sort of keeps right ahead of the tunnel. I can tell that by the bubbles that come up out of the water.
I wonder what the trawler has to do with the tunnel.
Yeah, I don't know. Man goes over the side in a diving suit every night. Suppose that's got something to do with the tunneling job, though. Probably he's kind of a traffic cop down there. Clears out the fish so that they can go ahead.
Traffic cop, huh? Hey, Pop, you've been a great help. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Now where, George?
Angel, what do you say I hire a motorboat and we take a nice romantic ride on the river?
Okay, George, I agree with you. A trawler on top of the river has nothing to do with the building of a tunnel under the riverbed.
Then, Brooksy, why is it here every night? Always just ahead of the shield of the tunnel. Now, that's more than a coincidence.
There it is, up ahead.
Uh-huh.
What are we going to say to whoever's aboard? May we drop up for a cup of old-fashioned clam chowder?
If you don't mind, young lady, I'll do the talking.
As always.
Hey, up there. Hey, can we come aboard?
Anybody home?
No, and get away from here.
Well, the truth is we ran out of gas.
Did
and
you
we thought...
hear me? I said get on your way.
Well, surely you can spare enough gasoline
I
just...
see you didn't understand what I said.
George!
Hey, what are you trying to do?
Next time I won't miss. Now get away from here and spare word.
George, what's going on around here?
Look, Brooksy, I caught the name on that trawler. It's the Martha M. Tomorrow morning, first thing, check on the registry. See who owns her. Then pick me up at the tunnel.
You were down in the tunnel early this morning, Mr. Valentine.
I had to look around, Charlie. How long have I been sitting here in the manlock?
Oh, just about 15 minutes.
Seems like I just got in here. And Charlie, I don't feel so good.
You'll be okay. You're an old hand at this now. You've been up and down here a couple of times.
But it seems like I got hammers in my head, beating away. And you look like 6 guys lined up 6 miles away.
You'll be okay when you get some fresh air.
Hey, look, officer. I know where I want to go. Help me, will you?
Yeah, you need a lot of help, mister. I've been watching you weaving down the block.
I'm very sick. I feel rotten.
I wonder why.
I think I got the bends.
Yes, and you've been bending over the bar too much.
Hey, take me back, officer. The tunnel.
There's only one place I'm taking you, to jail, so you can sleep it off. Come along with you now.
Look, Mr. Kane. Mr. Bowers, I know Mr. Valentine was here at the tunnel this morning.
Okay, but what you so excited about, Miss Brooks?
He was supposed to meet me at the shaft, and he never would have gone without leaving some kind of message.
I wouldn't worry about Valentine.
I found out what he wanted to know, and he was waiting for that information.
Information about the tunnel?
What kind of information?
I'll let Mr. Valentine tell you. Do you mind if I use your phone?
No, go right ahead.
Hello? Police headquarters? Let me talk to Lieutenant Riley. Okay, I'll wait.
Look, we hired your boss so we could keep this thing confidential.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's forget about ethics, boys. The man who's among the missing is someone I happen to care a lot about. Hello? Oh, Lieutenant Riley, this is Brooksy. Oh, I need your help. I can't find George. Oh, look, Lieutenant, will you check the jails and the hospitals and see what you can come up with? Oh, believe me, Lieutenant, I know what I'm talking about.
We traced him down for you, lady, but you're not taking him out of here.
Okay.
Brooksy, my
Oh,
head.
take it easy, darling.
Best thing is to let him sleep it off.
Can't you see this man is sick? He's got the chokes, the bends. We've got to get him back to that decompression chamber at the tunnel.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Oh, well, I'll show you. Wait a minute. Look, this tag here around his neck.
I can't breathe.
Oh, so they took it off him. Well, here, they gave me one, too. Here, read it.
Huh? This man is a sand hog. Decompression chamber. Rush.
Yeah.
Okay, lady, you win. And I hope we make it.
Hello, Angel.
Oh, darling, I thought you'd never open your eyes.
Hey, why doesn't somebody turn that radiator off? It's hissing.
We're back in the manlock, George. That's why you're feeling so much better.
Oh. Hey, but what happened?
Well, you were down in the tunnel this morning, and you must have come up too quickly. That's why they picked you up in the street wandering around.
Oh, yeah. I remember coming up. Then everything suddenly going blank.
I got all the dope on that trawler, the Martha M.
Yeah?
Well, it has nothing at all to do with the tunnel. It's registered in the name of C.W. Egan and his wife, Martha M. Egan.
Oh, yeah, and the Egans were out fishing. C.W. in a diving suit and Martha M. with a rifle instead of a rod and reel.
George, there's something else.
No, there couldn't be.
There was another accident in the tunnel.
Oh, what kind of accident?
I don't know.
Let me get over to that phone on the wall, Brooksy. I want to talk to Kane.
Okay, George.
Hello.
Yeah? Hello?
Bill Kane?
Yeah.
This is Valentine, Kane.
Yeah, Valentine. We're having a lot of trouble. You okay?
Oh, sure, just dandy.
Heard you had a narrow escape.
Oh, what kind of accident was it now?
The whole tunnel nearly got flooded.
Yeah?
Yeah, just a good thing the new ship wasn't in yet. Poor Charlie, the lock tender, got killed.
Charlie?
Nobody will ever know why he was down at the tunnel face with a drill, but when we found him, he was over his head in a muck pile.
I see.
I don't know what the answer is, but it's the end of old Charlie Egan.
Egan?
George, what is it?
Sure, you know Charlie?
Egan? So that's the answer.
What's that, Valentine?
Look, Kane, get Bowers and wait for me in your office. First, I want to see a lady about a boat. Then I got something to say to you.
Valentine, you don't know what you're saying.
Just the same, gentlemen, it was Charlie Egan who was responsible for all the trouble here at the tunnel.
That doesn't make sense. He was just a lock tender.
You gave him the job more out of pity than anything else.
Okay, then listen to this. Do you remember what Charlie said at the hog pen?
Not particularly.
He said if the tunnel went another 50 yards, it would run into a ledge of gravel, hardpan, and boulders.
Well?
Well, the map of the Bureau of Harbors and Waterways didn't show it. But Charlie knew exactly what he was talking about.
How would he know that?
That's funny.
I asked myself those same questions. How would an ordinary sandhog just in from Chicago know the exact topography of the riverbed?
Yeah.
He suspected I was getting wise and saw to it that I got a good case of the bends this morning. Just to make sure I was a dead duck, he took that tag from around my neck.
Yeah, but why? Was he crazy?
Well, that's a matter of opinion. Now, I didn't want to believe the reason myself when I found out. I talked to Mrs. Egan. She's the lady on the boat. Now, she's in the outer office right now. Suppose we have her in and see if it's any easier for you to believe her story.
Anything you say, Valentine.
Okay. Will you come in, please, Mrs. Egan?
All right.
I want you to repeat just what you told me.
Well, what shall I tell them? That two people wasted their lives looking for a will-o'-the-wisp, a treasure you were always going to find the next day?
Treasure?
Yes. Sensible people don't believe in buried treasure and sunken ships bulging with gold, but Charlie did.
Now, wait a minute.
He was the eccentric C.W. Egan, who spent a fortune and 20 years of his life looking for ships that had sunk with treasure aboard.
And fantastic as it may seem, gentlemen, he found one. Didn't he, Mrs. Egan?
Just a couple of months ago. He went down into the river every night. He kept prowling around the hull of that boat. He knew that there was gold there somewhere. And he kept saying he'd find it any day now, his treasure.
And then Kane and Bowers started to drive a tunnel.
Yeah. Charlie knew it was going to meet head-on with the Granada, the old Spanish galleon he knew was there. It became a race against time.
That's why he got a job here. Did all he could to keep the tunnel from getting any farther.
Yeah. And at night, every night, he'd go down to look some more. And I'd help him.
And today was his last desperate attempt to flood us out.
Yes. He wasn't going to see anybody get to his treasure as long as he lived. And he kept his word.
Well, Brooksy, here's the check from Kane and Bowers. That's all washed up. So what do you say we go out stepping tonight?
Well, darling.
Hey, did you see the paper this morning?
No, why?
Well, they raised the Granada out of the river last night.
They did?
And there was a treasure chest, just as Charlie knew all along.
Oh, so old Charlie was right after all.
Yep, a chest packed to the brim with old Spanish coins.
George, how romantic.
Oh, yeah, but old Charlie wouldn't have been too happy about it.
No, why?
No. The whole batch was worth about $100.
And now, a message of importance to motorists. Maybe you've got your vacation trip all mapped out, but how about the family car? Before you start out, better make sure it gets a thorough vacation check at your standard station or independent Chevron gas station. They'll inspect your tires, battery, spark plugs, and oil filter. They can tell whether there's any risk of your fan belt getting out of kilter. And they'll make sure that each vital lubrication spot is okay. Besides helping you get off to a good start on your vacation, there's another thing about independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. Wherever you motor in the West, you're never far from their quality products and superior services. And don't forget, whether you're on a vacation or just motoring around town, these are the service stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Brooksy, I want you to get down to headquarters as soon as possible. Have them get that whole crew together, all those pixies that were at the seance last night.
Including the spirits, George?
Including Miss Turner. Have them all brought back to the sanctuary.
But why?
If there really was a murder, Brooksy, I won't be able to live with myself until I find the reason for it. Right now, I got a date with a crystal ball, and maybe I'll get a preview.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Francis X. Bushman as Kane, Herbert Litton as Bowers, Ruth Parrott as Mrs. Egan, Joe Duvall as Charlie, Franklin Pinky Parker as Sanders, and Leo Cleary as Harrigan. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Connie. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some boy I know is thinking of taking up murder for a career. Yeah, he figures with all the money involved, the least he can do is make a stab at it.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Happy Hoodlum. Friends, before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you how you can have sandwiches and snacks and appetizers and salad toppings more easily and quickly than ever. Just make them with any of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Kraft cheese spreads are so smooth and easy to spread, and they're so good eating. There are creamy, mild-tasting ones and sharp-tasting varieties, too, all simply delicious. And, of course, all are of the finest quality because they are made by Kraft, a name that's been famous for years for top-quality foods. Try them, won't you? Tomorrow, get several of these handy, delicious Kraft cheese spreads. And now, the case of the Happy Hoodlum. It's late afternoon in New York, and a tall, thin man with a dirty trench coat walks up the steps of the Revere building. His name is Marty Kramer. Mr. Kramer is embarked on a mission where the chances are 1,000,000 to 1 against him. Apparently, that doesn't bother him. He smiles as he takes the elevator down to the basement where the Revere Express Company has its headquarters. Then, still smiling, he marches down the hall to a door marked Employees Only and barges right in.
Hey, just a second there, mister.
Yeah?
You don't work here.
Do you?
Yes.
Good, then maybe you can help me out. Where do they keep the dough around here?
Were you crazy?
Don't tell me the stories I heard about this place aren't true. I saw a piece in the Sunday paper that said you always have 2 or 3 million on tap.
Now, look, mister.
No, you look, friend, because I got a little more than you have. That's right, it's a gun. And if you don't want a practical demonstration of how it works, you better take me to where they keep the dough.
Okay, you're the doctor.
Wait a minute. Where do you think you're going?
You said you wanted to go into the bullion room, didn't you?
That's right.
Well, I've got to get my pass. They won't let me in without it.
Where is it?
In that drawer.
Okay, open it slowly. And don't put your hand in there until I can see what you're doing. Hold it. What's that?
Oh, that? Why, that's the signal for one of the drivers that a bank wants him for a pickup.
You wouldn't try to kid me, would you, friend?
So help me, it's the truth.
All right, where's your pass?
Right here.
Now, which way do we go?
Down the hall.
Okay, let's move.
Say, tell me something, mister.
Yeah?
That piece you read in the paper.
What about it?
Did it tell you how many armed guards we have in the joint?
68, wasn't it?
That's right. And you expect to pick up an odd million and walk out without anyone bothering you.
I'm doing it, ain't I?
You haven't got the million yet.
Just give me time, pal. Where do we go now?
In here. That's where they get the shipments ready for the trucks.
Okay, open the door. Now, don't forget, I'm right behind you.
And I'm right behind you, mister.
What?
Just drop the gun, Pally.
You got him, Paul?
Yeah, I got him. All right, Barney. Frisk him.
Right.
You don't have to do that. I'm clean.
I know, but we don't believe in taking chances.
I can see that. That drawer you opened was connected with an alarm, wasn't it?
That's right.
Real cute.
What's your name, mister?
Marty Kramer.
You escaped from some lunatic asylum? You didn't think for a minute you'd walk in here and heist this place?
Well, I guess I was over-optimistic,
You're over something. Now, look, Kramer. What do you got up your sleeve?
Not a thing. Ask your friend. He just frisked me.
Don't be a wise guy. You're on the spot.
So it would seem, wouldn't it?
I don't get your angle.
Angle?
Yeah. You knew darn well you didn't have a prayer of getting away with this job. Now, why'd you do it?
As long as you put it on that basis, I'll tell you.
Well?
I just wanted to prove to the kiddies that crime doesn't pay.
Yeah? Oh.
Hello, Mike.
Sergeant Corbett.
You going to invite me in?
I don't know why I should. Come on. Let me take your coat.
No, thanks. I can't stay long.
Oh. How about a little,
What time is it?
5 to 6.
You sure you're not 5 minutes slow?
Come to think of it, I am.
Good, then I'm off duty. I'll have a short one.
What's on your mind, Sergeant?
It's funny you should ask that.
Why?
If there is something on my mind. Did you read about that boy named Marty Kramer?
Lad who tried to heist the Revere Express Company yesterday?
Yeah. How do you figure it?
Simple. He's crazy.
No, he isn't. He's as sane as you are, if that means anything.
Well, he certainly couldn't have believed he stood a chance of walking off with the loot.
No, he wanted to get caught.
Why?
That's what bothers me. I can't make it out. Can you?
Sergeant, what are you getting at?
I'd like you to look in on Kramer.
Are you out of your mind?
I guess I am. You know, if you do this, there won't be a dime in it for you.
You must think I'm as crazy as you are.
I do. What do you say, Mike?
Well, if everybody's going to act nuts, I might as well get into the act, too. Okay, I'll do it.
All right, Kramer. Mike Waring's here.
Mike Waring?
Yeah. You have 10 minutes, Mike.
Thanks, Mac.
Wait a minute, Buster. Who sent for you?
Sergeant Corbett asked me to look in on you. My name is Mike Waring.
You the bird they call the Falcon?
Mm-hmm.
What do you want with me?
Sergeant Corbett feels there's a lot more to your case than meets the eye. And I'm inclined to agree with him.
Oh, you're wrong. I tried to pull a job and I was caught. That's all there is to it.
There are too many things it leaves unexplained.
Such as?
Such as your background. Your name isn't really Marty Kramer.
No? Then what is it?
I don't know. All I could find out is that you came to New York 6 weeks ago. Where from? Nobody seems to know.
Maybe I'm ashamed of my past.
I don't see why. You have no criminal record that the police can discover. This was your first offense.
Always a first time for everything.
Well, it goes deeper than that, Kramer. You weren't hard-pressed for cash, either.
Oh, how do you know?
I went through your room, found this bank book there.
Who gave you a license to go through my stuff?
The police. There's $7,000 in that account.
Well, maybe that wasn't enough for me.
Well, you certainly couldn't hope to pick up more at the Revere Express Company.
A fella can try.
Yeah, I know, but you didn't have your heart in it. The DA showed me the gun they took away from you up there.
Yeah?
Yeah. That thing couldn't hurt a fly. The firing pin was filed all the way down.
You're out of your mind, Falcon.
Now, don't tell me that. I saw the gun.
Well, if the pin was shot, I didn't know about it. You don't think I'd do anything as silly as that?
I think you're doing something a lot sillier. Now, look, Kramer, you better start talking. Unless you level with me, they're really going to pop it to you.
Why don't you mind your own business?
Can I help it if I'm nosy?
Well, maybe this will cure you.
Oh, Mike, what's going on in there?
Nothing. I'm all right, Mac.
What's the idea, Kramer?
I'm just settling accounts with my friend here. That was the down payment, Waring. If you insist on working for me in the future, you can expect a lot more.
This is Ed Hurley here again, friends. Say, I'd like to tell you how you can get compliments from the small fry. Next time the children want something to eat between meals, set out their favorite crispy crackers and a glass or two of Kraft pineapple cheese spread, one of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Then watch those youngsters go to it. Watch how their faces light up when they taste this delightfully mild cheese spread that's filled through and through with juicy bits of sweet sun-ripened pineapple. Mm-hmm. Kraft pineapple cheese spread is delicious. And it's smooth, too, for wonderfully easy spreading. And you know it's a snack the whole family can enjoy often. Because, like all the Kraft cheese spreads, it's a wholesome dairy food made from only the finest ingredients. It's a good idea to have several glasses of Kraft cheese spreads on hand always for a grand variety of snacks. Try Kraft relish cheese spread, Kraft olive pimento cheese spread, Kraft pimento cheese spread. In fact, all 9 delicious varieties. Look for them at your grocer's tomorrow. They come in bright, new tulip-patterned drinking glasses in a choice of 4 gay colors. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A week has passed since Mike Waring had his little talk with Marty Kramer. Apparently, it didn't do any good, for the next day, Kramer pleaded guilty to armed robbery and was sentenced to Sing Sing. Now, as we find him, he's making his grand entrance.
Come on, Kramer. Hey, Bailey. Bailey. Wake up. You got company.
What's the matter?
I want you to meet your new roommate. His name is Marty Kramer.
Oh, hiya, pal.
Hi. If there's anything you want, Mr. Kramer, just ring. We have 24-hour service here.
Well, thanks a lot, McGraw, but I wouldn't think of disturbing you boys.
Well, make yourself at home, Kramer.
Thanks.
My name's Bailey.
Yeah, I know. I heard a lot about you.
I've heard a couple of things about you, too.
Have you?
Yeah, a fellow was telling me in the yard today that a Falcon was working for you. How come he couldn't get you off?
Maybe I didn't want him to, Bailey.
I don't dig you, pal.
Maybe I wanted to spend some time up here.
Why would anybody in his right mind want to do that?
It's a long story.
Well, that's okay. I got 10 years more to serve. Yeah, want a butt?
Yeah, help yourself, thanks.
Very much.
You see, there's a guy up here that I wanted to see.
Well, you certainly took the hard way, Kramer.
Well, 5 years ago, this guy was partners with my old man. My old man was a schnook. He trusted everybody. That was his mistake. One night, his partner cleaned him out and then put a match to the place. When the insurance dicks came over to investigate, this guy took a powder, and my father was left holding the bag.
What happened?
Well, he couldn't stand the disgrace, so he blew his brains out.
Tough.
Yeah. Anyway, I promised myself that I'd make it up to the old boy. I've been looking for his partner ever since.
You find him?
Yep. Through a private eye.
The Falcon?
No, another guy. He told me my party was serving time in Sing Sing. That's why I arranged to visit here.
What's his party's name?
Bailey.
Huh?
Oh, now isn't that a coincidence? Just the same as yours. Where you from, Bailey?
Los Angeles.
Oh, that's funny. So was this guy I was telling you about.
Cut it out, Kramer.
You don't remember me, do you, friend?
No.
Of course, I didn't call myself Kramer in those days.
Now, look, you. Stay away from me. Hey, Mac! McGraw!
You're going to get it, Bailey. I've waited 5 long years for this.
Let him go, Kramer. Right after I squeeze the life out of him.
No, you don't.
Let me go. Come on. Break it up. After breaking my arm. Then behave. You okay, Bailey?
Yeah, I think so.
Leave me alone with him for 1 minute. 1 minute, that's all I ask.
What you're asking for is a stiff dose of solitary. All right, Kramer. Let's go.
Go away. There's nobody here.
Yeah?
That you, Mike?
Who the devil is this?
Now, that's no way to talk to an old friend.
Well, this wouldn't be Sergeant Corbett, would it?
Why not?
You realize it's 3 o'clock in the morning?
You're slow. I got a quarter after.
Look, if your purpose is to annoy me, you're succeeding very well.
Got a little news item I thought you might be interested in. Remember our friend, Marty Kramer?
Yeah, sure. What about him?
I just got word from Sing Sing. He tried to kill his cellmate, a boy named Bailey.
Oh, so that's why he wanted to go to jail.
What do you mean?
Well, obviously, this whole idea was a plot on the part of Kramer to get his hands on Bailey.
Maybe. I kind of doubt it, though. I got a hunch we haven't heard the last of our friend, Mr. Kramer. Don't ask me why. I just got a hunch.
Imagine how I felt, Logan. A couple of seconds more and it would have been all over. Instead, the guard had to break it up.
How long did they keep you in solitary, Kramer?
A week.
Was it bad?
It'll be worth it if I can get my hands on Bailey again.
Forget it. There's not a chance. That's why I transferred you in here with me.
I'll work it somehow.
What you got against Bailey, anyway?
Ah, never mind.
Come on, I won't give you away.
There's something he did to my old man 5 years ago.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
You got the wrong guy.
Oh, no, I haven't.
When'd you say this happened?
5 years ago in L.A.
Well, that proves it. Bailey's been in here since 1940.
What are you trying to give me?
What's the truth, Kramer? Someone give you a bum steer. This ain't the same Bailey.
You're lying.
Okay, don't believe me, but I saw his record myself. I used to help around the warden's office when I first came here in 45.
Well, that's true. I did all this for nothing.
You ought to be glad you didn't kill him.
I gotta get out of here, Logan.
You kidding?
Don't you understand this was all a mistake?
That's tough, pal, but can't be helped.
Let me out! Let me out! Pipe down there, Kramer, unless you want another session in solitary.
I gotta speak to the warden.
Okay, I'll make an appointment.
Let it out, Kramer. It won't do you no good.
I gotta get out of here, Logan.
Sure.
If I can't do it any other way, I'm gonna make a break.
Don't be a chump.
I tell you I can do it. Are you with me?
You just sounding off to hear yourself talk?
No, I tell you I can do it.
How?
Is there anyone outside you can count on for help?
No.
Aren't you married?
No. I got a girl in Jersey.
How about her?
How do you think I got in here in the first place?
She squeal on you?
That's what a couple of people would like me to believe. I was running the biggest gambling joint in town till Martha got friendly with Philip Hernandez.
Phil Hernandez?
One of my competitors. He and Martha got awful chummy.
Well, that doesn't mean she sold you out.
It does when you add to it the fact that that's how we met originally. Only this boy she fingered was some character from Chicago, and he was married to her. And the more I think of it, the more I'd like to ask Miss Martha Pierce a couple of questions.
What do you say, Logan? Do you want in?
What's the deal?
Tonight, after roll call, one of us will pretend we're sick. When the guard comes in to investigate, we'll take care of him.
With what?
With this.
Hey, where'd you get that hunk of lead?
When I was in solitary, I noticed one of the water pipes was loose. I didn't think anyone would mind if I borrowed it.
Yeah, they're bound to find out it's gone.
Sure, next time they throw someone in solitary, but that may be days. And we'll use it tonight. All right, Logan, here he comes. Start moaning.
Yeah.
That's the ticket, pal. Keep it up.
Oh. What's the trouble there?
I don't know, Mac. Something's the matter with Logan.
Stand back from the door, Kramer. I'm coming in.
It's appendicitis.
Logan. Where does it hurt?
Right here.
Oh, I better get the doc. Okay, Kramer, now. What the...
Hello, Martha.
Philip, what are you doing here?
You heard the news?
What news?
There was a flash on the radio at 10:30. Your ex-boyfriend, he broke out of jail.
Logan?
Yes, he and a man named Marty Kramer.
Well, what do you know?
I know we better do something.
Don't tell me you're frightened, Philip.
Well, there's no point in taking chances. You know the kind of guy Logan is.
Suppose you leave Mr. Logan to me.
But maybe he'd think I made you squeal on him.
Well, didn't you?
No, it was all your idea, Martha. Remember, I didn't want you to do it.
Aren't you the brave boy?
Well, it's your fault. I was satisfied with the way things were. But no, you had big ideas.
This is the first time I heard you complain.
Well, I didn't know.
You don't know a lot of things. Now listen, Phil. If Logan knew about us, we would have heard from him before this.
But maybe somebody tell him now.
Then all he's got are suspicions. And I can talk him out of them. I've done it before.
You think he is in New York already?
Well, if he is, he must be with his friend Kramer.
You got any idea where they can be?
Maybe.
Where?
Never mind. What you don't know can't hurt you.
Tell me where, Martha.
Let go, Philip. You're hurting me.
Where are they?
You're going to regret that, Mr. Hernandez.
I'm sorry, Martha. I didn't mean it. He's just I worry about Logan so.
You shouldn't, Phil. I've got a feeling Mr. Logan is the least of your worries.
Turn off that light.
Kramer.
Yeah. This time, Waring, I've got a gun with a perfectly good firing pin. Now turn off that light so I can come out from behind these drapes.
Okay.
Now stay where you are until I switch on this lamp.
Just as you say.
All right, sit down.
How'd you get in here, Kramer?
Through that fire escape window?
Oh.
Now listen, Waring, I got to talk to you. You've got to help me.
You must be out of your mind.
I wouldn't be surprised if you were right. I was crazy to do what I did.
You mean break out of jail?
No, break in.
What are you raving about?
I wanted them to send me to Sing Sing because there was a man named Bailey there that I thought was responsible for my father's suicide.
So that's why you tried that phony holdup at the Revere Express Company, huh?
Yeah. But when I got to the pen, it was the wrong guy. And I realized how ridiculous the whole idea was.
I could have told you that in the first place.
What am I going to do, Mike?
Why'd you crash out?
I told you I wanted to see you.
You could have sent me a letter.
I was rattled. I didn't think of it.
Well, you've got to give yourself up.
No.
Look, it's your only chance, Kramer. Fortunately, that guard you slugged wasn't badly hurt.
What do you think they'll do to me?
I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. But I'd gamble you won't even have to serve out your original sentence, providing...
Providing what?
We take Logan back with us.
No, I won't rat on him.
Don't be a fool, Kramer. Logan's dangerous. He's got a record as long as you're armed. Now, don't be a chump. If the positions were reversed, he'd sell you out in 5 minutes. Now, what do you say?
Okay, Waring. Call a cab. I'll take you to him.
All right, Marty. Where is he?
Next floor.
Whose place is it?
Belongs to Logan. He owns the building.
Yeah, that's pretty convenient. Does he know you went to see me?
No. I told him I was going to get some grub. Hold it.
This it?
Yeah. You better let me go in first. I'll give you the high sign when it's okay for you to come in.
Right.
Logan? Logan, I'm back. Hey, Logan, where'd the... Waring.
Yeah, what's the matter? What's the trouble? Oh, never mind. I see him.
He isn't moving.
A few people do when they're dead. All right, Kramer, what do you got to say for yourself?
That's the whole story. Now, what am I going to do?
First, you're going to get a grip on yourself. You're absolutely no help to me this way. Now, come on, help me turn him over.
No, I can't touch him.
Oh, you're the man who's going to kill for revenge.
Well, I didn't know they looked like this.
What did you expect? Well, judging by the signs, I'd say Logan got it around 9:45. Where were you at that time?
Waiting for you in your apartment.
Oh.
Look, Mike, how will this affect my chances on the appeal?
Not a bit if everything you say stands up. Cops couldn't possibly hang this on you.
Well, they could try.
You got a motive?
No, but...
There are no buts about it. Especially if we can deliver the right party to them. Now, when you left Logan to go to my place, did he say anything about expecting anyone?
No.
Well, somebody must have known he was here. Someone who had a key to this dive. Now, who could that be?
I don't know.
Now, come on, Kramer. You must have heard Logan mention some name.
No, I tell you. All he ever told me was he had a girl in Jersey.
Remember her name?
No.
You've got to.
He only mentioned her once or twice.
Oh, for Pete's sake, man, think. Your life may depend on it.
Wait a minute. Yeah, it was Martha. Martha Pierce.
Phil Hernandez girl?
Who's he?
Big gambler in town.
Yeah, I think you're right. Logan told me this Martha dame sold him out to one of his competitors.
All right, Kramer, you stay here. I'll be back as fast as I can.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Sounds like Kramer gave Mike a lead to the killer, doesn't it? Right now, though, I'd like to give you a lead to 9 kinds of wonderful eating. That's right, I said 9. Because I'm talking about the delicious Kraft cheese spreads that come in 9 grand varieties. There are delightfully mild-tasting ones like Kraft pineapple cheese spread, Kraft relish spread, and Kraft olive pimento cheese spread. And there are sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Kraft cheese and bacon spread, Roca brand cheese spread, and hearty Kraft Limburger cheese spread. They're all delicious, all wholesome dairy products, and all so handy for making quick, easy snacks and sandwiches. Always keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 30 minutes have passed since the discovery of the body of George Logan by Mike Waring and Marty Kramer. And now, as we find the Falcon, he's knocking at the door of his first lead.
Yes,
Martha Pierce?
that's right.
I hope I'm not intruding.
Not at all, honey. But if you're going to show me your brushes, you might as well come in.
Well, thanks. I'm afraid I left my sample case at home.
What's your name, handsome?
Mike Waring?
I think I've heard that somewhere before.
Could be. I'm a private detective, Miss Pierce.
My friends call me Martha.
Well, I'll bet you'll get 1,000 of them.
Listen, Mr. Waring.
No, I'm sorry. I take it back. You couldn't have more than 999.
What's that supposed to mean?
You just lost one of your best.
Who?
George Logan.
Oh, don't tell me.
Yes, he's dead.
Poor Logan. I knew the excitement of breaking out would be too much for him. He had a bad heart.
Yes, well, that knife someone stuck in his back didn't help matters any either. Incidentally, where can I find Philip Hernandez?
You're wasting your time, honey. He isn't in New York. He took the midnight plane to Chicago.
Well, that must make it awfully dull for you. How have you been keeping yourself occupied?
Now, come, Mr. Waring. Surely you don't suspect me of killing Logan.
No, of course not. I was just curious, that's all.
Well, when Phil told me about the news flash he heard about Logan breaking out, I thought it called for a celebration. So I went to the Hawk Club.
Where undoubtedly you were seen by 100 different people.
At the very least.
Well, that makes a very handsome alibi, Martha.
I'm glad you like it.
All right, Angel, I'll be seeing you.
Oh, must you go?
Yes, but don't worry, I'll be back. And it may be sooner than you think.
Who's there?
It's all right, Kramer. It's only me, Mike Waring.
Oh, just a second. How'd you make out, Waring?
I didn't.
You couldn't get a thing out of her?
No. My girlfriend Martha's got an alibi. Claims she spent the entire evening at the Hawk Club.
Well?
Well, I was down there, and everyone bears her out.
It must have been her new boyfriend who killed Logan.
No, I'm much more inclined to suspect it was her old one.
Who?
You.
I don't understand.
Oh, sure you do. You're a pretty smart boy, Kramer. That was a beautiful plan you worked out to get Logan.
What are you talking about?
You went up to Sing Sing to find somebody, only his name wasn't Bailey, it was Logan. That business of your old man's suicide was so much tripe. Logan took Martha away from you, and that's why you had it in for him.
You got rocks in your head. If Logan was the one I was after, why didn't I kill him when we were in the same cell?
Because you were sure to go to the chair. This way you felt confident you'd get away with it. The authorities up there thought Bailey was the one you were after. As far as they knew, you had no connection with Logan. It was just a coincidence that you broke out together and someone killed him. Now, you played it very smart, Kramer.
Obviously, it wasn't smart enough. You caught on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. Sometimes the fates conspire against you. You see, you broke out a stir at 8:30. So the news of the break wasn't released over the air until 2 hours later. The first flash came at 10:30.
Well,
Logan was murdered at 9:45. 3/4 of an hour before either Martha or Phil Hernandez could possibly have known he escaped. That's where your frame fell down. It's too bad you made that mistake.
we can't all be as clever as you, Waring. But speaking of boners, you made a pretty bad one yourself.
I don't see where.
You shouldn't have come back here.
Why not?
You forget that I still have this gun.
Oh, no, I haven't. Sergeant?
What?
Hiya, Kramer. Don't bother turning around. Just drop the rod. Come on, drop it.
Well, did you hear enough, Sergeant?
Plenty. Okay, Kramer, let's be moving.
I'll make this up to you, Waring.
Oh, don't bother.
I owe you plenty.
You don't owe me a thing, friend. After all, if it hadn't been for you, I never would have met Martha.
What?
Mm-hmm. Take him away, Sergeant. I have work to do.
This is the season for hearty breakfasts, hot cakes, hot toast, hot rolls, waffles, and the spread that adds extra goodness to every bite is Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Yes, Parquet is the margarine millions prefer to any other because it tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet in its new Flavor Saver aluminum foil wrap. Elsewhere, get Parquet in the regular package or handy Color Quick bag. Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. The case of the substitute Target. The Case of the Substitute Target. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that just because a fella has a head on his shoulders is no sign he's going to be able to keep it there. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he's speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Hear Martha Ray and Jimmy Durante on The Big Show today on NBC.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
Shannon's place is sight to see. New tablecloth, clean upholstery. For couple, come on, laugh and smile. We just got wedded, we'll stay a while. So Mr. Shannon, he make nice party to get through our matrimony. How big time paint the place red, because they not he is newlywed.
That was fine, King.
Thank you, Mr. Slade.
You can bring in that cake now.
Right away. Be back with it in a minute.
Oh, a cake, too? But my husband and I are speechless, Mrs. Shannon. Miss Duval. Oh, we don't know how to thank you.
So don't bother to try.
Just tell your friends, Mrs. Cheney.
Well, a friend told us about Shannon's place just last night in Miami before we were married. Go to Shannon's place in Havana, Bill, he said, if you don't visit anywhere else.
You two known each other long?
Oh, a couple of months. Bill and I, impetuous.
Would you like to tell me something, Mr. Cheney?
Anything at all.
How does a man get up nerve enough to propose? I mean, a fellow is attracted to a girl. Their interests are the same. They get along together. Then what happens?
Well, frankly, Ruth twisted my arm a little bit, and the words just came out.
Last time I clamped a hammerlock on Slate.
It hurt.
Now he tells me. All he told me then is that I had a lot to learn about leverage.
Make way for the wedding cake.
Oh, it's beautiful.
What's the matter, Mrs. Cheney? Because it's store-bought? I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't bake it.
Nothing. It's nothing.
What is it, dear?
Well, I guess I'm foolish. Everyone's being so nice. Everyone's enjoying themselves. That man over there in the corner, I've been watching him. He came in alone a little while ago, and he seems so... Well, look at him.
Yeah, he does look a little played out.
Bill, bring him over here.
Sure, I think that's a fine idea.
Now, you sit still. I'll get him. The people over there were wondering, hey, what's wrong with you? Come on, you can't.
Spade, what's the matter with it?
I didn't have time to invite him to the party, sailor. He just dropped dead.
Tired, Bill. Got that old tired feeling.
Yeah, me too, baby. It was a gay party, wasn't it?
The best you've ever given me. I'll cherish it always.
And the wedding present. You like that, too?
The dead Senor Juan Contreras. I like that best of all. You've given me a new life. I feel like a brand new bride with a brand new husband.
We murdered a man so you get that feeling. You and me, baby.
Which one are you talking about, Bill? The one back home or this new one, Contreras, the one we poisoned?
Contreras doesn't count. He was a greedy punk. I was thinking about the guy back home.
Thanks. Just wanted to keep him straight in my mind. I owe him a lot, don't I, Bill? That derelict who came to the door for a handout and you beat him to death, planted your identity on him, and then burned it all to the ground so my old Bill could be dead. I could collect his insurance money and marry my new Bill again. I owe him a lot.
When we get back home, I'll put flowers on his grave. It's my grave, isn't it, baby? With my name on it.
Oh, and I'm a happy, happy widow with a brand new bridal veil. Nothing can stand in the way of that. Can it, honey?
Nothing? Nobody? No one. I'm tired, baby. Let's get some sleep.
I was trying to make people happy, build up goodwill for Shannon's place, and what happened?
What are you talking to yourself for? You know what happened.
By the time we get back to the hotel, Inspector LaSalle will probably be waiting there. It's getting so the cafe is a daily stopover for LaSalle's flunkies, coroners. Guy picks up some poison someplace in Havana, comes into my place, and keels over.
Maybe that man back there knows why.
Huh? He still following us?
Uh-huh. Now he's trying to look like a palm tree.
Let's find out about a sneaky fella like that.
Spoil his fun? Look. Suddenly he's wearing a beard.
Come on. Hi there. Nice day.
It will rain.
Your beard's dragging.
That is how I know it will rain.
How do you tell when you're not wearing a beard?
Huh? What are you saying?
He's saying, why the disguise? Why are you following us? Who are you? What are you doing here? Stuff like that there.
Permit me, my card, a key. Read and you will know.
Eduardo Cinco, 54, Paseo Tortuga. And it says here you're an ojo particular.
See? The greatest ojo particular of them all.
Of them all, you're the greatest what?
Ojo particular. A private eye. And of the matter of why I am following you. It is of the matter of why you have murdered my partner, Juan Contreras.
What?
You have learned of the blackmail, senor. Is it not so? So you want in. Is it not so? And it is for this that I follow. Put up your hands.
Now, let's stay alive, shall we?
So you refuse. Very well. You will take that and also...
You didn't have to hit him that hard, Slade.
Blackmail? What is he talking about?
I don't know.
Well, neither do I. Let's go back to the hotel. I've got some figuring to do.
Inspector LaSalle wasn't in the lobby, Slade.
No, it looks good that way, doesn't it?
Never saw it look better.
How about a dead body?
I peeked. Not one.
We must be slipping, huh, kid? Well. You know what I always say, sailor?
Uh-huh. But say it anyway.
I always say if a cop's going to wait for a fellow, why doesn't a cop just wait in a fella's office where it's cozy? You comfy, LaSalle?
You are a thoughtful man, Senor Shannon. This swivel chair of yours has a remarkable velocity. I came to warn you, Senor, because in so many small ways I admire you.
Now, don't tell me. Let me guess. Want to put your hands over my eyes while I guess?
I admire you, Senor, for how violent is your shadow, for how you beat up a ridiculous little man on a beach.
Slate does that when he gets angry.
And the reason for your anger?
I had reasons. He pointed a gun at me.
You left out the best part. He said you killed his partner, Contrarius.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Why would Eduardo Finkel think such a thing of such an admirable man as you, Senor
Maybe
Shannon?
he gets his kicks that way.
Nothing else?
Yeah, something else. He thought I wanted to cut in on a blackmail racket.
Bend more my ear, Senor Shannon. It is thrilling what you tell me. Now, the man who was murdered in your hotel.
Listen to me, LaSalle. Your cops were here, ran their noses all over the place, whispered in each other's ears, ate up the wedding cake.
And I wanted to save a piece to put under my pillow.
Perhaps they were hungry, Senorita. With the same hunger I have to discover why Senor Shannon should kill, commit violence. I came only to tell you I will appease this hunger. Hasta luego. Till again, Senorita.
The man wasn't kidding, Slate. He made it cold in here.
Yeah. Throw me a warm kiss, sailor. I'm going out.
Where?
To find out what gives LaSalle such a big appetite.
Please, stand in the place where you are.
Huh? Hey, look, mate.
I am looking. Oh, the way the light through the shutter strikes your face. It interests me. Much. Much.
Try this profile. What does that do?
Oh, it makes me want to write home to my mother. You are the Slate Shannon, notorious, violent. A boy to bring home.
Yeah. And for a P.S., you can tell Mom I want Eduardo Cinco, the ojo particular. On second thought, maybe you better tell me.
You wish him to follow something? To divorce you from something?
Yeah. From a murder rap. The one he's trying to pin on me.
Murder? Oh, well, I must pick for Eduardo the appropriate false beard. He has a pretty one for murder.
Don't bother. I already pushed that one down his teeth.
I was so partial to it. What's his favorite beard?
He said something to me about blackmail, about that's why I killed his partner. But you wouldn't know about that, huh?
About what?
Off the dime, Magda.
Oh, because Slate Shannon spoke my name, I will tell you. I wouldn't know about it.
Which brings us back to Eduardo.
My name is Magda Marquise, 12 Avenida Parada. Whenever loneliness walks the streets at your side.
Could be. Let's see, where was I? Oh, yeah, I was asking you where I could find your boss, name of Cinco, the man with a beard.
He is attending a rendezvous on Little Beach at this moment. Because you said, could be.
Hey, sailor.
Hi.
What are you doing here?
LaSalle called. He wanted you, so I thought I'd better...
LaSalle? What do you want me for?
Maybe you'd better ask him. There he is. Over there in the crowd.
What's going on?
I just looked and didn't believe it. You better see for yourself.
Inspector LaSalle.
Oh, welcome, Senor Shannon. You have returned to admire your handiwork?
Well, what's happening here?
Move. You see, Senor Shannon? The man lying here on the sand has been stabbed to death.
Well, that's the little private eye, Eduardo Cinco.
Nor did he forget you. Mira, at his fingertips he has written a name in the sand. Do you see it? He has written the name, Slate Shannon.
Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
look at those people over there. Even after they take the body away, they hang around.
Violent death, Mr. Val, holds its own particular mirror up to each of us. We look at it, we see what we wish to see. And each of us shivers because it has touched us.
Is that why I'm shivering? I thought it was because it's getting chilly out here on the beach.
And I thought perhaps it was because you had just killed a man.
Nope. It's because it's getting chilly.
Come on, sailor. I'll take you home. You can stick your feet in a hot bucket of water.
See what simple pleasures I have, Inspector LaSalle.
I am sorry for you. You will have to dip your feet, Stag. Senor Shannon comes with me.
What? Why?
The normal procedure for people under arrest.
Hey, you're not serious, are you? You don't think I killed that little guy?
In one word, si. Of which a free translation is yes. Come along.
Now, wait a minute.
I repeat, come along.
I don't like jail, LaSalle, especially when I haven't done anything.
Murder is something. Senor, I will be forced to point a gun at you.
Save yourself the trouble.
Oh!
Slate, you're crazy. You'll have the whole Havana police force on your back.
It was just there. Go home, sailor. I'll get in touch with you. I'm going to see a girl about a murder.
King, it scares me. I don't think Slate should have run away.
They would have tried to hang him for murder, Lady Sailor, and they might have succeeded because they wanted so much.
Don't, King.
Oh, forgive me. I only meant to.
I know. Don't stop playing. It helps. Where do you think he is now?
I do not know, but it would be in some place where he can find a way to spare his life to us.
And to himself. Why would a dying man write Slate's name in the sand?
The dead have many whims.
Mr. Ball, my husband and I want to... What's the matter, dear? You look so forlorn.
I've got a keen reason. They want Slate for murder.
Well, you're kidding us, Mr. Vall.
They say he killed that man at your wedding party. They found another man on the beach. They say Slate killed him, too. You have any unsolved murders, Mrs. Cheney? I've got just the guy for you.
They got you, Mr. Shannon, in jail?
No, he got away. So he could find the real murderer. That's one for our side. Maybe.
I'm sorry I pried, dear. I'm sure at a time like this you'd rather be alone.
You're sweet, Mrs. Cheney. Thanks.
If we can help in any way, Mr. Vall, please feel free to...
Come on, Bill. Leave her alone. He got away from them. You said writing his name that way, but... Bill, a man like Shannon could spoil it.
Don't worry about it. Shannon won't spoil anything. Not Shannon, not Magda. Nobody. No one. Like I always say to you, baby.
Yes? Oh, it's you. Oh, get away quickly. Go.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm the guy who impressed you, remember? When the light through the shutters strikes my face, you used to jump up and down without getting off the floor.
Oh, you must go, I tell you.
Now, I'm coming in.
Oh, you do not know what you are doing.
All right, you are.
Get out of here.
In a little while, after you explain some things to me.
No, no.
Who poisoned Contuarius, Magda?
Oh, please. Please, you must go. You must.
And who had the rendezvous with Cinco on Lido Beach?
You must not ask this, please, senor. Go quickly while...
While what?
I will be dead if you do not go. I will die like Juan, like Eduardo.
What's happened to you? Who frightened you like this? Here. Give me your hand, Magda.
Oh, please. Oh, please, you must go.
Oh, isn't this a lot better than being frightened to death?
Yes.
Your mascara's running.
Yes.
I don't care either. Oh. Tell me what's happening.
No. No, you will not trick me to stay. Get out. I will show you. Oh, operator, give me the police.
So long, Magda. A short romance and a lousy one.
Alma, how is it with my Slade, huh? So long it has been you have not come to Maria's Palace of Jollies to dance for a dime.
I've got some trouble, Maria.
Well, if you cannot afford 10 centavos to dance at Maria's place, Maria will put it on her fat cob.
It's not that. I've got to have some place to stay.
Worry is in your face, mi hermosa.
Well, this kind of worry shows. The police want me. I had to hit a cop to get away from them. I've got to have some place to stay.
In the back is a room. It is yours.
Oh, and one more thing. Get word to Sailor. Tell her where I am. Tell her I want to see her.
See. All this I will do. From fat me to worried you, my assistant.
From worried me to wonderful you, my thanks.
Oh, do not thank me, Slade Shannon. If harm would come to you, Maria would waste away.
Lady Sailor, quick, Lady Sailor.
What's the matter, King? You find a guest swiping a towel?
It's much better than that, Lady Sailor. This scrap of paper, it slid under my door.
From Slate?
From the lady of the dance palace of Jollies. Mr. Slade is hiding there. He wants you to go to him.
I'd give my arm if I could go to him. The Sal's Beagles are just waiting for me to do something like that.
Those who have been sniffing around our hotel?
Those.
I will go to him, Lady Sailor.
They'd follow you, too. If they want Slate, they'll have to sweat for him.
I think he is in much need of you, Lady Sailor. I think you...
Wait here, King.
Oh, it's you. You'd care to come in, Miss Duval?
Thanks.
Ruth, it's Miss Duval.
This is an unexpected pleasure, dear. Please sit down.
Mr. Cheney, you said if I needed help, I could call on you.
Well, that depends, Miss Duval. What kind of help?
I just had word from Slate.
Oh, you must be very happy, dear. And you want to share it with us. You couldn't have come to two people more suited.
He wants me to go to him. If I did that...
The police would follow you and arrest him. Maybe hang him.
Will you two go? Tell him I got his message. But I can't come to him because the police will follow me.
Where is you, Mr. Shannon, dear?
At the Palace of Jollies in the barrio. Tell a woman named Maria that I sent you. She'll take you to Slate.
It's like Baby said, Mr. Duval. You couldn't have come to two people more suited.
Maria?
See, it is Maria.
How do these two get here?
They say they come from Miss Duval.
Well, then they ought to come in. It's all right, Maria. I'll let you know if we need anything.
You do that, mi hermosa. Anything at all.
Mr. Shannon.
Come on in and talk to me. See if I'm right. I should have thought about it. The cops were tailing Sailor.
That's right, Mr. Shannon. That's why she asked us to come.
Well, that party I gave you was a good investment.
She told us all about it. How you're wanted for 2 murders. About the girl.
Huh? About what girl?
Magda. How terrified she was when you came to her for help.
She told you that, huh?
Hey, you made a mistake, baby. Didn't she, Shannon?
I didn't tell Sailor anything about Magda's being terrified. How would you know about Magda?
Because it's us that terrified her.
Well, the blackmail, huh? Gets back to that. Those 2 private eyes owned a piece of you, huh?
Is that what Magda told you?
Oh, Magda and I got along fine.
My advice to you, Mr. Shannon, is to go to the police with it. Why don't you do that? This gun get in the way?
The gun doesn't bother me. If I had a few things to fill me in, I'd go to the police.
What few things? Bill and I'd be glad to oblige. For that nice store-bought wedding cake.
Like what the blackmail twist is?
Oblige him, Ruth.
Sure, honey. Mr. Shannon, we killed a man back in the States.
I'm 2 in Havana. You're making an international production out of it.
That's right. But let's take it slowly. We killed a man back in the States and burned his body. And the insurance company said that was Bill here. They paid me $50,000. I met Bill in Miami with the money.
And here we are.
Which private eye caught up with you, Bill?
Contreras. He saw me on the street and came up to me.
Contreras even arranged passage for Bill to Havana.
Baby.
Suggested your place, Mr. Shannon. Didn't he, Bill?
Baby.
Didn't he, Bill?
Baby, I'm trying to tell you something.
What?
Oh, baby, haven't you figured why we came here to this place?
Yeah, think about it, Ruth. Why didn't Bill just call the cops if you wanted to get rid of me?
Bill.
You've got to go too, baby.
Bill, you're joking.
I doubt it. You collected that money for Bill's death. That makes it all his.
You're a man I like to chat with, Shannon. You understand how things are. Right and wrong.
Bill, you're just tired, honey. You don't know what you're saying.
I know.
He really does.
Bill, listen to me. This is Ruth. We killed 3 men together.
You want it from up close, Ruth? Keep coming.
You don't know what you're saying. You don't... I'll never let you go. I'll hold you down.
Ruth, let me go. Stop holding me. Hold on to this.
No.
Shouldn't have made her love you so much, Bill.
Slate Shannon. Slate Shannon.
Now, don't come in here, Maria.
But what has happened?
Call the police.
But why? What should I tell them?
Tell them Slate Shannon's here. I'll tell them the rest.
Hey, Slate, what's that?
Oh, I thought you'd know right away. It's a cake. I baked it myself.
With candles? What for?
I'm celebrating. I didn't go to jail again.
There's a candle for every time you didn't, huh? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Don't count them. Just make a wish, then blow them out.
Why should I? It's your cake.
I give it to you.
All right. I'll make a wish.
That's very good. What did you wish?
If I tell, it won't come true. Never does.
Never? Come here, sailor.
See? I didn't tell.
Came true, huh?
Go bake another cake. I could keep this up forever.
And so our 2 stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
First-class mechanic in this garage?
I admit, mister. Grease monkey, it's all grease, no monkey.
Well, I think this car of mine could stand some monkeying with.
Huh. Can you leave it with me a while?
Anything you say.
Okay. Just leave it where it is. I'll move it.
Thanks.
This your car?
Yes, why do you ask?
Oh, no reason. Nice car. Huh? I gotta give you a claim ticket. What's your name?
Boston Blackie.
Boston Blackie. Yeah. Now, you just keep this. If there's nothing serious the matter with your buggy, it ought to be ready for you by noon.
Okay, I'll be back in 3 hours.
Well, he's Boston Blackie.
Police department.
I'd like to speak to the man in charge.
Just a minute. Inspector Faraday speaking.
Inspector Faraday, this is the West Avenue garage.
Well, what do you want me to do? Come down and fix a flat?
Look, that car the police told us to look for just turned up here.
A black convertible with the left front fender smashed in?
Yes, sir.
Don't let whoever owns it take it out. Last night, that car killed a woman.
Now here's Richard Calmer's Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend. Wait here at the entrance, Mary. I'll walk into the garage office and see if the car's ready.
I know, Blackie. You're ashamed to take me places.
Think so? Come on along, then.
You talk me into it.
Well, the 3 hours are up. My car ready?
Oh, you're Boston Blackie, huh? Yeah, sure, it's ready. This way.
What was the matter with it?
Oh, the engine needed a little tuning, that's all.
What do I owe you?
$3.
Okay. Hey, the rest is for you. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. The keys are right in the ignition switch there.
Thanks. Get in, Mary.
After you, my pet?
So long.
So long.
Hey, mister. Going my way?
Depends on which way you're going.
Your way.
All right, Blackie. Pull over to the curb.
Oh, not you.
Inspector Faraday, what are you doing in the back of the car?
Pull over there, Blackie, and stop.
Faraday, stop pointing that gun. It's liable to go off before you go out.
What do you want with Blackie, Inspector?
You know better than to ask me questions, Miss Wesley.
Okay.
He has such trouble with the answers, Mary. Now, what's this all about, Faraday?
Don't play dumb, Blackie.
I caught it from you, only you weren't playing. What is it this time? Arson, robbery, or murder? You're taking me down to headquarters, of course.
Sorry, Miss Wesley. You'll have to get out.
Oh, Inspector Faraday, please listen to reason. Look.
Maybe you'd better do what he says, Mary. Be a good girl.
Good for what? Running out on you when you're in trouble?
Go on, Miss Wesley. Get out.
Oh, all right.
Take a taxi home, Mary, and I'll phone you as soon as our non-paying passenger's through with me.
Very funny.
Yes, but be careful, will you, dear?
You mean don't go through any red lights with a policeman in the car? All right.
Get going, Blackie.
Where to, Master?
Get going.
Yes, sir. Bye, Mary.
Bye.
Which route to headquarters shall I take, Master?
None. Drive around the corner and stop.
Faraday, do you feel all right?
I feel fine. Turn here and stop.
You're the boss.
Now cut your engine.
Alone at last, huh?
Now look, this is nothing to make wisecracks about.
Sorry. If you want me to get into the proper mood, take the finger you have on me and point out what I've done now.
Blackie, last night this car of yours hit and killed Carolyn Forbes.
What?
It was this car that killed her, Blackie. Witnesses described it perfectly.
Faraday, doesn't it occur to you that there are other black convertibles in this town?
Yeah, but I don't think you'll find any other with such a peculiar dent on the left front fender.
Huh?
Get out and take a look.
I certainly will.
Wait, I'll go out with you.
Come on.
Well, I suppose you're going to tell me somebody backed into your car last night and smashed this fender.
I don't know how it was smashed, Inspector.
It hit and killed Carolyn Forbes at 11 o'clock last night.
All right, I'll take your word for it. But I wasn't driving my car last night.
I know you weren't. Your car was stolen.
Sorry, Faraday. My car couldn't have been stolen because I only have one set of car keys and they were in my pocket last night.
Well, then the locks on your car were forced.
Sorry for the second time, Faraday. If they had been, I'd have noticed it this morning.
Oh, fine. As usual, you have to complicate things.
Well, then why don't you simplify them your usual way? Just arrest me and close the case.
Oh, no, Blackie.
This is one time I know you're not guilty. This was a hit-and-run accident. And if there's one thing I know you wouldn't do, it's run away.
Well, my car killed this Forbes girl. And by law, I'm responsible.
By law, yes. But I'm only one member of the police force.
And what strange meaning is behind that peculiar crack?
You've managed to get away from me before. Why don't you get away from me now and find out what this is all about?
And become a fugitive from justice? Oh, no. I'd never do a thing as naughty as that.
So help me, Blackie. One of these days...
All right, Faraday. It'll make you any happier. I'll go get to the bottom of this. But I don't want to take any more orders from you.
Why not?
I'm head man in this investigation. When I go to the bottom of things, I start at the top.
Well, this is certainly a surprise turn of events, isn't it, Dan?
I suppose there's a certain amount of justice, son.
Yeah, but the justice we're going to get is a pretty big amount. We should get an easy $1.5 million from Sister's will. It was a lucky accident for us.
It's getting late. We'll better get ready. Funeral.
Oh, Dad, I didn't show any respect for Carolyn when she was alive. Why pretend to respect her now?
I'm just as unconcerned about her death as you are, but for appearance's sake, we'd better be funeral.
With the money we're coming into, why do we care about appearances?
The services won't take long.
How long will it take to get the money?
A whole lot longer than it'll take to bury Carolyn.
Yes, it would.
Yes?
Oh, you're both in here.
Well, Tom, are you leaving today?
Yes, right now. I just came in to say goodbye.
Well, Mr. Wellington, now that you can't marry my daughter, what are you going to do for money?
I'll manage.
To do what, Tom? Find some other girl with money and get yourself engaged to her?
Nothing wrong in falling in love with a rich girl, is there, Bill?
Not if you can find one who has full control of her fortune.
You hated her for that, didn't you? Both of you.
But you, loved her for it.
A fine family you are. Maybe it's just as well Carolyn's dead. Even if I'd married her, you two would have made her life miserable. Anybody home?
Who's that?
It's not a familiar voice.
Is anybody home? Someone must have wandered in the front door. It was open. And servants in the back.
Bill, you'd better go see who it is.
Never mind. Hey, you. Looking for someone?
Yes, Carolyn Forbes' family.
They're in here.
Thanks. What? Sorry to intrude, but it's important.
Don't apologize to me. All I care, you can walk in here 20 times a day.
Are you Bill Forbes, Carolyn's brother?
No, I'm Bill Forbes. If you've come to see my sister, down to the morgue. She's dead.
Yes, I know she's dead. That's why I'm here.
What's to you?
I'm Boston Blackie. Last
we
night,
don't know anyone by the name of Boston Blackie, and people we do know are not in the habit of coming into this house unannounced. Good day, sir.
You're, Mr. Forbes, aren't you?
And I'm ordering you out of my house.
He's Mr. Forbes, all right, Blackie. And he's ordering you around to see what it feels like to be able to give orders in his own house.
Who are you?
I'm Tom Wellington.
And he's leaving with you, Blackie.
Tom Wellington, huh? You were going to marry Carolyn Forbes, weren't you?
We're not in the mood for questions, young man. I don't want to have to ask you to leave again.
What right have you to come in here and ask us questions?
I'm in the mood for my questions, not yours, Bill.
If you want to know anything about my daughter's death, go to the police.
I have to know more than the police know about your daughter's death, Mr. Forbes, or I'll go to jail for a murder.
Murder? I knew it. I knew it was murder.
My sister was a conceited, self-centered, selfish fool. If someone murdered her, I'm not surprised.
That's fine talk. Maybe the wrong member of the Forbes family was killed.
Just what makes you think my daughter was murdered? The police say it was an accident.
I have my reasons.
What makes you think you have a right to have reasons?
Because it was my car that killed her, and I wasn't driving it.
Mm-hmm. Is that any worry of ours?
It may be. If I can prove that either you or your father borrowed my car last night.
Why would we do that?
To kill Carolyn Forbes.
Why would we kill her?
For her money.
Oh, that's much too simple. We'd be fools to do such an obvious thing. Why not see if there isn't a reason why Tom here might have killed Carolyn?
Oh, now, what could I gain?
I can't see where you'd gain anything, Mr. Wellington. You're broke, I understand.
Just about.
You'd stand to profit from Carolyn Forbes only if she lived to marry you. I want to warn you, Mr. Forbes, and your son, too. I'm going to ask the police to investigate both of you.
Bill, take Mr. Boston Blackie to the door.
Yes, Father. Come on, get out.
Don't bother to show me the way. I can find the door. I wish it was as simple to find your sister's murderer. It's as obvious as a bad joke, Mary. Either the father or Bill, the brother, killed Carolyn Forbes.
But why, Blackie? For money?
Why not? She held the purse strings.
What about the fiancé?
Well, he had to marry her to get her money. That seems to whitewash him.
But, was she really going to marry him?
Of course.
Well. Well, how do you know something didn't happen to their romance? Maybe he's already married, and she found out about it.
Would he kill her for that?
Well, no, but...
But nothing. He had no motive. When a rich person is murdered, it's generally for money. That's almost a rule.
Well, couldn't this be an exception to the rule? Maybe this Tom Wellington had been running up a lot of bills on the strength of the fact that he was marrying into the Forbes millions. Then Carolyn found out about it, became angry, and broke the engagement.
Look, Mrs. Sherlock Holmes, you're beginning to make sense.
And one more thing, Watson.
Elementary?
Oh, very, very. In all good murder stories, this is back in my own voice, who always turns out to be the real killer?
The one who looks the most innocent.
And who looks perfectly innocent in The Murder of the Millionaire?
Tom Wellington. But maybe he never read any detective stories.
He is it.
Yeah? Yes, that may be right, Mary. In fact, I know it's right.
Well, see?
Wellington was awfully pleased when I accused the elder Forbes and the brother. And what's more, Wellington looked like the weak sister type who'd borrow him money from a rich girl with no thought of paying it back. Come on.
Where are we going?
Back to the Forbes mansion. Wellington may still be there, and I...
Oh,
now what?
Shucks. I'll go see who it is.
Hello, Miss Wesley. Blackie here.
Inspector Faraday, come in.
Faraday, I think I have your killer for you. The fiancé, Tom Wellington.
Why?
Check into his background, and you'll find out he did something Carolyn Forbes didn't like.
Then she broke the engagement, and so he killed her. You know, I helped Blackie solve this case, didn't I, Pete?
Yes, you'll have to thank us both for this one, Faraday.
Well, I'll thank you both to crawl under a couple of stones. Or find me a killer I can send to jail.
Huh? What's the matter?
Carolyn Forbes' little private murder has turned into a free-for-all. I've got myself another body.
Who?
Tom Wellington.
What?
Wellington? Oh, that's not fair, Blackie. He was supposed to be our killer.
How do you like that guy? He never read enough detective stories to be a killer, so he winds up a corpse.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Carolyn Forbes, wealthy heiress, is fatally injured by someone driving Boston Blackie's car. And all evidence points to deliberate murder. But how the murdered managed to get Blackie's car is a mystery. There's only one set of keys, and it was in Blackie's pocket. After a visit to the dead girl's family, Blackie sees conclusive evidence that the murder was committed by Tom Wellington, her fiancé. But just as Blackie's about to tell Faraday that the case is solved, he receives the news that Wellington, too, is dead, a second victim of murder. As our story continues, Inspector Faraday is explaining to Blackie and Mary Wesley the circumstances of Wellington's death.
Yes, Blackie, Tom Wellington's dead. We fished his body out of the river just 2 hours ago.
Look, Faraday, are you sure it was Wellington's body?
We got positive identification from somebody who ought to know.
Who?
His sister, Florence Wellington.
Florence Wellington, Inspector? Why, that's the name of the switchboard operator in this building.
It's the same girl, too, Miss Wesley. That's why I happen to be up here.
Oh, she must feel awful, poor girl.
Maybe there's something we can do for her, Mary.
She seems to be okay. She and her brother were anything but palsy-walsy. When she identified him in the morgue, it was the first time she'd seen him in 2 years.
Well, but just the same, I think we should do something for her, don't you think so, Blackie?
Yes, I'll go see her. Nobody especially enjoys having a relative murdered. Say, how was he killed, Faraday?
Well, I'm waiting for a coroner's report on that now. There were no marks on the body.
Well, either old man Forbes or Bill Forbes must know something. And I'm going to find out why. I'll see you later, Mary.
Oh, Blackie, you will stop by and see Florence first, won't you?
All right. Where is she, Faraday? At headquarters?
No, she's at home.
I'll see her, but the way she feels about her brother, I don't know whether to offer condolences or congratulations.
It's nice of you to come to see me, Blackie, but it wasn't necessary.
Is there anything you need, Florence? You've done a lot of little favors for me. Maybe I can return them now, all wrapped up in one big favor.
No, Blackie. Thanks just the same. What have I ever done for you but see that Miss Wesley got everything you left for her?
Well, if you do need anything, you know where to get in touch with me, or with Mary Wesley. She'll do anything she can.
Thanks. You're both very nice.
Florence, do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Well, of course not.
You and your brother weren't close at all. Could you tell me the reason?
He wanted things I didn't care about, I guess. Money, social position. He was ashamed of me because I worked.
He drew away from you, then?
Yes. I might have ruined his chances of marrying into the Forbes family, or any other family that had money.
Didn't you ever see your brother?
2 years ago, I met him on a train. That was the last time we spoke. Oh, I saw him on the street once in a while, but that was all.
Did your brother have any enemies, Florence?
Why do you ask that?
Answer my question first.
Suppose everyone as ambitious as Tom has made enemies. But I didn't know any of them. Or his friends either.
Do you think anyone hated your brother enough to murder him?
No. No, I don't.
Think, Florence. Did he ever get in anybody's way, financially, socially?
I don't know. Well, Tom may have been cruel and selfish, but he didn't deserve to be killed.
Well, don't worry, Florence. Whoever killed him will get what he deserves. Well, Mary, first I saw Florence Wellington, and what she knew you could put inside a small zero.
Oh, shucks. But what about Mr. Forbes and his son? Did you see them too, Blackie?
Uh-huh. And there I got something. Not one confession, but two.
Two?
Believe it or not, Mary, they both confessed to the murder of Carolyn Forbes and Tom Wellington.
Well, Blackie, which one did it, Bill or the father?
I don't know, but one of them is guilty.
They confessed to protect each other.
Obviously.
Yes, but which one did it?
If I don't find out soon, I'll be Faraday's suspect. It was my car that killed the Forbes girl.
But even Inspector Faraday knows you went driving.
Say, what Faraday knows is about all a jury would need to convict me.
Oh, please, Blackie, be serious, darling.
Well, why? This thing is ridiculous. I usually break my neck to find a killer, and the first time I get a voluntary confession, I get two. And I don't know which to believe. If that's Faraday at the door, tell him we don't want any.
Okay, but Blackie, we've got to think of something.
I know, but what?
Hello, Miss Wesley. Oh, Florence. Come on in. Thanks. Blackie, it's Florence Wellington.
Hello, Florence. Oh, say, you going somewhere?
Yes, I am, Blackie. I'm going up to the country for a while. I think you're being very wise. Well, I thought it was best to get away.
I wouldn't go too far away if I were you, Florence. There may be a great deal of police investigation into your brother's death, you know.
Yes, I know.
Maybe you'd better leave us your address in case you're needed.
Well, I really don't know where I'm going yet, but I'll come back soon.
You better. Who else can I trust to take care of all the candy and the flowers and all the other wonderful presents I bring to Miss Wesley when she isn't home?
Oh, I wondered why you always brought me things when I wasn't home. That's so you could stop and talk to Florence, wasn't it?
Oh, gee, the secret's out.
Well, I'm leaving town in just 20 minutes, so I'd better hurry. Well, now look, you will let us hear from me, won't you? I will. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, and thanks for everything. That was strange, wasn't it?
Very.
Did she say anything about leaving town when you saw her earlier today?
That's what's so strange about it.
Blackie, you don't think that...
I think worse than that.
Is she the one?
Oh, of course not. But she's in trouble of some kind. Danger, maybe. She may have been threatened because she knows something.
Who killed her brother, maybe? You think she knows that?
I think she knows something. I'll call you when I know what it is.
Blackie, where are you going?
Wherever Florence Wellington is going. And if you remember, she didn't know where that might be. Hello, Florence.
Blackie.
Is going to an old brownstone on 117th Street what you call going to the country?
Go away, Blackie, please. You shouldn't have followed me.
Now that I know you were lying about going to the country, I know I should have followed you.
But I am leaving for the country from here.
Florence.
Blackie, come down the street with me and I'll...
Oh, no. You're in trouble. And whatever the trouble is, it is in that house.
Blackie, please, let's leave.
No. I'm going to lean on this doorbell till someone answers.
Blackie, please, you'll only...
Come on in, Florence.
Tom Wellington. Oh, no, you don't close that door on me.
You fool, why'd you let this guy come?
He didn't let me in. I got this idea myself. There.
All right. You're in the door, but that's as far as you're going to get.
Tom, please, put away that gun.
I'll put it away when I put a couple of slugs into your boyfriend here.
Well, this is certainly a big surprise. Wait till Faraday finds out that body in the river wasn't yours.
I'll wait.
Tom, please, you've done enough harm already.
I'll say you've done enough harm. Who did you kill and dump in the river for your sister to identify as you?
I didn't kill anyone. I stole the body from the morgue.
Wait till Faraday hears that.
He's not going to hear it from you.
No, you're going to tell him yourself.
I'm not telling him anything.
Well, will you tell me something?
I just do things. I don't talk about it.
I'll tell you, Blackie. He killed Carolyn Forbes.
Shut up.
I suppose you'll say I helped him kill her, Blackie, but I didn't.
Shut up.
Maybe you'd better not tell me anything, Florence. Not just yet.
But I want to tell you. I gave Tom the keys to your car. You left your key for Miss Wesley several times, and Tom told me you needed a car badly, for business reasons.
Shut up, Florence.
I made a wax impression of the keys to your car one night when you left them for Miss Wesley. And later had a set of keys made from the impression.
Florence, I told you to...
Florence, you'd better save the rest for Faraday.
There isn't going to be any rest at hell. Because, little sister, you're going to rest in peace.
Get out of here. Florence, get out of here and take care of this.
Let go of me, Blackie. I'll kill you too.
Tom, no!
So I admit. It only takes one to kill.
Tom, don't. Keep back, Florence. I'll make him drop the gun.
Get away from me, Blackie, or you'll get one of these
bullets.
Now try to tell Blackie the whole story. And tell him how it feels to be full of lead.
You don't shoot straight, Wellington, but you shoot often enough to make up for it.
Is she dead?
She is.
I killed 2 girls in 2 days and for 2 different reasons.
I know why you killed your sister. Why did you kill Carolyn Forbes?
She found out I was running up bills, which I was going to pay when I married her. She was going to call off our engagement and tell her friends why.
The phonies found out, huh? I had you tagged from the start. That body you borrowed threw me off the track.
Well, you may be on the right track now. But you've come to the end of the line.
Yeah, but there's a switch.
Oh, I don't think there is. I can do the same to you I did to Florence.
Not unless you have another gun.
Stay back. I'll shoot you.
With what?
You saw what this gun did to Florence.
I know what it did to Florence. That's why you can't do anything to me with it.
Stay back or I'll kill you.
Go ahead. Pull the trigger.
You think I'm scared? You think I'm scared? I'll show you.
What's the matter, Wellington? What's the matter? Don't you know how to use a gun?
It missed.
I don't think so. It's empty.
It is empty.
That's right, Wellington. That's right. You were so anxious to kill your sister, you forgot to save a bullet for me. Drop that gun, Wellington. Well, what do you call it? I hope you have pleasant dreams, Wellington. You'll need them. Because when you wake up, you're going to be looking at Inspector Faraday.
Blackie, what did Faraday say when he found that the body identified as Tom Wellington had been dead 72 hours?
Well, what he usually says in a spot like that, nothing.
Oh, dear. Did Wellington confess to Faraday that he killed Carolyn Forbes?
He confessed everything, including the fact that his sister made a duplicate of my car keys when I left them here for you.
Oh. Well, I suppose that will be the end of that.
The end of what?
You won't let me borrow your car again and leave the keys with the girl at the desk downstairs.
I should say not. Hey, Let's go for an automobile ride.
Now, where did you get that idea?
I don't know. Maybe it was auto-suggestion.
Oh.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure in the story, Reservoir for Murder. The Green Hornet strikes again. Reporter of the Daily Sentinel smelled trouble the moment he arrived at the location of the new city reservoir. As he walked across the cluttered ground toward the concrete abutments, he noticed that the men seemed to be especially busy with one section of the retaining wall.
Looks like something's cooking over there, and it ain't good. Hey, buddy.
Well, you better not go any further, mister. That section...
It's okay. I'm a reporter from the Daily Sentinel. Here's my press card.
Sure, only...
Forget it. My insurance company says I can take all the risks I want in their payroll. So why should I worry? Where's the phone around here?
The only ones in the construction staff.
Never mind, buddy. You warned me. You did your duty.
Hey, wait.
Time. Reporters wait for no man. I'm climbing that scaffold. I want to see this with my own eyes. They built this reservoir with knitting needles instead of T-squares. The Sentinel's going to hear about it. Hey, what's happening to that scaffold?
The whole section's going to cave in.
Did you see that? Did I see it? Holy mackerel, the piece of concrete is big as a truck. Gangway, I got to get that pole.
no publisher's office.
Tracy, this is Lowry. Where's the boss?
What's the matter, Lowry? You sound excited.
The reservoir. Give me the boss. It's coming down around my ears.
Case, is that Lowry?
Yes, it's Lowry, Mr. Reed.
All right. Hello, Lowry.
Boss, that tip was a McCoy. One section is caving in.
The reservoir going? This case got Gunnigan.
Yes, sir.
Gunnigan.
Here he is.
Gunnigan, Reed talking. I've got Lowry on the phone. Construction wreck at the reservoir. Have a rewrite man cut in. You got it?
Got it.
Okay, Lowry, you give it to the rewrite man.
Okay, boss.
Can you see what's going on?
Sure, I have a ringside seat up at the construction shack. I can see from the window. Okay, Mr. Reed.
All set, Lowry. The rewrite man's listening. Go ahead.
I'm about 200 yards away from the concrete walls. They've been showing up one section because it had a crack in it, but it isn't a crack anymore. Hold it. There goes another chunk. You hear that? Man, it's a lucky thing there wasn't any water in that reservoir yet. Half the people in Naples Valley be getting their feet wet up to their ears. The rest of the concrete seems to be okay, but that one section, yeah, they're pulling the men away from it. Guess it's going to change. They're running like ants. Looks like it's going to be more than 1 month before the governor dedicates the Maple Valley Reservoir project after all. There'll be an investigation. Hold it. Here comes the big one. 150 tons of concrete. Going.
Several hours later, darkness had fallen over the wreckage of the reservoir wall. Powerful lamps poured cones of light down as men worked to clear away the debris. And slipping quietly and unnoticed among the working men was Ed Lowry. He stayed out of the lighted areas as much as possible, but his sharp eyes saw everything there was to see.
Maybe I can dig up an angle on this. Concrete walls just don't fall down and go boom without a reason. Concrete's solid enough. Certainly feels that way on my feet. Hey, what's this? One of the steel supports that was buried in it. Feels funny. It's got a sharp edge. Lowry, my friend, maybe you're onto something here. Now, where did I put those matches? Let's have a look at the edge of this girder. Come on, right. Come. Well, plaster me on the front page. No wonder that concrete wall caved in. Holy mackerel, this girder is... Hey, let's go, man. What are you doing? What are you trying to stop?
So you've been walking into doors again.
Ha, very amusing. Where's the boss?
Oh, I knew you'd try to fight somebody bigger than you someday. Or was it a whole gang?
Not Casey. It was one guy with a 10-ton blackjack in his fist.
Well, Lowry, so that's why you didn't come back to the office last night or phone in. Fighting, huh?
Holy mackerel, what kind of a reception is this? So help me, boss, I got this while I was on the job.
You did.
Sure, I was checking over that reservoir after dark. And just when I find something good, blam, some monkey jumps me and sends me to dreamland. Didn't wake up till this morning.
Then you found something good. What do you mean?
What I said, boss. I found enough to prove that crash was no accident.
Good no accident?
No, sir. Not when the steel supports that are supposed to be embedded in that concrete are sort of halfway through.
What?
Yeah.
Gosh, Mr. Reed, and the whole state is blaming Jeff Thorndike, saying that he's responsible.
Not if that concrete was deliberately weak.
It was, boss.
Lowry, you're going back there. Miss Case, get a photographer to go back with Lowry and take pictures of that damage. Call the police.
Whoa, boss.
What?
No dice. You'd be wasting your time.
Don't be silly, Lowry. Why would make a front-page story that would scoop the town?
Hold it, Miss Case, just a moment. Go on, Lowry. We'd be wasting our time. Why?
Because the steel girders aren't there anymore.
Go on.
When I woke up, I started to look again. Boss, somebody cleared those girders out of there like Lewis took bear. What good is a story without proof?
We'll see you now, gentlemen. This way, please.
Okay, Thorndike, keep your chin up. I'm glad you're here, Reed. It's good to have someone backing me up. Senator just got the axe out for me. Can't say I blame him. Cave-in wasn't your fault, Thorndike. Yes, I know the sense said, but someday we'll prove it.
That's very much if you can prove that, Reed.
Hello, Senator.
Hello. You may go, Miss Bearfield.
Yes, sir.
Well, Thorndike, as engineer in charge of that construction job, you've managed to put me in the soup. There's only one way I can satisfy the public. Come right to the point. Did you bring along your resignation? I can't understand what went wrong. I'm not interested in alibis. I'm interested in results. You didn't get them. I understand. Here's my resignation. Now, just a minute. Yes? The rat deserts the sinking ship. Your first aimed at me, Reed. It is? I hate this department. I'm responsible for what happens. You're also responsible for the men under you. Yet you're making Thorndyke the ghost. I'm putting the blame where it belongs. You read the Sentinel. There might be some doubt that what happened was Thorndyke's fault. Poppycock. The story cooked up to make speculation. You know, General... Not from the Sentinel. There's no proof. Your reporter made that story up, and you believed it. I believed him, yes. But he didn't make it up. I know my reporters. And get this, Shevlin. The public has faith in the Sentinel, too. There's no time for... What's it? Just what I said. You're yapping about the interest of the public. Well, get this, Shevlin. The Sentinel has a circulation that's almost as big as all the others combined. And this morning, after our story, our switchboard was flooded with phone calls. Phone calls about what? About the cave-in at the new reservoir. Shevlin, if you're interested in public opinion, you might be interested to know that the public does believe that story in the Sentinel. At least enough so that they don't blame Thorndyke. That's true. If you want a record of their names and addresses... No, I don't doubt you. Thorndyke, this puts a different complexion on things. Shevlin is always sensitive to public opinion. Aren't you, Shevlin? Yes, Senator, do you mean my resignation? Yes, I'm not accepting it, Thorndyke. There, in the wastebasket. I don't know what to say. Never mind. Just go ahead and make sure the job is finished. And finished right. It'll be done right. I'm still puzzled about what... Jeff, let's go. Can't you see the senator wants to be alone, to eat his own words? Goodbye, Shevlin. Next time, don't be too anxious to throw out a good worker. Goodbye, Senator. It'll be done right. I'll make sure it's done right. Goodbye. Go ahead and finish that job. When it's done, I'll make absolutely sure Thorndyke loses his job. I'll make it positive. Bender. Senator, what are you doing here? The story. Why can't you fool? I don't want to be seen. You've heard Thorndyke is going ahead with the construction work. Yeah. Thorndyke is too good a man. If he keeps going, he'll end up with my job. Yeah. That puts it up to you, Bender. This time, I want a big accident, you understand. Big enough so that not even the Sentinel can keep Thorndyke in his job.
I'll be finished with the construction in 3 weeks, Senator. The water will be piling up behind the dam. A whole lot of water, Senator.
That's it, Bender. I think you understand.
Yeah, I understand.
If the water should break that retaining wall and flood the valley, there'd be a lot of damage. Thorndyke couldn't explain that.
Yeah, Senator. And besides, there wouldn't be any evidence. The water would wash away every sign. Okay, Senator, you can count on it. There's going to be a flood.
During the following weeks, while the damage was being repaired and the dam completed, Ed Lowry made frequent trips to the Maple Valley construction job. And his reports back to the Sentinel were all the same. He saw no sign of trouble. But he wasn't the only one on watch. When darkness fell each night, a small man, inconspicuous and slight, prowled around the reservoir. That man was Cato, Britt Reed's Filipino valet.
Yes, Mr. Britt. I observed Maple Valley Reservoir at night, as you direct.
You weren't seen, Cato?
No, sir. Back home in Philippines, I learned how to move silent, like younger cat.
What did you find out, Cato? Is there anything wrong?
No.
Why do you say it that way?
I'm not certain, Mr. Britt. But there's one man. I observed him at night. Act very strange.
Strange?
Nothing very definite. Only he acts like a man who's doing wrong. A man named Bender.
Bender, eh?
Name is familiar?
Yeah, he's the man who told Lowry to stay away when that section of wall fell. I wonder.
Yes?
I wonder if he's the one who could have knocked Lowry out that same night.
Oh, it's possible, yes.
Keep watching, Cato. Pretty soon that job will be completed. We don't want anything to happen.
means the job is done, men. Thanks for your work. The Maple Valley Reservoir is a project you can be proud of. Senator Shepard, when you close the water pipes, it'll take about a week to get the water high enough in the reservoir to start using it. That's the way the weather is, Thorndyke. It's raining up in the mountains. Until the reservoir fires. I just press this button? Yes. Thank you, Senator. And thanks for letting me finish this job. Yes. Well, here comes the rain. You'll excuse me. I'll get to my car.
Senator Shepard.
Yes, what is it?
Everything's set. This rain ought to speed it up, too.
Not so loud.
Oh, there's nobody to hear. Just a couple of more days and it'll be Thorndyke's finish.
He's riding high.
It'll be his finish.
It better be.
Everything. What's that?
Excuse, please.
You were on the other side of the senator's car. Who are you?
Excuse, please. I'm very sorry. Mr. Britt, I come back to apartment at once. I tell you what I hear.
You don't know their plan?
No, sir.
This rain will fill up that reservoir pretty fast.
That is true. Rain continues. I think...
Hey, we've got to find out. Check the gas weapon and the Hornet mask.
It rains very hard, Mr.
That doesn't matter. Rain or no rain, the Green Hornet's going out on the Black Beauty.
A few minutes later, Britt Reed and his Filipino valet Cato stepped through a secret panel in Britt Reed's bedroom, then along a narrow passage built within the wall itself, down narrow creaking stairs that led around a corner and connected directly with another building on a little-used, dead-end side street. Seen from the street, this building looked deserted, empty like all the others. No one could guess that within its bleak walls stood the supercharged Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Go ahead, Cato. We're going to find this man Bender. We'll get the answer.
Cato flipped on the headlights. A photoelectric cell registered the beam, started a small electric motor. Silently, a huge section of apparently solid wall swiveled upward. The sleek black car rolled into the street, turned and headed north toward Maple Valley. And behind it, the wall once more dropped into place.
You'll never know, Joe. Good night.
Pretty wet out.
Yeah, it'll be a lot wetter, too. A lot wetter.
Just a minute, Bender.
Hey, what's the idea of bumping into a guy this way? It's dark enough to black out it.
This is a gun in your ribs.
What is this, a stick-up? Who are you? That mask with the Green Hornet.
Come with me, Bender.
What do you want?
Come with me. You're going to answer some questions.
Even harder upstate than it is here in the city, Senator.
Yes, Miss Darcy. I won't need you anymore tonight.
Yes, sir.
What's the matter with Bender? He's supposed to call me on my private phone. Water should be pouring into that reservoir. I want to know. I tried to get him myself. He isn't home. Private phone, that's it. Hello, is this you, Bender?
Hello, Shevlin.
Who is this?
You were expecting a call from Bender, weren't you?
Bender, what? This number is private. You're making a mistake.
Bender's right here. It's no mistake. I know all about it, Shevlin.
About what?
The Maple Valley Reservoir. I want $10,000.
Who are you?
This is the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet?
10,000, your steam blows up right in your face.
You can't bluff me.
Not a bluff. Remember, I've got Bender here. It wouldn't be hard to get him to talk. Now make up your mind, Shevlin. $10,000
All
or
right.
have it.
All right. At least I'm willing to talk to you about it.
That's polite. Play nice, and your apple cart may not be tipped over, huh? Meet you in the valley about a mile below the reservoir where Route 22 and Highway 16 split.
I know where.
Tomorrow night at 11. Be there, Shevlin. Don't forget.
You make phone call, yes?
All set. Tomorrow night at 11. Where is Bendy?
You give him gas from gun, Mr. Britt. He in his car, unconscious. What we do between now and tomorrow night, please?
You take care of Bendy?
Oh, I keep him unconscious till then, yes.
Good. I'll take the Black Beauty and head back to town. I want to be at the Sentinel tomorrow. I'll meet you at 11 in the evening.
Oh, where is meeting?
The junction of Route 22 and State Highway 16 in the valley here, Cato. And take care of Bendy.
Casey? 5:30. Will you come along, Mr. Thorndyke and Mr. Reed's office?
Oh, yeah. Nice guy, Thorndyke. I like him.
I wonder if he'll get Shevlin's job.
Well, I hope so. Somebody ought to. Still raining.
All day and since yesterday.
This rain has me a little worried, Reed. The Maple Valley Reservoir.
Don't be foolish, Thorndyke. You have men up there, haven't you?
Well, yes, but if something unforeseen occurs...
forget it. Say, Lowry.
What gives, boss?
I've got to head for home. I have an appointment tonight. Oh, will you and Miss Case keep Mr. Thorndyke from getting the jitters? Now that his work's done, he has plenty of time for worrying, so keep him occupied. You might show him around the Sentinel. Perhaps he's never seen a great newspaper at work.
Well, Mr. Thorndyke, you've seen everything from the
Listen to that thunder. Still raining.
Give up, Casey. The guy's hopeless. Here it is, 10:30 at night. Outside of eating dinner, we've been giving him a conductor tour of the Sentinel, and all he thinks about is the weather. I tell you, Casey, that...
Oh, Mr. Thorndyke, I've been calling you from Senator Shevlin's office all evening. I couldn't get you, so I finally came over.
Miss Darcy, what's the matter?
Oh, I don't know exactly. A phone call came for the senator. It wasn't on his private line, so I took it. Mr. Thorndyke, it was a man reminding the senator to be at the junction of Route 22 and Highway 16 at 11 tonight.
The junction in the valley?
Yes, and to pay $10,000. But the senator was gone already. I couldn't tell him.
Oh, sister, calm down. You're all excited.
Why shouldn't I be? The man who called was the Green Horse. The horse?
Holy mackerel, this is a case for the police.
The police?
Joel, hold on the board, Casey, and tell Gunnigan to get set for a phase 1 scoop. 11 o'clock, huh? We might not make it by 11, but we'll be there soon after. Come on, Thorndyke.
Don't shoot me. Where am I?
In there. How did you get here?
Phil Shevlin. I brought him.
The hornet.
I'm in the back seat. Got a gun. How about that 10 grand, Shevlin?
Oh, hornet. Let's talk this over.
Go, Shevlin. Money talk.
Yes. Yeah, here you are.
Thanks. You Dr. Count, but if it isn't all here...
It's there.
Good. I told your secretary...
What's that? My secretary?
Yes, I called this evening. Just wanted to remind you. I got no answer on that phone.
She doesn't know I mixed up in anything crooked. You ruined me.
Oh, no, isn't that too bad? Now that I think of it, she was a little surprised. But that's your tough luck, Shevlin. I got the money in that car. Come here.
The car. What's this, please? Get out of here. Get out.
I will, Shevlin, but first...
No, don't shoot me. Do it.
Get right. Is this for you, Thunder, or just use my fist? This, Cato. Don't keep the police your eyes. Remind me to send this 10,000 to the Red Cross, will you? Let's get to the Black Beauty.
But, Mr. Britt, I don't understand.
I don't understand what, Cato?
Even when police get here, even when they find those two, what good is that? It's not possible they prove they are criminals.
Don't worry about that, Cato.
But I do worry. How police know unless Senator or Senator talk? They not talk.
I said don't worry. Let's go, Cato.
Settle this hard. Must be him.
Now, easy, it's dark. Let me in there first. How about them lights, Flannery? Here, I'll lower you. Hey, the cylinder's out cold. I guess the Hornet beat us to the punch.
That's just right.
You clipped
Bender, what are you doing here?
Hello, Mr. Thorndyke. I ain't doing nothing.
Nothing. We come all the way out here into the valley to catch the Green Hornet, and what happened?
Nothing. The Hornet was here, mister. He was here. What did you say? Are we in the valley?
Yeah.
Right below the Maple Valley Reservoir?
Of course, Bender.
How long's it been raining?
Since yesterday, coming down in buckets.
What's the matter with you, Bender? Oh, poor fellow must be out of his head.
Yesterday. Since yesterday. We'll be drowned. That Carol Creek wall is in a cave any minute. Now let me out of here. Yes, so it's true, I tell you. If we stay here, we'll be drowned. Mr. Thorndyke, we're drowned. Now listen, you gotta believe me. I was being paid by Shevlin. I saw them steal support.
You what?
Yeah. I saw it, all of them. Then I poured the cement in so it wouldn't be changed. That dam won't hold, I tell you. You'll get jailed for this, mister, and Shevlin, too. Who cares about jail? Well, I'll drown, I tell you. Now let me out.
Good Lord, Lowry, he knows what he's talking about. We've got to get to the dam. We've got to open the emergency sluices and drain the water off. If we're too late, the whole wall will go. The valley will be flooded. People will die in their sleep. Women and children in the town. We've got to get there at once.
Yeah, Mr. Thorndyke. I've been trying to get loose for 10 minutes. Can you imagine some guy comes busting here wearing a mask? I tried to stop him, but he opened all the emergency sluices.
Did you say he opened the sluices?
Yeah. The water's dropped 2 feet already.
Davis, that man saved the valley. The concrete wall would have caved any minute.
Huh? You mean he was wearing a mask? And that note, he left that note on the table. All it says is...
I've got it. Thorndyke, it says, I may be a crook, but I don't go in for mass murder. It isn't signed, but it doesn't have to be.
Lowry, listen. It was the Green Hornet.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime is now transcribed for radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Anything wrong, Captain?
Nothing serious, Mr. Templar. Just coming down here for a check. Go on just as soon as we can.
Oh, and where is here?
Headstone, New Mexico. Used to be a big silver mining town, but now it's just another little town, I guess. Although I did notice there's a carnival playing over on the edge of this emergency landing strip.
Well, how long are we to enjoy the hospitality of Headstone?
Oh, 2 or 3 hours. Long enough to see the town, have dinner if you like. We're sorry to delay you, sir.
Oh, it's all right, Captain. I'm seldom bored in a strange town.
Well, you better go back and fasten your seatbelt, Mr. Templar. We're coming down now.
Right, I'll see you later.
Well, good evening, Saint.
You know me? Yet I don't seem to recall your face.
Harry Kelly, and you don't recall my face because we've never met, but I've seen many pictures of you, and so I recognized you immediately.
Well, that's very flattering. Tell me, Mr. Kelly, how can I get into town?
You can find a cab on the other side of the carnival. Planning on staying long?
Not at all. Should I?
On the contrary, I was just going to suggest that I doubt if Headstone would welcome the presence of the saint. Just a friendly remark, you understand.
Oh, naturally. And if I may be permitted a friendly question, why are you telling me this?
Just an interest in the continued health of my fellow humans. If you have any trouble in town, look me up. Anyone can tell you where to find me.
Look, the big show is just about to start. See little Fatima, the girl who shakes and shivers like a bowl full of jelly. Only 1 dime, 10 cents, the 10th part of $1. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Step right up here.
Learn what the stars hold for you. I read the past, the present, and the future. Learn your fortune, young man.
I already know it, Grandmother. I'm destined to meet a tall, dark, and beautiful woman. I'll settle for nothing less.
I see strange lines on your face, young man.
Huh?
I will tell your fortune without charge. Give me your hand. I see danger. Beware of a blonde young woman. She will bring you death.
There are worse ways of dying, Grandmother.
I see danger. Much danger for one with a halo about his head. Blood and death. Unless he travels, I see...
I think I'm beginning to get the idea. You might tell your crystal ball that I'm beginning to be interested. Goodbye, Grandmother, and may the saints bless you.
Taxi, mister?
Oh, thank you. Say, do you suppose you can drive me somewhere that serves a good dinner?
Sure. The Silver Dollar Hotel.
Oh, fine.
You know, I was just sitting there communing with nature about how many guys there are who blow their wad to watch some dame do a hula but won't spend a dime on a hack.
Do I detect a touch of Brooklyn?
How could you miss? That's me, chum. Ziggy from Flatbush. I used to drive a hack in Brooklyn. Now I own the only hack in Headstone. It's like, huh? You know, I ain't seen the Brooklyn Bridge for 10 years since I come out here for my health. Like I always say, it's a smart man who knows when it's healthy to get out of town.
Meaning what?
Does everything have to mean something? Me, I mind my own business. I stay healthy. That's why I'm living in Headstone instead of under one.
I see. But if you didn't mind your own business, I suppose you'd give me some advice about leaving Headstone. Is that it?
No advice, Mac. That's part of minding my own business. Headstone is a great place for strangers to visit, if they paid up their insurance.
Here you are, waiter. Very nice dinner. My check, please. No, thank you. Keep the change.
Hello.
Well, this is a surprising hotel. First a beautiful dinner, and then an even more beautiful blonde.
May I sit down?
Oh, by all means, Miss...
Betty Connolly. You're Simon Templar?
I should have worn my dark glasses. But now that the truth is out, you might as well call me Simon.
All right, Simon.
Now, how did you know who I am? Now, don't tell me that you were just passing and recognized me.
Why, Ziggy told me that you were here. He owns and drives the taxi here in Headstone.
I know I shouldn't look a gift blonde in the hair, but why did Ziggy tell you I was in here?
Well, Ziggy knows that I need help, and he thought, well, that is, since you're the saint, you might help me.
Well, I have been known to help beautiful blondes on occasion. But tell me why you should need help, Betty.
Someone's been trying to kill me.
Oh, there should be a law against that. Are you sure?
I've been shot at twice, and everybody here has been very unfriendly, except Ziggy and a man named Harry Kelly.
I've noticed the unfriendliness in this town. But being unfriendly towards you is obviously an indication of insanity.
Oh, please don't joke about it. I'm frightened.
All right, my dear. Now tell me about it.
Well, my father was known as Silver Slim Connolly. He lived here for years. But he sent me east to school when I was very young, and I didn't come back here until recently. My father died about a month ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He was broke, and all he left me was his old silver mine. He called it the Betty Mine, after me.
And I take it somebody wants the mine.
No, the mine is completely worthless. There hasn't been any silver in it for years.
But, my dear, you were shot at twice. Have you any idea who did the shooting?
No. But it might be the same man who told me to get out of town.
Oh, who?
Mike McCarthy. Ziggy says he's an Eastern gangster who's been living out here for several months. Will you help me, Mr. Simon?
Well, I've never been able to say no to a pretty girl. You mentioned a man named Harry Kelly before. Just who is he?
He knew my father. He's been very friendly to me, although he thought I ought to leave town, too.
I've met Mr. Kelly, and he intrigues me very much. I think we'll go see him.
All right. Oh, just a minute. There was some red dust on your coat.
Oh, thank you. Ziggy apparently doesn't get enough passengers to keep his cab dusted. Did you say Ziggy was parked outside in his chariot?
Mm-hmm. He was when I came in. Oh, there he is.
Yes, looking exactly as if he were back in Brooklyn. Ziggy!
Oh, so she found you, huh?
Thanks to your bird dogging, which I must admit in this case has done much to overcome any natural prejudice against cab drivers that I might have. Say, do you know where Harry Kelly lives?
Sure.
Let's go then. Huh? Hey, don't you ever clean out this hack? What's all this dust?
Well, who knows? Maybe it was that redhead that hired me yesterday. So she had dandruff.
Ziggy, you missed your calling. You're as funny as an undertaker. Well, now, Ziggy, I don't suppose you'd care to tell me why you warned me to get out of Headstone.
Got me all wrong, Saint. I wasn't warning you. I was just talking about myself.
And I don't suppose you'd care to tell me why somebody took pot shots at Miss Connolly here and told her to get out of town, too.
Me, I don't know nothing. Like I was telling you, Saint, I mind my own business. Maybe you stay ignorant that way, but it's healthier, and I like it like that.
Well, in that case, why did you send Miss Connolly in to see me?
Well, like you can see, she's a pretty little pigeon. She needs to know some guy who'll help her. Now, it ain't no secret that the Saint goes around mixing in other people's business, so I tell her to see you.
And who told you I was the Saint?
I got eyes in my head, ain't I? Like I said, I used to hack in Brooklyn. I got around.
What about this Mike McCarthy?
Strictly smart money, Saint.
Huh?
A lot of guys have crossed his path once, if you get what I mean.
What about Harry Kelly?
Local stuff. A nice schmo, but no more.
You're doing all right for a guy that doesn't know anything.
You got me wrong, pal. Ziggy, he looks people over, but he don't see nothing except one guy is tough, another guy is a schmo, and maybe another guy is too nosy.
I really don't think we should try to involve Ziggy, Simon. He's been very nice as it is.
Yeah, she's got something, pal. I ain't really equipped for it because the way you're headed, only a saint could feel at home. Well, here we are, Saint. Kelly lives on the first floor in the rear.
Oh, thanks. Wait for us, Ziggy. We've got a couple of other calls to make after this.
Don't worry, I'll wait. If you get in any trouble, just yell. Then I'll drive over and tell the sheriff I heard somebody yell for help.
Oh, thanks, pal. Come on, Betty. Well, I hope our friend is in and that he talks.
Yeah. Strange. Harry telling you to come and see him if you had any trouble. If he had any connection with me, then why hasn't he said something to me?
Well, he sounded to me like a cautious man. Maybe he did know something, but didn't want to say anything unless he felt sure something was going to be done. Well, we'll soon know.
Yes, who is it?
Simon Templar.
Oh, the Saint. Just a minute.
Those shots were in that room.
This is no time for conversation, darling. We're going in.
Oh, but...
Like this. Kelly.
Oh, Simon.
Kelly. Kelly, this is Simon Templar.
Saint?
Yes, Kelly, the Saint. Who shot you?
The window. Saint. But mine.
Kelly. Well, Betty, he isn't going to tell us anything now. His killer did a very thorough job. Window open. Must have shot from here. There's a shell on the fireplace.
But what was he saying?
Sounded like sin. Come on, Betty. We're going to spread a little saintliness. And I think I know where to begin. Ziggy, didn't you hear anything?
Well, I noticed some noise, but like I told you...
I know. You mind your own business.
Are we going to the sheriff, Simon?
No, not yet. Ziggy, who's the astayer in this town?
Old man Matthews. The office is closed now, but he lives right ahead there. That big white house.
Okay, stop there.
But, Simon,
I'd like to satisfy a little curiosity about that mine of yours. I'll be right back. You stay in here, Betty.
What do you want?
Mr. Matthews.
Who else should be here? It's my house, ain't it? What do you want?
My name is Simon Templar. I wanted to ask you if you know the Connolly Silver Mine.
I know every mine within 200 miles of here, young fella. Hey, ain't that Betty Connolly sitting up there in that taxi?
Yes.
Then why can't she tell you about the mine? She owns it.
Well, she has told me, but I just wanted to check about the possibility of a mistake. How much silver would you say there was in the Connolly mine?
About enough to put in your eye and still leave room for your finger?
Couldn't there be a hidden vein in it?
Nope. There ain't been enough silver around here to make a dime for years and years.
Could there be anything else of value in it?
Mud and water, if you call that valuable.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. Young fella, I've been here man and boy for 70 years, and I ain't got no time to stand around answering darn fool questions. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye. And Betty, you may be right. Old man Matthews says the mine is worthless, too. So, Ziggy, take us to see Mike McCarthy.
Are you sure you want to go there, Saint? If I was you, I'd get on that plane. It's leaving pretty soon.
No, Ziggy, I've decided not to leave Headstone just yet. Later you can drive me over to Albuquerque, and I'll take the chief the rest of the way.
Okay, chum, it's your funeral.
Simon, please be careful.
Don't you worry, Betty. The Halo Wearers Benevolent Association would be very upset if anything happened to me. I'll be right out.
Yeah?
I'm looking for Mike McCarthy.
Well, you found him.
It's my Boy Scout training. It never fails. My name is Simon Templar.
The Saint?
I've been known by that name.
So what?
That's a very interesting question. I must try to think of an answer sometime. Meanwhile, I thought you might like to know that I heartily disapprove of your telling a certain Miss Betty Connolly that she ought to leave town.
What's a girl to you?
That's my business.
I could make it mine. And if I do, your halo's going to slip down and start choking you.
I thought bullets were more in your line.
Meaning what?
Meaning the shots fired at Miss Connolly and a little gunning job only a few minutes ago.
I didn't do any gunning. But I'm liable to if you don't beat it.
You sound so sure of yourself, Michael.
That's because I got more in my hand than an itching palm.
That's a very pretty gun, Mike. But I'm very much afraid that nothing will satisfy my curiosity short of knowing why you want to get Miss Connolly out of town.
I got answers for nosy guys. 6 of them. Now just stand right there. Stay away from that desk, Saint, or I'll...
Don't worry, Mike. I have no interest in the desk at all. But I do have an interest in Miss Connolly. And now, Michael, I'll bid you adieu.
What happened, Simon?
Oh, not much, I'm afraid. The conversation was just getting interesting when Mike had a sudden attack of dropsy.
That's funny. I never heard of him being sick.
Oh, that's because you mind your own business, Ziggy, like you told me. Betty, where is that silver mine of yours?
About 2 miles out of town.
Is there any place in town where we can rent a car?
Oh, why, I have a car. Why?
I feel a prospecting urge coming over me. Ziggy, take us to Miss Connolly's car, and then we can dispense with your valuable service.
What's wrong with my car?
Nothing, Ziggy. It's just that I don't like people looking over my shoulder, especially when I visit a lonely mine in the company of a beautiful girl.
Well, here's the Betty mine, although I don't know why you want to see it.
Frankly, I don't know either. But as long as I'm here, I might as well take the 40-cent tour.
Certainly, sir. Right this way. This old cable car goes down into the mine. All we have to do is stand on the platform and pull the cable. It works with balanced weight.
Clever, these 49ers. How far down?
On the 40-cent tour, we give the exact distance. 354 feet, 6 inches.
Thank you. And thank you for having electric lights in a mine that hasn't been worked for years.
Oh, the mine has its own battery. See? Here's a bulb on the car. Shall we go down?
What are we waiting for? Let's go. Maybe the lights will go out.
Just hold it like that. I've been waiting for you two.
Well, Michael McCarthy, I was wondering if we were going to have your company.
And this time, wise guy, don't try anything.
Don't tell me, Michael, that you're going prospecting with us.
I'm riding down with you, but I'm coming back alone. Start the car down, Saint, but don't try no tricks.
You have a suspicious mind, Mike. Well, here we go. Call out your floors, please. Mezzanine, ladies' underwear, galoshes, and accessories.
You'll be singing a different tune pretty soon, Saint. You both had your chance to leave town your way. Now you're going to leave my way.
Oh, Simon, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be, Betty. This is my first ride on an open cable car.
And it'll be your last.
I wouldn't be too sure. Unless that cable breaks before we get to the bottom.
What are you talking about?
Sucker! It's a little crowded here for a 1-2, so I guess a 1.5 will have to do.
How terrible.
Yeah, now, Betty, it's all right.
Oh, but Simon, it could have been you. He almost knocked you off the platform, too.
Yeah, it was the padded shoulders in my coat. I felt them hit the side.
Oh, look at your shoulders. They're covered with dirt from the sides of the shaft.
Yeah. Huh. It's red dirt. Wait a minute. Well, we can go back up, Betty. Mike doesn't need our help, and I don't need anybody to answer questions anymore.
Simon, I'll never understand you. Why did you look at the dirt on your coat and say you didn't need any more questions?
Because that dirt was red sulfide, Betty. And it explains why Mike was so anxious to run you out of town.
Well, I don't see how. Red sulfide is used in paint, but that doesn't make it valuable.
Red sulfide is also cinnabar ore, from which we get mercury, and that is pretty valuable. Evidently, your mine is rich in cinnabar, so it's worth a lot of money, Betty.
Oh, then that was what Kelly was trying to tell us when he said sin.
Yes, he was trying to say cinnabar.
How can I ever thank you, Simon?
Well, I have a couple of ideas on the subject. Oh, but now people would say I was chasing you for your money. So I guess you can just see me off on the train. We'll stop in town and have Ziggy drive us to Albuquerque.
Oh, but I'll drive you.
No, I insist on taking a cab. I don't want you coming back alone. I may want to change my mind about fortune hunting.
Like I said, Saint, I'm glad to see you leaving. This town is just funny about strangers. But hadn't you ought to take Miss Conley with you?
But she doesn't have to go now, Ziggy, and besides, she's rich.
She's what?
Yes, Ziggy, we found out that Dad's mine is valuable after all.
You mean you found silver in it?
No, mercury.
Oh, the stuff they put in thermometers?
That's the stuff, Ziggy. But it's used for a lot of other things, particularly in wartime, and it's worth a lot of money.
Well, what do you know? So that's why Mike was trying to make you leave, huh?
That's it.
Well, did you stop and tell the sheriff?
We didn't have time, but I'll see him when we go back.
Oh, that's pretty nice for you, ain't it, Betty? Oh, here we are. Just in time, too. The chief's in already.
Very nice timing, Ziggy. Thanks, Betty, for keeping my forced visit to Headstone from being dull.
Oh, Simon, well, why don't you stay in Headstone? I won't know how to run the mine or what to do with the money or anything.
You'll learn, Betty. You know what to do when you get back to town?
Yes, but will the sheriff believe me? I mean, about Mike McCarthy killing Harry Kelly.
I don't think he will, since Mike didn't kill Kelly.
But
Kelly was shot with an automatic. It ejected a shell on the fireplace, remember? But Mike McCarthy carried a revolver. You saw it.
Yes, but will the sheriff...
Oh, the sheriff will believe when you show him that the gun that killed Kelly is in Ziggy's pocket.
What? What are you talking about?
You knew about the cinnabar ore in the mine. You carried some of it away to be tested in your cab. And there was red dust in it, which you tried to explain with a corny gag.
You're crazy.
Harry Kelly had an idea what was going on, so you slipped around to the back while we were at the front door and killed him.
All right, wise guy, you're so smart. What about Mike?
Mike was working for you.
But Simon, Ziggy told me that you were in town.
Sure, he couldn't be sure that I wasn't here to break up his little scheme, so the smartest thing to do was to get us together so he could watch both of us. He thought I would use his cab, as I did, and it would be easy. But he slipped up when he sent Mike out to the mine ahead of us. Ziggy was the only one who knew where we were going.
Okay, pal, you asked for it.
This time, sweetheart. Like you said, pal, you should have followed your own advice about minding your own business. Well, he's all yours, Betty. The gun that killed Kelly is now on the seat beside him. All you have to do is turn the body and the gun over to the sheriff, and from there on in, he'll mind Ziggy's business for him.
But, Simon...
Don't worry, Betty. I'll stop back someday to make sure that Venus is in conjunction with Mercury.
You have just heard another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, how many times there have been men just like Ziggy, led into crime by insatiable greed, forgetting the simplest truths so aptly phrased by John Dryden. Murder may pass unpunished for a time, but tardy justice will o'ertake the crime. This is Vincent Price extending a personal invitation to all of you to join us again next week at this same time for another adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Michael Cramoy. Our cast included Harry Bartell, Barney Phillips, Colleen Collins, Fred Howard, and Tony Barrett. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint is a James L. Safier Agency production and was transcribed and directed by Thomas A. McAvity. Don't forget that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Ross. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description. Thank you for being part of our community. Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.